Good morning, my friends. Good morning. Today could be Judgment Day. It is day 31. Isn't that interesting? Today is day 31 of the live trial coverage that we've been covering together for the Karen Read case, Norfolk County, Massachusetts. Dedham, Norfolk Superior Court, Commonwealth versus Karen Read. God save the Commonwealth, my friends. God save the Commonwealth. What a ride this has been. I was just watching Tom's CPU outside the courthouse, but he's having some major technical difficulties because there are so many news cameras in town and they're sort of like blocking his signal. So his signal is not great. He keeps kind of moving in and out of service. Is there anyone else that you have seen that is covering this live that has a decent signal that we could just take a look at Karen's walk into the courthouse? I think he said something like there's 3,000 people outside the courthouse. And is anybody out there? Is anybody watching from the courthouse? What a crazy, crazy wild ride this has been. Welcome, everyone worldwide. The world is watching, and you are the world, my friends. You are the world. You've been with me since the beginning, and it has been a very long and tiring and arduous case. I think more so than so many other trials that we cover, because this this could be you. Karen Read is every woman. Karen Read could be you or me or your sister, my sister, your daughter, your wife, your cousin. This Karen Read could be anyone. And this is really scary. And the more that we learned about this case, and I think I can speak for many of you who watch me on this channel, the more we realize what a horrible investigation this was for the death of a Boston police officer, let alone just anybody in Canton or Norfolk County, Massachusetts, but it could be anyone, anywhere. And just the horrifying way that this was handled from the beginning. And I said from the first time I started looking at this case, these injuries do not line up with a motor vehicle accident. They just don't. I never could get past it. And after seeing the testimony from all of the witnesses the other day, I really, I still feel that way. And I know now that I was right. Good morning, Kitty, the Florida cat mom. What a long, strange trip it's been. It has been. Boy, has it ever. It's been crazy. And this may be the last day that Karen Read walks into that courthouse, and she may walk out a free woman. And that's my prediction. And my prediction is that it's going to be a quick verdict. I think we had yesterday, somebody had the over-under, our bookie, our resident bookie, had the over-under at 2.5 hours, and I went with the under. So what's going to happen today is we're going to hear closing arguments. The defense is going to go first. Alan Jackson, I believe, is doing the closing for the defense. And then we're going to hear Adam Lally speak. And they're limited to an hour each, which I do not think is enough. Anyone who was following the Maya trial with me, I know that they were timed also. That entire case was timed. Like the plaintiffs had X amount of hours for their entire case, and the defendants had X amount of hours. And I don't remember how long they had for closings, but I know it was more than an hour. And that was a civil case. So I don't know. I don't think an hour is enough. And I think that because there were some issues regarding jury instructions that the judge was not expecting such a robust argument on yesterday, she still hasn't ruled on them. So how can they craft a closing when they don't even know if a certain portion of what the Commonwealth is looking for in the jury instructions is going to be in or not? It had to do with consciousness of guilt. And Miss McLaughlin for the DA's office was arguing that they should be allowed to argue consciousness of guilt because Karen went back to John's house after being released from her Section 12 hold at the hospital, went upstairs with her father for a couple of minutes, and then took the murder weapon back to Dighton in a blizzard. That was consciousness of guilt in the eyes of the DA, and they feel that they should be allowed to argue that. And we all were screaming at each other and at the TV and at the coverage saying, what are you talking about? There was no evidence ever admitted that Karen had access to the ring footage. In fact, it was just the opposite. including the testimony of the children. And I believe their own Trooperino, who said the Ring doorbell footage access app was not on the home computer. The only place he found it was on Officer John O'Keefe's cell phone. So I guess the judge maybe will have a ruling on that first thing, then closing arguments, and then we are going to have jury instructions, and then we wait. That will probably end around lunchtime, I would think. The jury will go to lunch, they'll eat lunch, they'll probably deliberate all over lunch because they probably want to go home soon. They've been there for something like, what week are we on? 8 weeks. And they probably want to go home. So I don't think it's going to be that long. But I have a special treat for you because Auntie Deb is going to be joining us after jury instructions to come on and entertain us for a little while we wait. While we wait for the verdict. So if you don't know who Auntie Deb is, I'm going to call him a comedian because I think that's what he is. We'll find out more about him when he comes on. But he has a YouTube channel and a TikTok, and he's been doing some amazing comedic videos about this trial where he plays every character in the trial. He has a wig for Auntie Deb. Now I'm calling the judge Auntie Deb. He has a wig for Bev. He plays every character. Jennifer McCabe. He's played every single trooper witness. He's played the Madam Court reporter with a CPAP machine. He's hilarious. He's going to come on and entertain us around lunchtime. So you're going to want to stick around for that. It's going to be fun. How are you guys feeling today? Let me see if, well, the fan's not even up yet. So how much time do we have? Are they going to start right at 9? It's 8:49. So let's take a look at, perhaps we can watch a little bit of Tom's coverage without the audio because the audio is kind of failing on this, but you can at least get an idea for how many people are outside the courthouse, and we'll take a look at the walk-in. And so if you're not subscribed to Tom's CPU, go do it because he's been there every day outside of court. And he's got some shots of the team and some shots of Karen getting out of the car. So I'm just going to put it to right here when they pull up. And let's take a look. Okay, so this is this new format of YouTube. Are you guys suffering through this new format? Do you have that where you have to like click 17 buttons to get back to where you want to go? It's not great. I don't like it. I'm not a fan. And I'm not a fan. Right next to the courthouse is a church, this church here, where when I went to court that one day, that is where the family parks. The church has been kind enough to allow them to park there because they were parking far away and having to walk a long way to the courthouse. And they also allow them to go there and have their lunch there so they don't have to go so far away for lunch. And this is sort of like within a block of the courthouse. And you can see all of the supporters to the right of your screen hanging out. Let's take a look at this. Let's let it play. I have the audio on. If it gets bad, I'll turn it off. But there's not really a lot here.
Bub.
Look at all of the supporters. And there is smooth as butter, Alan Jackson. There's Karen.
Morning.
David Yannetti getting out of what really is the front passenger seat. It's not inverted.
Good morning, Yannetti. I'm great. Today's the day, my friend.
It's a sea of pink.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah,
Nick Rocco.
to walk in front of
What do
them.
we have? No, we don't want to do it.
Liza Little. There's Craig, my
Get a whole
favorite,
bunch
the
of
AV
people
squad
that
guy
don't coming down this way.
who sits at the little
Like,
baby
just don't need
table.
them. Why?
Here are the supporters
Right?
that wear the judge wigs every day. Took a picture with them. It was a great picture. Is everyone wearing pink today at home? That's right. Angel says it's going to be the first day Karen will be able to finally breathe.
It's about the helicopters today, guys.
Yeah.
It's helicopters out. News. I'm sure there's news cameras. News outlets from all over the world are watching. They're there.
Oh.
Coffee Cafe says this day is so very special. It is. I've pinned the our mixtape that we've made for this trial to the chat. So you've got it. And I think at the end of the day, we'll be adding a couple of more songs. The nerves must be insane today. As a lawyer, it's always very nerve-wracking to walk into closing arguments. Because after that is deliberations, and you never know what a jury's going to do. I feel very confident about this jury. I feel very confident they're going to come back with an acquittal relatively quickly before the end of day. I think we will have a verdict today for sure. But you never, ever, ever know what a jury's going to do. Let's move forward a little bit. His audio cuts in and out for a little while. Look at all the people. I think he said there's something like 3,000 people. I don't know if he meant there were 3,000 people watching his stream or he meant there were 3,000 people supporting outside the courthouse. But you can see it goes all the way. That's the beginning of the buffer zone right there. It goes all the way down the block.
3,000 people. Amazing. You all are just beautiful people. I mean, you got people all the way down, all the way around. All the way around. We had. We made it. We're here. We did it.
Watch it all the way on the way in.
See?
Hey, guys,
Did it.
we're gonna need to clear this.
Fun with that one.
What? The Alberts are at the courthouse? Is that what you're saying? For real, Montague? Mrs. O'Keefe brings the Alberts? Is that true? Hi, the tiger, says Melanie.
I know, bud. Listen, I'm going to miss seeing you guys. Shame, but I don't.
Oh, he's
So
even saying,
good,
I'm going to
man.
miss seeing you guys.
Best pizza ever. Best
People
pizza.
have formed
About it.
relationships.
Everyone has.
They're hanging out every day together for all of these months. This
I
trial's
don't
been
know
going
what
on.
to say. This is love at a whole new level, right? But yeah, thanks again for the pizza. That was.
Somebody gave him pizza, I guess, the other day. Look at the line of supporters outside the courthouse, all coming together for a woman they don't even know. From all over the world. When I was there, I met lovely women from England.
Yeah, and it would just be like a bunch of guys with like kind of like you playing the band, but it's not just
Kids were out there showing support.
all the time.
People drive hours and hours and hours just to be a part of this movement for justice for Karen Reed, a stranger. See if we can catch up a little bit to catch the walk in. You know, Court TV is going to make a big deal out of this on one of person's particular show in particular about how this is crazy that people are coming out to support a murderer. We must be watching a different trial. I'm all right, here we go. Karen's arm in arm with her dad. Parents have been there. Her parents have been there, I think, every single day. I don't know that they've missed a day supporting her. I had the opportunity to meet them. They are the kindest people. So supportive. She has a wonderful family. Very, very lucky that she has all of this moral support and emotional support. Her best friend has been in from Florida with her husband since this trial began. They have not left.
I haven't said much, but you're
Karen's mom.
beautiful.
Thank you.
Stand tall. You got this.
You got your body
You
guy,
got
right?
I
this.
prefer people shorter than me.
Okay, you got this.
And they just have like just a really nice energy, you know, like a really nice vibe.
Thank you. Get you back on this.
Nice.
I hope Mr. O'Keefe is okay too.
Up, look left. Look out. Look out.
I haven't seen him lately, Sharon. No.
Good luck.
Wow. That makes me want to cry too. I didn't get my I'm getting my tissues over here. Cal says, Cal D, people are coming out because we the people are scared and furious. Jennifer says,
Any
wild.
thoughts heading into today, Karen?
I mean, she's just going to be, I think she's no comment all the way in.
Karen, how many people today?
Stand tall, Karen.
Might be the last day they walk up those steps, my friends. And that's Tom CPU. He's been there every single day. So guys, if you're not subscribed to him, go subscribe. He's really dedicated so much to the movement. He's been out there every morning. Those of you who know you've been watching him outside the courthouse, live streaming every day with the supporters, doing interviews and such. It's really an incredible scene. I mean, the vibe there, the love is just overwhelming. I didn't see anybody screaming at the family or yelling at people walking into the courthouse from the other side. People report on that, but I didn't see any of that when I was there. So, you know, people want to make it out to be something different than what it is. I didn't see that at all. And I know a lot of you are there. A lot of you have been there for many, many days. Kirsten says I'm very disappointed in with Vinny P. You know, he did a live show yesterday. I was traveling home and I was listening to it in the car, and it kind of sounded like he changed his mind. I don't know. I didn't listen to the whole thing. Melly, I know that you're a moderator for him. Maybe you can tell me if he's all of a sudden flipped and now thinks that she's not guilty. I don't know. The fan is back, you guys. This will be the last time. The last time that we see the fan. Perhaps until another trial happens in Norfolk Superior. We'll have to cover that one too. And maybe it'll be the Sandra Birchmore case. Maybe there'll be some charges brought on that. There was some conflicting information yesterday about the Sandra Birchmore case. Apparently there's a civil case happening And if anybody has access to the complaint in that civil lawsuit, I would love to see it. If you could email it to me, that'd be great. I'd love to go over it with the class. Sandra Birchmore is a woman, 23 years old. She was pregnant. She had lost her mom and her grandma who raised her when she was, I believe, a teenager. And she became very involved with a club, I think it's called the Explorers Club, where children, maybe when she was 12, 13, are mentored, I think, by police officers. And she got involved with, or they groomed her to be their, I don't know what you want to say, toy, kind of passed her around. She became pregnant. And I believe it was in 2021, she was found, her body was found with a ligature around her neck. She was from Stoughton, but it happened in Canton. And they ruled it a self-deletion, let's say, for the first 5 minutes of YouTube, because I'm not getting demonetized again today, hopefully. And of course, there were police officers involved, at least 3 of them, a set of twins, crazily enough. And one of the twins was the last one to be seen on closed circuit TV or video leaving Sandra Birchmore's apartment before her death. And of course, it was ruled a suicide. And her parents, or her estate, rather, the estate of Sandra Birchmore, has filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the police officers involved and perhaps the Canton PD. I'm not sure, but I need to see the complaint. So if anybody has access to the Massachusetts court system, can't get in there as a non-attorney in Massachusetts, I would love to see the summons and complaint from that lawsuit and any other pleadings that are out there. My email, if the mods could put it in the chat, that'd be great, so that we can start that next, because there needs to be justice for Sandra Birchmore. All of her friends say she was very excited about being pregnant. She never would have unalived herself. And rumors are that her baby was the baby of a, I think, Canton police officer who was married. But guess what they never did? They never tested the fetal tissue for DNA to see if they could find out the paternity of her unborn child. Could you imagine? Yeah, actually, we can't imagine, because in this case, they were collecting blood evidence in solo cups, blowing away top layers of snow for evidence with a leaf blower that Sergeant Good just got in his car, got home, went and got his leaf blower and brought it back because Gallagher thought it'd be a good idea. So yeah, I can understand how they never tested the fetal tissue in the Sandra Birchmore case. And McFree Karen Reed says, the Stoughton cops in charge of the program, 2 Stoughton cop brothers. Yeah, they're twins actually too. So I don't know if they're identical, if they would have the same DNA. Identical twins do have the same DNA. And an Abington cop all involved. Is that a question mark, or are you telling me? But I digress. Stoughton police. So it's Stoughton police, but her death was in Canton. Okay. So it was the Canton PD that did the investigation, right? Yes, Stoughton police officer Matt Farrell. And doesn't he have a twin, an identical twin? I was reading it yesterday. But in any event, I digress. We are here for Karen Reed today. We are here for the verdict on Karen Reed today. We're here for closing arguments. We're here for all of it. And then Auntie Deb is going to come visit us at lunchtime. So Auntie Deb, if you're out there, I'm going to send you a link as soon as I have a chance to take a moment and do that. People feel sick? Or are you talking about that was sick? Thank you, On Top, for being on top of the super sticker every single morning. I appreciate you so. Hannah Tangerine, thank you so much for your super chat. Once in a while, you get shown the light in the strangest of places if you look at it right. That's a Grateful Dead quote. Free Karen Reed, she says. Hannah Tangerine, all y'all, thanks for the support. Thank you all for helping us get through this without feeling gaslit and insane like you may have felt if you tried to get out there into the Wild West of the law and crime chat. Court TV got smart and disabled its live chat for this trial. But, Colleen St. Ange, thank you so much for the $50 super sticker. You're so generous and such a wonderful part of this community that we have created of people who are kind, compassionate, and felt very in the twilight zone when we started covering this. Alexandra Rich, thanks for the 10. Holding out for a hero. Bonnie Tyler needs to be on the playlist. We'll do it. We have some other hero songs on there. We have My Hero by the Foo Fighters, and we have Heroes, the David Bowie version. Love both of those songs. Beach, thank you so much for the super sticker. Beach says, is the jury sees all of Karen's supporters, right? I think that they do. I don't know if there's a back route into the courthouse, or I don't know where they park, but that's the reason for this whole buffer zone, is that the court did not want them to be, the jury to be influenced by the supporters outside. And so they made that buffer zone. We covered it so long ago. I don't even remember how far, is it 200 feet, the buffer zone, that they have to stay away from the courthouse, and there's cones all over and signs. Thanks on top for another super sticker. And Leaky Leak, thanks for the super sticker. Emma Grant says, I saw a clip of Karen hugging her family for a long time and crying. She had tissues. She must be a nervous wreck. I can't even imagine. Imagine you're facing life in prison for something that did not happen the way the Commonwealth said it happened. If anybody in the chat believes that there was actually a car accident, please let me know. I'd love to know what you're hanging your hat on there. Crypto Tax Lawyer, thanks for your super chat. You have to duck out at 9:30 for a hearing, but you'll be right back. Over under on jury deliberations. You've been amazing. Oh, thank you. We were 2.5 hours yesterday. I was at the under. Jurors like to show that they're considering all of the evidence, and they like to have lunch, because nobody would want to deliberate when they're hungry, right? Shouldn't even do grocery shopping when you're hungry, or hangry. I like to call it hangry. Alan Perry, thank you for your super chat. Feeling anxious still about a possible guilty verdict. Can't seem to shake it. Do you really think it'll be not guilty for all 3 charges? I do. I'm confident. I've been confident from the beginning that this was not a car accident. So without the car accident, how are you getting the DUI in? And how are you getting, I don't even know if they have just a solo DUI charge. I think it's vehicular homicide while under the influence. I think they dropped that charge, but it was so confusing yesterday during the charge conference that you can let me know. But the way they took her blood evidence when she was sectioned and then the extrapolation, I just didn't buy any of it. So that's my prediction. Sir Winston Elvis, thank you for becoming a member. And good morning, Liga Lagushka. Thank you so much for being such a wonderful part of this channel. Missed most of yesterday's live because my niece and nephew's elementary school graduation, then stayed till 1 a.m. on a rewatch. Defense experts are so impressive. Lally was excited for closing, and for Karen declared free of guilt. Will it come today? I think it will. Thank you, Liga Lagushka. Amanda Jackson, thanks for a super sticker, super chat. Can the jury see the supporters when they arrive? I think they can. I don't know where the jurors parked. You guys know? Did they park behind the Registry of Deeds? Because that's across the street, and they can definitely see them if they're walking in the front door, and even probably if they're walking in the back door, depending on the route that they take to court. Beck Edwards, thank you for your super chat. On X, the McAlberts with the O'Keefe family. Oh my goodness. If somebody sends it to me, I don't even want to pull it up. No, I don't even want to pull it up. If you guys want to see it, you can go look for it. Melissa, thank you so much for your super sticker. Bridget, thanks for being a member for a month. My widow heart is with Karen today and always. I'm sorry that you're a widow. There's nothing worse than losing the person that you love. Grief is something that never really goes away. I think you just learn to deal with it. I'm sorry for your loss. Lorraine, thank you for your super chat. I'm pretty sure I just saw Karen drying her eyes. That's what people said. People said she was crying as she was walking in. And can you blame her? It's a very, very scary thing, I would imagine, as a defendant to be facing life in prison. Nico 2020, thanks for the 5. I'm not crying. You're not crying, Nico. God bless Karen and her family. We know you are scared. We are behind you 100%. Feel the energy of the power of the people. Thank you. I'm sure she'll appreciate that if that's passed along to her. Jennifer, thanks for the super chat. I hope Karen takes a long vacation somewhere that's warm with a beach. She needs to get out of Massachusetts. I think I'd want to do that if I were her. She should go with her parents and move somewhere else. Amy, thanks for the 10. My dad passed when I was young. Seeing her dad hold her up in her toughest moment is making me so emotional. Free Karen Reed. That comment just made me so emotional too. I think we're all we've been on edge for a long time. Today's like the day. Thanks, Amy. Jess, thank you for the 10. She says, she loves my channel and legal expertise. I've watched this trial with you every day. During past lives, I use Venmo, but on the last day, I wanted to give you a shout out and an acknowledgement you deserve. Thank you, Jess. Thank you so much. You guys are really such a kind and loving group. And I don't see where all of the vitriol from the other side is coming at all of you and me with their personal attacks because they don't see what we see or believe what we believe. And because we have a different opinion of guilt. I don't get it. But thanks for keeping me sane, all of you. I hope I do the same for you. Bird Fam Bam, thank you for the 5. Vinny P has changed his view, it seems. Thought so too a little bit last night when he said that the defense witnesses killed the prosecution's case or something. That was the title of his stream. I watched a bit of it. So I don't know what he thought in the end. I don't know if he's going up to Dedham, if he's there. I thought he said he might go for verdict watch. I don't know. Mrs. Krampus, thanks for being a member for a month and says justice for Sandra Birchmore must cover. Yes, I will. Ivy May, thank you from Australia for your super chat. Melanie, your channel's the best. I rewatched yesterday's cross and noticed Lally constantly calling the defense experts doctor, but his own experts were just trooper. Jeez, it must have hurt. Poor Trooper Paul is not a doctor of anything. And I felt, like he kind of thought he was going to be the star witness of the trial, Trooper Paul, with all of his theories about arms outstretched, being sideswiped and pirouetted. And he probably thought that was such a great theory of the accident and how it happened. And he was confident that he was able to extrapolate backwards all of the evidence that they found to make it fit. And yet it was comical and such a disgrace. Such a disgrace on behalf of the entire Massachusetts State Police. I'm going to say it. I back the blue 100%, 100%. Some of my best friends and family are law enforcement at all levels. And nobody hates a bad cop more than a good cop. That's what they say. Kelly Grubin, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, thank you, Melanie. I'm so grateful for you, for Karen Reed. Thanks, Kelly. Jody Mitchell, good morning. Every time I see your name, it reminds me of Joni Mitchell. Thanks to the 10. How are the McAlberts allowed in the courtroom to stare at the jury? Where are Karen's rights? I don't know. But if they are there, does that mean that Aidan Carney cannot be there because of the court ruling? Did they go there just to keep Aidan out of the courtroom? I don't know. I can't believe that they'd want to be there. We'll see when we see the shots of who's in the courtroom, if they're actually inside or if they just went to support. Because each side only gets 10 seats. So there's 10 seats for the Reed family and 10 seats for the O'Keefe family and 10 seats for media. That's it. It's a tiny courtroom. They're going to pick the alternates today too. I think the judge picks the foreman and then they draw the alternates out of a hat or something. And that is something that Jim, the clerk, does. Effin Hippie, good morning. Thanks for the 10. Says, thanks, Melanie, for providing a welcoming place on this wild ride. As a wise man once sang, without love and a dream, it'll never come true. Don't make me cry so early. I don't want to start crying so early. But yeah, that's another one of my favorite quotes from the Grateful Dead. Thank you for that. EB Rebels, thanks for 10. My nephew was in her class and said she was known as the girl who messed with cops, in quotes. If 13 and 14-year-old middle school students knew, adults did too. So sick. Oh, you're talking about Sandra Birchmore. Wow. And that's what we always say on this channel. If you see something, say something. That's horrifying. Brian Albert, Colin Albert, Jen McCabe are there for closing, says David Moulton. Thank you for the super chat. And I'm horrified by that. I don't know how tight Mrs. O'Keefe was with Jen McCabe before the murder of her son. But I've been told that she sort of inserted herself into that family and wormed her way in there with nefarious intentions. Perhaps my opinion, your opinion, people have told me that. Oh, don't even tell me Court TV is going to buffer today. Don't even tell me that. I don't want to hear it. I don't know. You guys who are local might know, but I don't know why they would want to be there if not to just intimidate her. And great. I hope the camera focuses on them when the verdict is read. Mazela, thank you so much for your super chat. Hello, Melanie. Question: are bail bonds refunded if not guilty? Oh, 100%, 100%. I don't even know if it's a bond. It might be a cash. I think they have at least $80,000 of hers. I remember it went up to 100, and I think they tried to fight to get some of it back so she could pay for experts. So I'm not sure how much of her money they have. I think it's 80,000. You can correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. Boston Mom, thanks for your super chat. I have FOMO not being outside the courthouse right now for Karen Reed. It's going to erupt later. I think it's going to be today, you guys. I really do. Laura, thanks so much. I'm livid, unbelievable. McAlberts showed up with the O'Keefes. We're going to see. We're going to get a pan around the courtroom. I think. I find it hard to believe. But if you guys are saying you saw it somewhere, we'll find out. Nico, thanks. The jury is me and you. Not guilty. All 3 counts. Thanks, Nico. 2020. Thanks to the 5. We did a poll yesterday in the chat. I think we had something like 4,000 or close to 4,000 votes. 97% said not guilty, 1% said guilty, and 1% said guilty of lesser charges. So that's where our poll stood. Thanks, Cindy B, for being a member for 7 months at the airport waiting to board. Free Karen Reed. Safe flight, Cindy. Safe flight. Sorry you're going to miss this. No, what? Pay for Wi-Fi on that plane. I hope there's Wi-Fi on your plane so you don't miss us. Michael, thanks for your super chat. Thanks, Attorney Little, for your coverage. Michael and Anne from Ireland. I want a time warp to verdict now. Oh, thanks, Michael. How did you feel about Dr. Sheridan? Dr. Sheridan was in Ireland who testified yesterday on behalf of the Commonwealth, an Ireland native. And he said when he was coming here, he went to medical school, and then as part of his training and part of his quest for citizenship, let's say, he was required to work for a year in family medicine to get his citizenship, because they require any international doctors who are looking for citizenship to do at least 1 year in a specialty that they are short-staffed in. And so his was in family medicine. Thank you for watching from Ireland. Plancha, my friends. Kirsten, thanks for the super chat. Prediction, not guilty. Verdict at 227:40. The world is watching. Free Karen Reed Day. Here we go, you guys. Here we go. That'd be crazy. All right. Why is there no volume on this? Court TV, you're killing me. Oh, it's my fault. But I'm still not hearing it on. Maybe she shut it off for a second. Oh my God, that is Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert and Colin Albert, all sitting right behind Aaron and John, Aaron and her husband O'Keefe, Paul O'Keefe and Aaron. There is Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, and Colin Albert. What? Let me get myself out of the way so you can see this better. Wow, there they are. I didn't believe it until I saw it, and now I see it. I still don't believe it. Carrie Roberts is there too. Carrie Roberts is there too. Wow. I'm actually like speechless. And I don't, you know me, you guys, I don't do speechless. Wow, it's all about clearing their name. This entire trial has been about defending the McCabe's and the Alberts. And there they are. Sox man, are you worried about the jury seeing the McAlberts sitting with the O'Keefes? I'm sick with worry. Do you think they're going to try and intimidate the jury? I mean, I'm speechless, you guys. I don't even know what to say about this. Elf, thank you for gifting a membership, and to whoever received it randomly from YouTube, welcome. That girl, thanks for the 10. Thank you for your coverage. Sandra's case is an eye-opener. Wonder if it had to do with what Officer O'Keefe did for Boston Police Department. Who knows, right? Wasn't he in sex crimes? Sandy B, this could be us all anywhere. That's right, worldwide. Anytown, USA. Thank you, Sandy B, for the super chat. Oh my gosh, Kelly Smith for the $100 super chat. Thank you. Thanks for all your hard work, Melanie. I'd like to say I feel like a kid on Christmas morning, but I never had a pit in my stomach. Shout out to Kalia, Carrie, and Ma. Free Karen Reed. Thank you, Kelly Smith, for your very, very generous $100 super chat. This is wild. Does this make you feel like you have a worse pit in your stomach now, Kelly? Because I do. Kamala Norris, thanks for the 5. Court TV apologizes to Melanie Little. Oh, wait, that hasn't happened yet. Free Karen Reed. Thanks, Kamala. Yeah, that's never going to happen. You think Jennifer Coffenhofer would ever apologize to me for being wrong? I don't think so. I don't look at Twitter, but I can't imagine what she's tweeting today. Cat's Meow, thanks for the 5. It was great seeing all the Karen Reed supporters cheering her on. Thank you, Melanie, for all your dedication. Thank you all for tuning in. Because without you, we don't have a show or a support system. Mama Force 57 Rose, thank you for becoming a member. Amy Lou, thanks for your 5. Thanks for your insight, Melanie. Oh, back to the fan. Okay, well, Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, and Colin Albert are sitting right behind Paul and Aaron O'Keefe looking at Karen, and Kerry Roberts is there too. So apparently the O'Keefe side of the family thought that those were the most important family members, friends to bring with them to today's closing arguments. And I'm blown away. I'm blown away by that. I don't even. Sandy Bay, thanks for the 5. Lally's own witnesses tanked his timeline, evidence, and case. Yep. Fairy Raven, good morning to Ireland. Melanie, do you think there'll be extra security inside the courtroom? I'm anxious about Karen's safety. Yes, I do. I absolutely do. They will be very well staffed today. I am sure of it. If anybody is on Twitter and is watching any live tweeting from the courtroom, if you want to cut and paste them into the chat, I will try and look for them and post them and just give whoever's tweeted as credit before you paste it in there. D24, thank you so much for the $10 super sticker. Amy Lou, thanks for being a member for 4 months and says the day we've waited so long for. Here we go. Melon chat. Here we go, Amy Lou. Here we go. Dexter, thank you. Bon Jovi, keep the faith. That's a great addition to the playlist. Thanks, Dexter. Laura says, I'm sorry, I just can't let this go. Disgusting people. Laura, you and I are very similar in a lot of ways. You know that. And I'm with you, girlfriend. You want to talk about witness intimidation? You want to talk about jury intimidation? That could be considered jury intimidation. I know that Mark Betterow is on trial today, but Mark, if you're watching, text me if you want to jump on at any point. Wow, just wow. When you thought it couldn't get any crazier. I'm shocked, says, I hope they don't influence the jury. I mean, from what I hear and from what you guys have told me, many, many people and people who have sent me messages and comments are so afraid, have been so intimidated of that family for decades. It's so Turtle Boy can't be in the courtroom, says KOB. Thanks for the 5. That's what I'm thinking, but it does more than that, in my opinion. Kelly Garland, thank you so much for the very generous $50 super chat. Thank you, Melanie, for your continued support and dedication to this case. You're so appreciated. I'll be glad when this is over and Paul can't glare at Karen Riedel. Kelly, you might have sent this a little bit earlier, 9:18, but we just saw Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and Kerry Roberts sitting in the back row, but right behind the O'Keefe family. So they're all glaring at her today. All of them. Yet Matt McCabe didn't make the cut. Did Jen McCabe need support from Brian Albert today? So they invited him instead. I just read that one. Wow. Diana, thanks for your super chat. Good, they're all there. Easier to arrest them. Not like it never has happened in history before, where people walk out of a courtroom or a courthouse and they're either served with papers because the process server knows they're going to be there, or they're cuffed on another charge. It's happened. Moms of Four, Rose, thank you for your super sticker so very much. Lizzie, thanks for the 5. Love Karen's dad. I thought how beautiful to see him with her arm in arm. He'd rather be walking her down the aisle on her wedding day. I thought that exact same thing. Pray not guilty. Thanks, Lizzie. Mel Klomp, thank you so much for your $20. Never forget Officer John O'Keefe. Karen will go free today. Thank you for your coverage. Fingers crossed, my friends. Fingers crossed. Prayers up for justice. Solomon Grundy, Turtle Boy should have stayed his ass away from I'm that bah. Are you talking about McCarthy's? About what happened at McCarthy's? You guys sent me stuff on it. I still really didn't have a chance to look into it, but there was an article somebody sent me from Boston 10. We can read it later, perhaps, if we have time. Megan the Painter, thanks so much for your 10. Says, thank you so much, Melanie. Chloe Albert's Revenge, thanks for the 5. The McAlbert's behavior as of late just shows that these people could have and would have and likely did do exactly what we all suspected of them. Wild. Like this is never going to end, I feel like. I mean, today, maybe there'll be a verdict, latest tomorrow, but the case of Officer John O'Keefe is never going to end. And it shouldn't. Until actual justice and an actual investigation is actually done in this case. T, thanks for the 10. Does anybody else feel different about the fans since Auntie Deb's videos? Oh, we love Auntie Deb. We love Auntie Deb. Matt Skinner, thanks for that. And Auntie Deb's going to come in at lunch to entertain us because we're going to need a little levity after these closing arguments and after the jury instructions because they're usually boring, usually take a while. And Auntie Deb is going to come over and come on and entertain us for a bit. Try and lighten the mood. Matt Skinner, thanks for the 10. Love this channel. How are these courthouses stuck in the 1950s? Please let the feds go after these dirty cops. We can only hope, right? And who knows if they were investigating Sandra Birchmore and they stumbled upon this because there are some of the same players involved, like Trooper Guarino apparently looked at the cell phones of the alleged cops that were involved with Sandra Birchmore. He's also involved in this case, Trooper Guarino. Yeah, they just got Wi-Fi in this courthouse about 2 weeks before the trial started, so their air conditioning is not that great, which is why you hear the judge threatening to turn the fans off if the witnesses don't speak louder because the acoustics in that room are not great. Even though it's small, the microphones that you see on TV are only for television coverage. They are not for people in the courtroom, so you can't really hear the witness unless they project from the diaphragm, and especially Lally. Watching you today from Dedham. Oh, you're just a girl in the world. Are you outside the courthouse? Free Karen Reed. Send us a pic. That girl. That right there is a huge red flag. Thanks for the 10. Are you talking about the McAlberts showing up to court? Flabbergasted. That they would, I don't know. Aiden Carney is standing behind Brian Albert. So he's there. They're allowing him to be, maybe because, you know what, they've already testified, so they're no longer considered witnesses, so he's allowed to be there. That makes sense. That could erupt into something. I mean, the stuff that you guys sent me and the news reported on was that Jill Daniels, who's the sister of Julie Albert, got out of her car in front of D&E Pizza when Aiden Carney and his girlfriend were eating at CF McCarthy's and assaulted him. And she was, I don't know if she was arrested, but she was given a ticket, I think, for assault, as did one of the employees of D&E Pizza. Well, she's been charged with assault after a heated confrontation involving the blogger known as Turtle Boy outside a bar in Canton, Massachusetts on Sunday. Says police were called to break up the fight outside CF McCarthy's and D&E Pizza Sunday evening. NBC 10 Boston cameras captured Aiden Carney, the controversial blogger, on the scene on Washington Street. What's going on over there, you guys? Alexandra Rich, thanks for the 5. Could the feds have requested they be there? I heard it's much easier and safer to make a high-profile arrest in a courthouse. I don't know. I mean, anything's possible at this point, right? Nothing in this case is impossible. All possibilities are on the table. But they're all represented by counsel. I don't know. This is so wacky. It says here, Karen Reed is leaning to try and hear. Remember, this courtroom is tiny. Juror is leaving the courtroom. That's what it says on the bottom of the court TV feed. So I don't know what that's about. Danny Annie, thank you for your super chat. $50. Wow, thank you. So generous. I've so enjoyed your coverage and you've been great. Currently boarding a plane for Italy and hoping to keep listening. Oh, Vanny Annie, you will probably be able to listen until you get into international waters. I don't know where you're leaving from, but if you're leaving from New York or the East Coast, the Wi-Fi cuts off pretty quickly when you're over water, but hopefully you'll get to keep listening. And we love you and you're such a great part of this channel. It says, judge just went into chambers. Reed team is huddled in the well of the courtroom. Okay, well, some interesting things are happening here. So if a juror left the courtroom, and the judge went into chambers, I wonder if they're going to, if a juror needs to be excused, if a juror can't stay, if a juror has an emergency and needs to leave, if the judge wants to talk to the juror in her chambers. I don't know. But we're here for it. Have a wonderful trip in Italy. And if you're going to Napoli, say hello to our viewer, Franco Cimino. Franco, are you here today? Colleen, thanks for the 10. I'm without words, mind blown. They had the audacity to show up. I am sickened. This is so surreal. I'm with you, girlfriend. I'm with you, Colleen. There are no words. Pure and simple. It's intimidation. Pure and simple in my mind. And they have the audacity also to call themselves victims in all of this. So listen, I don't agree with anyone harassing them, bullying them. The methods that some people have used to do the things that they're doing to these people, I don't think that should happen to anyone. But from what I hear, and from what I saw on video, they maybe perhaps have been bullying people for years, maybe perhaps, in my opinion, according to sources. Colleen, I don't know. If you're just tuning in, judge just went into chambers, a juror walked out of the courtroom, and Jen McCabe, Colin Albert, and Brian Albert and Kerry Roberts are all sitting right behind Paul and Erin O'Keefe in the gallery, facing the jury. Thank you, Joanne Summers, for your very generous $50 super sticker. I appreciate you guys so, so much. Because so many days of this trial have been demonetized by YouTube. They didn't like the autopsy photos. They didn't like the C word that Proctor texted about. Blessed Mom from Texas, thanks for your 10. She says, I'm outraged. Bev needs to clear that courtroom. This is all to get to the jury. Defense will have them thrown out. Love to you, Melon Cupcakes. Karen Reed, not guilty. Thank you, Blessed Mom from Texas. You've been such a great part of this channel and so supportive. And thank you. I've met so many of you, kind people. You've written me emails, shown a lot of support. I have taken a lot of heat for just covering this case from many, many, many different directions. So thank you for your support. Robin Lee, thank you so much for the 20. Brian Albert can come to the courthouse, but couldn't step outside to see John O'Keefe dead on his lawn. There you go. There you go, Robin Lee. Robin Lee, you win. Comment of the morning thus far. Yep. He can show up to court, but he can't. He can't go outside to help assist in any sort of first responder life-saving measures for a man who was invited to his house the night before that is lying passed out in the snow on his front lawn because he didn't hear anything. Didn't hear Karen Reed screaming bloody murder. Didn't hear the phone calls that she made to her sister. Didn't see lights flashing outside his bedroom window, which is really so close to where Officer O'Keefe's body was found, which is really a mystery because it was never measured or marked, just kind of in the area of between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. He couldn't do that, but he can show up to court today. Yeah. Wow. Thanks, Scott, for sending me this. Aiden Carney has tweeted, breaking news, juror number 3 was just brought up to the front to speak with Judge Cannone. This is by far the most obvious not guilty vote on the jury. She made disgusting facial reactions during Michael Proctor's testimony and mouthed what while shaking her head during Trooper Paul's testimony. Well, that's interesting. Hi, Liga again. Thank you. We believe the jury feels the same disdain for Alberts as we all do. We watch the same trial, and they are people like us. There are 16 jurors left. 15, I'm sorry. 15? 9 women and 6 men. And at the end of today, there will be 12. 3 of them will be chosen as alternates. The judge will choose the foreman. That fan is making me nauseous, so I just, I'm going to give the fan a break for a minute. I have it right here, don't worry. There are people like us. But look, if you have waded into the cesspool of Twitter, you will see a lot of vitriol, a lot of people who want to, it's like the Salem witch trials. Karen's on trial. And they think they just want to burn her at the stake. I don't get it, but who knows if there's one of them on the jury? We don't know. Amy Lou, thank you for the super chat. I can feel the atmosphere from the CH from here, and I'm all the way in UK, Scotland, speechless. Courthouse is what you're saying. You mean the atmosphere outside of all the supporters, the atmosphere what we now know is inside? With Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and Kerry Roberts all facing the jury, sitting behind the O'Keefes. Thank you, Amy Lou, for watching from Scotland. Love my Scots. Pastor David Berkeley, thank you so much for the 5. I hate this happened to Karen, but I hope it makes us more sensitive to injustices that happen to underrepresented people in courtrooms every day. I hope so too. And I intend to cover a lot more of it. So hope you guys will be here for it. You can always email me with ideas, suggestions for cases that aren't getting enough attention, that need to have a light shined on them, because I'm here for it. I've been representing victims my entire legal career of over 30 years, representing many, many victims of clergy SA by the Rockville Center Diocese here in New York, and fighting for the rights of all kinds of victims of all kinds of things who didn't have a voice and couldn't fight for themselves. As a civil litigator, that's what I do. All About Crime, thank you so much for the 5. We Are the Champions should be blared outside the courthouse after the not guilty verdict. And you stole my thunder, but thank you for the 5. That would be the last song on the playlist, and that's going to be after the verdict. We Are the Champions will be the last song on the playlist when it happens. All right. Thank you, Scott, for keeping me posted. The next tweet by Aiden Carney, aka Dr. Turtleboy. That's his handle, at Dr. Turtleboy on the cesspool. Scott says that Aiden says, or he sent me a screenshot, juror number 3 has walked out. After she did, the attorneys continue to discuss with Judge Cannone. Some have suggested that she may be the foreperson. I have no idea. All I know is the last time they called a juror up like this, she was kicked off the jury. Ironically, juror number 3 was also called up on the day juror number 5 was kicked off the jury. I was there that day. That's the day I was in the courtroom. And sources say she reported juror number 5 for some sort of inappropriate conduct. Juror number 3 took her job very seriously throughout the trial and was alert and took notes with every witness. I don't have any inside information or any information about why that first, I guess it was juror number 3, was excused that day. All I know is that we were in the courtroom when the juror who was eventually excused was brought up for questioning. And then I think at least 2 or 3 other female jurors were brought up to speak to the judge. And eventually that first juror who came in first was excused for whatever reason. I don't know. Michelle, thank you so much for your super sticker. I appreciate you. Macbeth, thanks for the 10. For the people who were thinking Paul and Mrs. O'Keefe were starting to see the truth, but their court guests tell me otherwise. Yeah, yes, you're right. I agree with that too. Thanks for the 10. I'm all my words are twisted. My head is spinning. I don't know what to make of it, except for in my mind, that's jury intimidation. Susan Agnello, thank you so much for the 20. Could not sleep last night. It was like the night before Christmas. What a gift, Karen's freedom. Melanie, you've been a very significant part of why this trial became so high profile. You are truly a blessing. Thank you, Susan Agnello. And thank you for your constant, unwavering support and viewership and membership, and love all of you guys. Vet Girl, thanks for the 10. Colin Albert, that's interesting because 4 witnesses said he wasn't there during and found out later. Right. And Allie McCabe went and picked him up before John O'Keefe got there, Allie said. But then she swore that she drove him home and went right home. But then her Life 360 data said otherwise, said she was near or around the high school, Canton High School, around 1:30 and then didn't get home until after that. So, right. Why is he there? Paddle and Loon, thanks for the super chat from Canada. Turtle Boy can be there. They're no longer witnesses. No, yes, thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. I guess he can because he's there and he's tweeting, and so are they. So you're right. Maddie, thank you for the super chat. Turtle Boy tweeted that he's able to be in the media box. Yep, because they are done with their testimony. I wasn't sure if anybody had a restraining order against it. There's been so much side drama going on with other people that are adjacent to this case. I wasn't sure if anybody had a restraining order against him that would preclude him from being out of the courtroom, because there was one woman who did have a restraining order against him. And so sometimes the O'Keefes brought her into court pre-trial so that he couldn't be there because he couldn't be within however many feet of her. Rescue Puppy, thank you for the 5. May all the guardian angels shine light on the jurors to see the truth. Amen, Rescue Puppy. Amen. Hot Little Angel. Hot Little Angels channel. Thanks for the super chat. Hopefully the jury is as smart as the rest of us, because we're wicked smart. We're wicked smart, right? We can see right through this from reading the initial police reports. Marianne DeVito, thank you so much for the super sticker. Janine, thanks for being a member for 6 months. There's something going on with the jurors. Free Karen Reed. Thank you, Justin, for the Cash App. And Lisa Marie, thank you so much for the Cash App. Yes, we have heard that juror number 3 has walked out. And in Aidan Carney's opinion, she was the one who was making faces when Proctor testified and shook her head during his testimony. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the jurors, but when I was there, that jury issue took an hour and a half. So we'll see what happens. Richie Kiss, thank you for the 10. Day 31 is here. Thank you, Melanie. No matter the jury judgment, the truth has been exposed. Karen Reed is free. Thank you, Richie Kiss. Thank you for the 10. Wade Lucas, thank you. Read chat, jury issues are happening. Yes, I just read those. The tweets that Scott sent me. Let me scroll down here. SC Shan says, is that Julie Nagel in the back row? I thought it was Carrie Roberts. I don't think Julie Nagel's there. I think that was Carrie Roberts in the black dress. Thanks for the super chat. I think. Gina J, thanks for your super chat. Really, really disappointed with the O'Keefes. Gretchen, good morning. Look at the way the McAlberts are looking at the jury. You can see it on the court camera. This shouldn't be allowed, and most half-decent judges wouldn't allow it in their courtroom. The fan is still up, so they're not showing them right now. But if you rewind this stream, you can see it. Thank you, Scott, for screenshotting Aidan Carney's tweet. I am told it is a potential juror issue. This would mean that juror number 3 was not called up because she's a foreperson. There was some sort of issue with her, in quotes. Lots of rumors swirling in the press box, including whispers of mistrial, but nothing substantiated at all. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a mistrial, you guys. We have come too far for a mistrial in this case. I wonder if the juror saw the McAlbert clan sitting beside the O'Keefes and they were a little bit upset about it and said something. It says, Reed and team are still huddled in the well of the court. Judge is still in chambers. All right, that's what Court TV says on their little ticker. And Lucky We Trust shows the complete desperation on the Commonwealth. Shady, not shady, shady. Slim Shady. Slim Shady is on the playlist. If you don't have the playlist mixtape for this trial, I've pinned it in the chat. You can find it there. It's on Spotify. I think in song lyrics, as do many of my viewers, and we have created a playlist mixtape for this trial. Slim Shady is on there. You know, in Lucky We Trust, one of my amazing viewers who has changed their YouTube name to match what's going on in this trial, to watch Lucky testify and get up there and tell the truth about not seeing a body when he first went past 34 Fairview in his Frankenplow. Franken truck is the name of the snowplow that he was driving because he said it's made from all different pieces. He was up high at a full view of the yard. He had his headlights pointed directly in front of him, plow ring right. House would have been on his right. Saw the whole entire front yard. And I forget what time he said, but I think he showed up for work at 2:15. He was out by 2:30. He passed by 34 Fairview sometime between 2:15 or 2:30 and 2:45. There was no body on the lawn. Then he talked about the route that he made, and then he talked about the Ford Edge that was parked right in front of where John O'Keefe's body was found. And he plowed around it, but he didn't call it in because he did not want to get the Alberts in trouble because he knew that it was their house. And so many people have theorized that if something happened inside or outside the house by some people that were not Karen hitting John with her car, his body may have been placed there in order to frame Lucky. They knew Lucky. They knew Lucky since elementary school. They knew he was their snowplow driver. And if he was intended to be the fall guy, he may not have had the means that Karen Reed has had to defend herself in this case. He may not have had $80,000 or $100,000 in cash to post bail. And if it was pinned on him or blamed on him, he may still be sitting in a jail cell over 2 years later. Or would they have just called it an accident? I don't know. But while he was sitting there testifying, that's what I was thinking about.
Goes back in session, you may be seated.
Oh, but she's seeing the attorneys at sidebar. Okay, so here you can see Colin Albert sitting right behind Paul O'Keefe. There's Karen, and they're staring right at her. Let's not put any rumors about a mistrial. I don't think it's going to happen. We are right there, you guys. Unless it's a mistrial that gives Karen, unless it's dismissed with prejudice and double jeopardy, and they can't retry her. The amount of strength that it's taken for her to sit there for all of these days and to be able to handle this with what I think is grace for nearly 2.5 years is incredible, especially with all of her medical issues. Prayers up for Karen and her family today as they deal with what we hope will be the last day of this debacle. Thank you, Mel. I think I thanked you already, but never forget Officer John O'Keefe. Karen will go free today. Thank you for your coverage. Thanks, Mel, for the 20. Marianne says there are issues with juror number 3 and 4. I don't know what it says. Something Tom induced. That may be a typo, Marianne. But thank you, saying there are issues with juror 3 and 4. Nico 2020, thanks for the 5. Just read the camera pointing to fan due to a juror. Oh, just read that the camera is pointing to a fan during the juror coming in. Oh, there's Jim McCabe, dressed in black, behind Aaron, who's also dressed in black. I guess everyone planned to wear black. And there's Brian Albert sitting in the back row with his Mr. Rogers sweater on this morning, my friends. That's the same outfit that he testified in one of the days. I don't remember if he testified twice or once. And Colin Albert sitting right behind John O'Keefe. But Colin Albert never went in the house, according to Michael Marcy. Colin Albert wasn't there. According to Allie McCabe, she picked Colin Albert up before John O'Keefe got there. What's he doing there? Leah, thanks for the 2. The jury's being set up. What is Bev thinking? April Pennington, thank you for the 10. Disgusted that the McAlberts are there, but I noticed who isn't there. John O'Keefe's father, free Karen Reed. Well, one of them took his seat. I don't know. John O'Keefe's dad did not look well the last couple times we saw him in court. I don't know if he has any medical conditions. I do know that Karen used to take him to church on Sundays. And I do know that he is a big love Karen. I'm rarely speechless, you guys. I'm just a girl in the world. Thanks to the 5. Aiden is allowed to stay there as McAlberts are not giving testimony. He posted on X. Good. I just didn't know if there were any restraining orders. Mo says, let's go. Thanks for the super chat, Mo. Corey Dean. Higgins being ATF, isn't he subject to polygraphs with regard to his behavior in this case? I don't know if he's being investigated. I don't know if there's any internal affairs investigations going on with regard to Higgins. So I'm not quite sure what that refers to, but thanks for the super chat. Elaine Burris, thanks for the 10. Jess Machado reporting on X. Juror number 4 is meeting with the judge at sidebar. All right, so juror number 3 and juror number 4. We don't know what's happening, but they really should be doing this outside the courtroom, like in chambers, because last time when I was in the courtroom that day, when the camera was not told that a juror was entering the courtroom from this door, by the way, which is right where you see these 2 court officers standing on the left side, left top of your screen. They brought the juror in question right through that door, did not tell the cameraman that a juror was being brought in. She was caught on camera for like 2 seconds, and the judge got mad and said, okay, no cameras today, audio only for the rest of the morning. And then people started freaking out because they couldn't watch it. And it was only on the Zoom feed, and the Zoom feed was terrible. So the watching public was punished for something that was not the cameraman's fault. The judge should have announced, cue the fan, because a juror was walking in. Kathy, thanks so much. You're 5. Thanks for all you do, Melanie. Let justice be done for Karen. All the fingers and toes are crossed. Loma, thanks for being a member for a month. Says thank you for your amazing coverage, Mel. Thank you, Loma, for watching. Captain Bly, thanks for the 20. Melanie, your channel is top notch. Free Karen Reed and lock up the McAlberts now. Prayers to Officer John O'Keefe and to his family. And let's not forget, this case is about justice for Officer John O'Keefe, a Boston police officer who I believe was brutally murdered in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022. But I do not believe that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car. And that's what I've been saying since the first minute I started covering this with you in January of this year. We have lived here together for 6 months. And for me, the injuries did just not line up, just didn't line up. I didn't think he could possibly be sideswiped by Alexis, shattering its tail light, polycarbonate material, and then not fracturing the arm or bruising any part of his body, causing all of those crazy linear marks on his right forearm and upper arm that suspiciously look like an animal attack, with no other injuries below the neck other than the bruises on both hands, top sides of both hands. Oh, come on. Really? The fan? More fan? So this case is about Officer John O'Keefe and justice for John O'Keefe. And in my humble opinion, this isn't it. This isn't what it looks like. Court insider says, appears the Commonwealth is making an argument about this juror, Laura McLaughlin, Assistant District Attorney, Norfolk County. So Laura McLaughlin is the one who's making the argument on behalf of the Commonwealth? We can't hear it. Says judge is reading from a book. Reed is once again leaning forward, arms crossed. Yannetti is arguing. So I guess the jury's still in the room because the jury's not hearing it. Thank you, Captain Bly, for your super chat. Appreciate you. And every single one of you who tunes in to watch. And all 8,080, 8080. Wish I could, oh, now it changed, but 8080, I have the angel numbers book over there. That numerology is a factor here. If everyone who is here could please hit the like button, it helps share the stream out, helps YouTube algorithm, and so people can find us and find a friendly place to watch this today. Because we've got only 2,200 likes and 8,100 of you here, so that's only about 25%. Let's get it up, or I'll put the fan full screen and make everyone nauseous for the rest of the morning. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that to you. Thank you, D24, for the super chat. Says Melanie, thank you so much for your excellent coverage. Thank you. Thank you guys for watching. Kelly Grubin, Brian in court, but can't walk out his front door. Yes, Kelly. Yes. That's it. He'll go on worldwide television sitting behind Aaron and Paul O'Keefe, but he will not go out to his front lawn to attend to a fallen brother in blue. Yeah. Amy Lou, thanks for the 5. Does the jury feel threatened by the McAlberts being there? I don't know. Would you, if you were sitting on the jury? Kirsten, thank you so much for the $10 super sticker. Duty Ron, thanks for coming in with the 10 spot. Brian Albert also didn't attend the funeral for a fellow brother, Police Officer John O'Keefe, either, but is now inside the courtroom. Yes, and you know what he did do, Duty Ron? He drove to New York for the services for fallen police officer, I believe it was Jason Rivera, on January 28th of 2022. The day before Officer John O'Keefe was brutally murdered. So he did do that. He drove all the way to New York with Higgins, or flew there and drove back because of the impending storm. But he didn't go to Officer John O'Keefe's funeral. You're correct. If you don't follow Duty Ron, go do it. He's an amazing retired NYPD detective with an awesome YouTube channel. And I'm sorry I couldn't join you last night when Ed finally discussed the forensic evidence in Karen Reed, but I'm happy to come on any other time. I was en route home and could not join Duty Ron and Ed last night for their show on some of the forensics in this case. Hazelnut, thanks so much for the 20. Did you see Duty Ron and Ed last night? They did an awesome live. That's so funny. I didn't even see your comment. Right, you came right after Duty Ron. Thank you so much. Don't go watch it now, you guys. Watch it later. But that's awesome. I will check it out. I was en route. I did get a chance to listen to just the very beginning, but I'm going to have to go back and be on the replay crew for that one. Lulu, good morning. Thanks for the super chat. They discussed They disgust me, but them being there will be sweet revenge when they get a not guilty verdict. Red. Yeah, and I wonder, what will the camera do at that point? Because there's only one camera in the courtroom. There's a pool photographer, there's a pool still photographer, and a pool videographer. When the verdict is read, will they focus on Karen? Will they focus on Jen McCabe, Colin Albert, and Brian Albert, and Carrie Roberts? What's the guy going to do? Too bad he doesn't have a split screen. Thanks, Match DC, for the 5. How long to get a not guilty verdict? The over under yesterday in our chat was 2.5 hours. I took the under on that. But now that we're getting into all of this jury stuff, it's already 10 o'clock. That might prolong the day. So I was hoping for a verdict today. Oh, juror number 3 has been dismissed, says Aiden Carney's Twitter. She was an obvious not guilty vote and by far the most attentive juror the entire trial. Well, that's not good. Thank you, Scott, for being on top of it. Because you know I don't participate in the sewage of Twitter or X or whatever they call it. So that's not great news. I wonder what the issue was. I don't know if we'll ever even find out. Thank you, Match DC. We had an over under at 2.5 hours, but we're already at 10 o'clock. Each side is getting 1 hour for openings, and then jury instructions, and then lunch, and then hopefully a verdict this afternoon. Says insider, juror was brought back. Judge spoke with her, and juror said all right and walked back out. Note, this is one of the 4 women who were questioned before the last juror was dismissed, I think it said. Yep, that's what it said. Well, that's interesting. Thanks, Dewey, for the super chat. For the 10. If I were on the jury right now, I'd need Xanax and anti-nausea. So according to Aiden Carney's Twitter, if anybody's watching, if anybody's looking at Ted Daniels' Twitter, is he there today? Or can we get a second opinion on this? Is anybody else tweeting from the courtroom? Do you guys know? According to Turtle Boy, juror number 3 was dismissed. Somebody said they heard that it was an attorney. Breaking, juror was dismissed per court clerk, according to Court TV, but Aiden Carney tweeted it first. Yep, breaking, juror was dismissed per court clerk. That's what it says in little tiny font at the bottom of the fan. Oh, and then somebody saying Elmo's Fire saying juror 4 is dismissed too. Well, that's interesting. Gianna Smith breaking, a juror was dismissed from the Karen retrial on the morning before closing arguments. This is the juror who was brought in 2 times to sidebar. St. Elmo's Fire saying juror number 4 was dismissed also. I don't know. Lisa's like, I need more Zanny just to watch this. Never mind being a juror. Oh, you know what? I don't know if YouTube, I'm going to delete your comment just because I don't know if YouTube likes that word. They use AI to go through the chat and the stream. There are certain words that will trigger a problem. Thank you, Sunflower Day. Ted Daniel at Ted Daniel News, breaking. Juror was just dismissed from the Karen retrial on the morning before closing arguments. This is the juror who was brought in 2 times to sidebar. Thanks to Sunflower Day. Yeah, it's a chit show. Chit show. Okay, great. Sue O'Connell is tweeting regularly too. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's what Ted said as well, according to Scott, my amazing moderator, who is also retired NYPD, 25 years on the job. Everyone say hi to Scott in the chat. Gretchen says, how is this allowed to go on? This is just sickening. Caroline says, I hope it's because the Alberts are there. Hyuntae, 14 jurors remain. They stacked the jury box during selection to have enough already to deliberate in case some were lost along the way. Yeah, but so there were 15 as we walked in. And some people are saying that jurors 3 and 4 were dismissed. Some people are saying it was just juror 3. So we do not know. There could be only 13 remaining. Oh, thank you, Cal. That's what Ted Daniels said also. That 14. So we don't know if there's 1 or 2 dismissed. Tina Hansen, hi Tina, says shady that they waited to get to the end of the trial to ensure they had enough jurors before moving for dismissal. And then there's an opinion in there that I won't read because I don't want to get in trouble because your opinions are your opinions and my opinions are my opinions and my viewers' opinions are not always my opinions. Mike Jetson, thanks for being a member for a month, has prayers up for the jury. Kitty Kitty Meow, thanks for the 5. Love your coverage. Dip my toe in others and always come back. Aw, thanks, Kitty Kitty. You can look. You can, sometimes the grass is always greener. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes the grass on somebody else's lawn is just dead. And speaking of lawns in this case, that photograph of Chris and Julie Albert straddling Officer John O'Keefe's fence, knowing that they called him Nebercracker, the get off my lawn guy from Monster House. And then I think giving, the middle finger up in the picture and then texting it to John O'Keefe to taunt him, but Chris Albert got up on the stand and said, oh no, we were good friends. He asked me to watch his house while he was away. We thought it was funny. He thought it was a joke. I don't know about that. Nicole Chetta, thank you for your super chat. Super sticker. Franco Cimino. Buona Natale. Says, hi, Melanie. La Franco Cimino here with us is like asking if the Pope is Catholic. Hello from Napoli. Hello, Franco. Love my international viewers, my local viewers, and all my viewers, because you guys have been so amazing throughout this being the first live streaming I've ever done of any trial. My channel is exactly 1 year old tomorrow. June 26th was the first video I posted last year, or it was my first live stream. I can't remember. And it was about Kevin Costner's divorce. Thank you, Franco Cimino, for always tuning in. Have a beautiful day.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannone, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right, good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I don't know how many times I start in the morning by saying we appreciate your patience, but today is one of those days. Again, we appreciate your patience. You may notice that one of your fellow jurors is not sitting with us today. I can assure you that that is because of an issue that is just personal to that juror and has nothing to do with any concern of any of you. So please disregard that, okay? I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? So now we're at the point of the trial where the lawyers get to do their closing arguments for you. I've given them each an hour to do so, and they both tell me that they want me to give a 5-minute warning. I just don't want you to think I'm scolding them when I give a 5-minute warning, so we'll let them do that. When I was a trial lawyer, I tried a lot of cases in this courtroom. The thing I liked least about the trial was just before I stood up to give my closing argument, the judge would say, jurors, remember, closing arguments are not evidence. But it's true. So because of that, you have to put your notebooks away. All right, so if you just put your notebooks away and just listen, and though the closing arguments are not evidence, they're certainly a very important part of the case. And we've all seen how hard the lawyers have worked for this long period of time. And we've all noticed that you've paid great attention throughout the entire trial. I'd ask that you extend your courtesy to the closing arguments. And in Massachusetts, because the Commonwealth has the burden of proof, Commonwealth goes last. So we will hear now from Mr. Jackson.
Okay, smooth as butter emojis in the chat, please. Alan Jackson for the defense.
Look the other way. Look the other way. 4 words that sum up the Commonwealth's entire case. 4 words that sum up the hopes of those who have tried to deceive you. Conflicts of interest? Doesn't matter. Just look the other way. Magic hairs, magic glass. Look the other way. Late night calls and Google searches, falsified affidavits, inverted videos, and butt dials galore. Just look the other way. That's what they want. That's what they're counting on. But the uncontrovertible fact is you have been lied to in this courtroom. And your job is to make sure you don't ever, ever look the other way. Your singular duty is to stare down the evidence and do it unflinchingly and do it unwaveringly. You see, you're the only thing standing between Karen Reed and the tyranny of injustice. It's a job you didn't ask for, probably a job you didn't want, but it's the greatest responsibility we have as citizens here in America, lest the government stop answering to us and we start answering to the government. And low betide any one of us who might find ourselves in the crosshairs of a Michael Proctor. Preparing for today, I was reminded of a quote. It's a quote about the truth, and I want to share it with you. It is of great importance to set a resolution never to tell an untruth. There is no vice so mean, so pitiful, so contemptible, and those who permit themselves to tell a lie once find it much easier to do it a second time and a third. This falsehood of the tongue leads to that of the heart, and in time, it depraves all its good dispositions. What does that mean? It means that it's been observed that to tell an untruth, to exaggerate, to make a false claim, it's a cancer. One lie begets another, and it's a malignancy that grows over time. And that, folks, is how a cover-up is born. That's how a Massachusetts state trooper says in whispered tones to his friends when he thought no one was looking or listening, how he would make a case, how he would make it cut and dry, no matter the truth, how he would make sure to put, quote, serious charges on the girl. In other words, pin it on the girl. You may ask yourself, how does this happen? How could this happen? It's 2024. Surely people aren't going to come to this courtroom, this hall of justice, and lie to us, just give us false information. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't try to cover up the truth. The Alberts, the McCabe's, Higgins, Lank, Michael Proctor, Yuri Buchanan, Brian Tully. You don't have to wonder if they would lie to support their narrative. You need only wonder how many times they did lie. Over and over and over, they and others were caught deceiving you. Big things, small things, it didn't really matter. They feared nothing. They'll look you in the eye and deny phone calls. They'll deny secret meetings. They'll claim that calls are butt dials and butt dials are answered. They'll show you a video and tell you left is right and right is left. They'll magically turn 3 pieces of plastic into 5 right before your eyes. And even when they're caught with their own lies, they won't blink, they don't sweat. They'll just look you in the eye and demand, pay no attention. You folks look the other way. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a cover-up in this case, plain and simple. You'll surely say to yourself, I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe that could happen in our community. But sadly, over the past 8 weeks, you've seen it right before your eyes. So how does a cover-up happen? How could that happen? Well, let's count the ways, shall we? Handpick your investigator. Make sure it's someone we know, someone on our side. Keep him close. Offer him help. Offer him a gift. Have secret friends and family meetings. Get your story straight. Delete your call history. Make mysterious phone calls at 2:22 a.m. Delete Google searches. Monitor police activity. Get rid of evidence. Get rid of your dog. Destroy your phones. Destroy your SIM card. For the investigator, decide on a narrative early on. Don't go to the crime scene. Don't take witnesses in for questioning. Question all the witnesses together. Ignore witnesses who don't fit your narrative. Allow friends and family to contact those same witnesses. Don't record interviews. Write vague and false police reports. Omit witnesses' names. Omit witnesses' interviews altogether. Don't photograph the evidence. Don't conduct any forensics. Don't document the evidence. Don't document the logs. Don't create any logs whatsoever, and don't maintain a chain of custody. Keep all the evidence in the hands of one person, and then manipulate that evidence, including videos. Don't turn over videos. Invert videos. Turn 4:16 p.m. into 5:30 p.m. in affidavits. Turn 3 pieces of taillight into 5 pieces of taillight. Delete 42 minutes of surveillance footage. Hide personal relationships. Make this case cut and dry, and ensure the homeowner, quote, never sees any shit because he's a Boston cop. But most importantly, pick your patsy and pin it on the girl. It's not that it could happen. It's that every single one of those things I just mentioned did happen right in front of you. But this sort of injustice can't happen in a vacuum. So what about the prosecution? What about the Commonwealth? What does it look like when the government picks a narrative and then tries to form a prosecution around the narrative instead of the other way around? Looks a lot like this. If you don't have actual evidence, just throw every single thing you can against the wall to see what sticks. Drag her through the mud and make sure you attack her character. And that's what you saw in this case. The Commonwealth spent much of their time and resources trying to vilify Karen Read. They desperately resorted to calling witnesses to talk about Karen Read and John O'Keefe's arguments. They even stooped so low as to call the children and put them through this ordeal. All to say that John sometimes got upset because Karen was too kind, too nice, spoiled them too much. Their arguments illustrated what anybody could imagine is a normal set of ups and downs for any couple. Even on January 28th, they talked it out, they communicated, they worked out their issues, and they had a nice, affectionate evening out with their friends. And you don't have to take my word for it. Pull the tape, as they say. Look at the videos. C.F. McCarthy, Waterfall. What are the words that every single person who testified in this case used about Karen Read and John O'Keefe that night? Getting along, no issues, good mood, happy, affectionate, even lovey-dovey. No issues, no toxicity. They were a loving couple right up until the time Karen Read dropped him off and he walked into 34 Fairview. If an argument with a loved one is a motive for murder, folks, we're all in trouble. Speaking of which, what is the evidence that John went into the house? The Commonwealth will tell you, undoubtedly, no, he never went in the house. And they'll point to certain witnesses who they say didn't see him go in. Well, the question you have to ask yourself is, can you rely on that? First, these are all people who are related to or committed to the Alberts in some way or another.
Sitting right
That
there.
all-powerful Kenton family, it's easy to say, I didn't see something, because how can that really be challenged? Some actually may not have seen John walk into the house. They were in the kitchen, as you recall, from Nicole. Third, at least one witness, Brian Higgins, forgot his narrative, at least for a second, and he admitted a man did, in fact, come into the house. And when he was caught and asked to describe that man, he had to. It was a little bit vague. You remember what he said. He was tall with dark hair. That was a telling slip of the tongue by Brian Higgins. But what's the real evidence of the unbiased data, the data that's not connected to the Albert family? How about John's Apple Health data? It shows that at 12:21 a.m., an important time, John arrived. That's established by the monotonic time clock that you heard about in this trial that was on his phone, and that represents a huge problem for the Commonwealth. It shows that he took 80 steps and ascended or descended 3 flights of stairs at that time. And that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? It matches. Walks into the house, goes directly to the basement. There's your 80 steps and your descending flights of stairs. The big problem for the Commonwealth is he wasn't outside at the car ascending and descending stairs, wasn't climbing on top of the car. So they'll tell you, wait, don't look at the Apple Health data. Look at this other thing called Waze. But Rick Green explained that if you apply the 3-minute offset that is built into that monatomic time, it aligns perfectly. They don't want you to see that. They don't want you to pay attention. They want you to look the other way. But even more importantly, at approximately 12:32 a.m., someone holding John's phone takes another 36 steps and travels 25 meters. Why is that so important? Because by 12:32 a.m., Karen Reed was gone. She had already left the location. She left at 12:30. Trooper Garino told you that Karen Reed's phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at what time? 12:36. It is undisputed in this case that it's a 6-minute drive on a good day from 34 Fairview over to One Meadows. She was gone by 12:30, and John's phone was taking 36 steps and logging 25 meters at 12:32 after she'd left. So don't be fooled. John walked into that house, after which Karen drove away, and the scientific data all prove it. But also, Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxson prove it. In addition to the Apple Health data, Ryan and Heather both independently testified that they passed Karen's SUV as they drove away after talking to Julie. And Karen was alone in the SUV. John was not with her. He wasn't in the car. He wasn't standing outside the car. He wasn't sitting beside the car. He wasn't laying on the ground beside the car. He was nowhere in sight. There's only one other place that John could have been, and that's in the house. Exactly where the Apple Health data places him. So it all fits. And Ryan was right behind her, remember, staring at her taillights, undamaged, brightly lit. That brings up another difficulty for the Commonwealth, and that's their star witness, Jennifer McCabe. You'll recall that Jennifer McCabe claimed that she was looking out the door, staring at that SUV over and over and over again from 12:29 to 12:50. She was very specific about that time frame. But we know that the SUV was gone from 34 Fairview by about 12:30. Had to be in order to connect to the Wi-Fi at 12:36. So unequivocally, Jennifer McCabe was lying about watching that SUV, and it makes you wonder why. And to add to that deceit, she was also blatantly lying about the calls to John's phone. You remember that colloquy back and forth. She said that every single one of those calls to John's phone during that time was a butt dial. How are those lies connected? And why are they connected? Jennifer McCabe knows. Was she butt dialing John over and over? Or was someone looking for John's phone that went missing? Let's talk for a second about what actually happened in the time leading up to everyone going to 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins show up drunk at the waterfall. They'd been drinking in the afternoon. You know about the flirtatious texts that were sent between Karen Reed and Brian. Higgins was clearly pining over Karen, but for her, the flirtation had ran its course. It was done. She was happy and committed to John. You could see that in her actions with John that night. You don't have to guess. Brian Higgins, however, you can see in his actions, he wasn't quite so satisfied and he wasn't done. His text message, well, meaning, what the hell, Karen? What about me? Seemed aggressive, seemed annoyed. He didn't like being ignored. That was pretty clear. So he's 5 or 6 whiskeys deep into the night by this time, and she continued to ignore him. Then oddly, Higgins, who doesn't know John all that well, seems to want to coax John to 34 Fairview. I draw your attention to the waterfall tape if you want to take another look at it. It's at the 11:57 mark, between 11:57 and 11:58. Take a look at that tape. He's just about to leave. Higgins is just about to leave. He points over at John and he motions for him. Come on, come with me. And then at 12:20, he texts him, "You coming here?" This is a person he doesn't really know and didn't really talk to that entire night. Ask yourself, why was Higgins so insistent that John go to 34 Fairview that night? And then there's that sparring and fighting that he and Brian Albert were engaged in. Of all the things they could be doing, this is what they were doing just minutes before John O'Keefe walked into that house at 34 Fairview. We know that once John actually did walk in the door, it's about 2 steps, 4 feet or so, 2 steps for an adult male to reach that basement door. Remember, everybody was gathered in the kitchen. That's what Nicole Albert said. And every single witness agreed that at some point, Brian Higgins and Brian Albert left the group and went to another room. Where did they go? Where did they go together? Another important point. Chloe was not upstairs. Brian Albert slipped in one of his testimony that he provided. Quote, "I was watching Chloe downstairs, monitoring her because of the other people in the house. She's not good with strangers." Remember that testimony. So what happened next? We absolutely know that John was in the house. The data, Ryan, Heather, they all established that. We know that John ascended or descended stairs. We know that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert excused themselves. How long does it take to have a crossword? How long does it take to have a fight? How long would it take for Brian Higgins to say to John, "You know, your girl's been texting me"? A push, a punch, a fall, pull Chloe off his arm, and now it's done. What is that? 5 seconds? 10? Doesn't take long at all. And then the panic sets in. It wasn't intended to go that far, but what's done is done. And then some very, very odd things start happening at the Albert household. Very odd indeed. What do we know? We know through the testimony and key swipes that Brian Higgins very oddly goes directly to Canton Police Department. Why would he do that? After a night of drinking and partying, why go to CPD when you're drunk? What was so important there? He couldn't even get his own story straight. First, he said it was administrative work. Then he said he was moving cars. Then he said it was a factor of both. Is it both? Was it neither? Or was he there to gather intel? Ask yourself, why go? But the odd things keep piling up, and here's another. Chloe was the Albert family pet. Not only did she appear to be gone from the house that morning on January 29th, nobody saw her there. Even Jen McCabe admitted, "Yeah, I didn't see her there." But they actually got rid of the dog altogether. Within months of this incident, the dog was gone, out of the house, rehomed, never to be seen again. This was a dog they had had for 7 years. Also a dog who had a bite history. Why was it so important to get rid of that dog? Was there something about the dog they did not want law enforcement to find out? Recall what Dr. Russell said. She's seen up to 1,000 animal attacks. In her expert opinion, John's right arm, those injuries are from an animal, quote, most likely a large dog. And Dr. Russell's testimony, I'll remind you, was undisputed by any witness for the Commonwealth. But there are more odd and unexplained things. After a night of drinking and hanging out and partying, after being together for the entire day at 2:22 a.m., Brian Albert decides to call Brian Higgins. That call was missed, but 17 seconds later, Higgins calls Brian back, and they speak for 22 seconds. Now, that call is odd and suspicious enough, and just in and of itself, the fact that the call was made. But what's even more incriminating is that both men, both of them, lied about the calls happening. They both claim astonishingly that those calls are, you probably say it with me, they're butt dials. Amazing. But Albert and Higgins take it a step further. Not only did they claim that they were making calls as butt dials, but they were answering calls as butt dials. And Higgins seemed awfully defensive about that call, didn't he? Remember on cross-examination when I was asking him, can you have a conversation in 22 seconds? He unequivocally said, no, that's impossible. It's not reasonable. You can't do it. Well, let's test that out. Hey, did you make it over to Canton? Yep. Haven't been any calls. Nobody knows a thing. All right, don't talk to anybody until we talk again. Okay, fine. And by the way, come back over. I need help moving something heavy. How long did that take? 15 seconds? Maybe? But the odd behavior isn't done yet. 5 minutes after that call that we just talked about, Jennifer McCabe is on her phone at her house, Google searching how long it takes for someone to die in the cold. That was at 2:27 a.m. That timeline seems to fit, doesn't it? And it fits a very telling and a very clear story. That search became a focal point of the Commonwealth's entire case. This case was starting to look a lot more like the defense of Jennifer McCabe than anything else. That's probably because there is no innocent explanation for that Google search at 2:27 a.m. None. At the end of the day, clearing away all the confusion, the Commonwealth's experts were left with two things that are true. First, neither of their experts could absolutely rule out that Jennifer McCabe made that search at 2:27 a.m. Neither. And second, the only person to use the actual phone model, the actual data, and the actual precise operating system was Rick Green. And he was clear. That search was at or before 2:27 a.m. And then it was deleted. So what else was going on at or around this same time when all this suspicious activity was happening at the Albert house and the McCabe house? 3 minutes after that search and 8 minutes after the Albert Higgins 2:22 a.m. call, Brian Loughran drives down the street in his snowplow. And he told you that there is no body laying on the lawn at 34 Fairview at 2:30 in the morning. Importantly, he didn't just simply say he didn't see a body, he wasn't paying attention. He said there was no body there. He knows the property, he knows the owners, he's grown up with these folks, he passes by all the time, not once, not twice, 3 passes. There was no body on that lawn, period, at 2:30 a.m. And what other suspicious thing happened that night? By 3:30 a.m., someone moved a Ford Edge in front of the very area that would obstruct the view of where John's body would ultimately be discovered. Who's the only person in this case that you've heard about with a Ford Edge? Brian Albert. Remember, as you're thinking about this, the basement at 34 Fairview is serviced by a bulkhead. It's a quick and convenient door to the backyard. And that backyard is serviced by a side fence. And that side fence is easily accessible to the front yard at the side of the house. Which side of the house? The side where John's body was found. And by 6 a.m., John's body was, in fact, now outside. While this flurry of suspicious activity was going on with the Alberts and the McCabes, what's happening with Karen? All she knows at this point, think about it, at approximately 2:21, she dropped off John. He walked into 34 Fairview, and that's all she knows. She knows nothing else that was going on. So what was she left to think? He goes in to check the party out, but all of a sudden he's not coming back. He's not responding. Minutes start to pass. 1 minute turns to 2, 2 turn to 10. Where is he? Why isn't he responding? She's sitting in the cold, dark, freezing outside in the car. Naturally, she's perturbed. Being perturbed turns into being peeved. Being peeved eventually turns into being pissed. By 12:30, Karen's mad. She's left 34 Fairview to make a point, but she's still texting and calling. What could she reasonably be thinking at this point? What's going through her mind? 12:33 turns into 12:34. I can't believe he'd do this to me. 12:34 turns into 12:35. Where is he? Why aren't you answering, John? 12:35 turns to 12:36. Jesus Christ. I'm calling and you're not answering. Where are you? Pick up the phone. But there's still no answer. There's still no response. By 12:37, she's getting furious. She does not know that something has happened to John. She does not know that. So she leaves the first angry voicemail. Illustrates frustration, aggravation, all the normal responses anybody might have, you and I might have. But little did she know. The next open voicemail has Karen parking at John's garage after she gets home. You can hear her heels clicking across the garage floor. For all she knows at this point, John's just drunk, he's been partying, he's hanging out, just forgot about her, blowing her off. But John's still not responding, and as the minutes tick by, Karen becomes increasingly upset. Those are the voicemails that you heard. How could he do this? Why is he ignoring me? Why is he ignoring the kids? Those are the thoughts bearing down on Karen Reed as she sat in an empty house late at night by herself. Ladies and gentlemen, she did not know what had happened to John. But within the next voicemail, you quickly learn what she was thinking and what she was feeling. Now it's 5:23 a.m. She's woken up. She's realized that he hasn't come home and he hasn't responded to a single text, not a single call. And anger quickly turns to panic and abject fear. She's so distraught, she reaches out to him again. John, where the fuck are you? She says through tears and desperation. And at 6:03, the question was answered and her worst fears are realized when she finds his body laying, dying in the cold in Brian Albert's front yard. You heard her. You can feel the grief. You can feel the raw anguish. You could see it. You don't have to wonder the emotional journey that Karen traveled that night. You can see it in the video. You can hear it in the audio. From the time he left her and walked into 34 Fairview and she called, she reached out 53 times. She called him 53 times before finding his body. Think about that. The Commonwealth wants you to believe that she murdered this man. And then after that murder, she called him not once, not twice, 53 times. It makes no sense. What does make sense is that she emotionally moved from anger, then to panic, then to grief. So back at 5:07, when she began her search looking for John, she backed out of the garage, and what would happen next would change the entire course of this case. As she backed out of that garage, she hit John's Traverse and cracked her right rear taillight. Folks, the Commonwealth has one job to do in this courtroom. It's an immutable responsibility to provide you with the truth. That's it. Not to win the case, but to seek justice and to do it through the truth. Ask yourself, did you get that truth from the Commonwealth? The Commonwealth continually tried to tell you that that video showed that the SUV came close to John's Traverse, and it took us showing you the video to unequivocally establish that Karen hit that car and cracked her taillight at 5:07. You can almost hear an audible gasp in the courtroom when we finally showed you the actual video. We could see that tire move. I'm only going to show you one series of exhibits during my entire closing, but it's that important. And it's this. Look at the condition of her taillight when she pulls out of the driveway at 5:07. That taillight, and I'm going to choose my words very carefully here. That taillight is cracked, but it's not completely damaged. And if there was any question in your mind about the level of damage to that taillight at 5:07, all doubt was extinguished when Dighton Police Officer Barrows walked into this courtroom. He's a sworn officer. He's not associated with Canton. He's not associated with the Alberts. He's not associated with the McCabe's. He doesn't know Michael Proctor. In other words, he doesn't answer to any of these folks. He's an outsider and he's completely independent. And his words were the following, quote, "That taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked. A piece was missing, but not completely damaged." Take a look at this photograph and tell me, which one looks like Officer Barrows' description? The one on the left or the one on the right? The reconstructed light on the left is what that light looked like before it was in Trooper Proctor's possession. Remember that. That's what it looked like before Trooper Proctor had access to the SUV. And you have an independent police officer telling you so. You'll recall that after John's body was discovered, Lank, a very good friend of the Alberts, walked into Brian Albert's house and had an off-the-record meeting with him. No one's ever going to know exactly what that meeting was about, what they discussed, because that interview, like everything else in this case, it wasn't recorded. It wasn't memorialized. But we do know that shortly thereafter, the Canton Police Department was recused from the matter entirely. And the case was assigned to one Michael Proctor. You have to believe that when the Alberts found that out, they thought they hit the lottery. They thought they hit the lottery. What are the chances? The department where my brother works, that would have been great to investigate this case, but that department's been recused. That's tough luck. But the guy who catches the case is Michael Proctor, a guy we go back with for decades. At such a break, they probably thought, when this is over, we need to get that dude a gift. Oh, wait a minute. They didn't think that. They said it out loud. But still, you've got to imagine that the Alberts had to be stressed, what with that whole thing about a dead body being on their lawn. That might get some attention. And they had to be wondering, will he set up a crime scene? Is he going to come into the house? Is he going to search the house? Is he going to send in a forensics team? Is he going to interview witnesses? Is he going to take us to the station? Will he take our phones? Will he look at our communications? Will he look at our Google searches? Will he look at our early morning phone calls? Is he going to look in the basement? And Michael Proctor answered every single one of those questions resoundingly. Nope. He's a Boston cop too. And with that, Michael Proctor didn't draw a thin blue line. He erected a tall blue wall. A wall that you can't scale. A wall that Karen Reed certainly couldn't get over. A wall between us and them. A place you folks are not invited. We protect our own. It's us or it's them. And by the way, who's she after all? Nobody. An outsider. This is going to be easy. Or so they thought. Let's look at what Michael Proctor actually did and did not do in this case. One of the consistent issues that's come up throughout this trial is how evidence always seems to be changing and evolving when in Michael Proctor's hands or somebody in his orbit. If it happens once, let's chalk it up to a mistake. Twice, it's starting to look a little bit like incompetence. If that happens every single time, it becomes intentional, which means it becomes corruption. The defense spent some time, we spent some time discussing the tow time that Michael Proctor swore to in affidavits. There was a reason that we believed it was so important, and I want to talk about that for just a quick second. Because this was a concerted effort by Michael Proctor to falsify the time the car was seized so that no one would know that he actually had possession of the car before the first pieces of taillight were ever discovered at the scene. But he got caught. And when he did, the best he could come up with was it was a typo. Like a dozen times, a typo. You'll remember what that testimony was. The truth is that car was in Michael Proctor's possession from about 4:12 in the afternoon. He said it was 4:16 when he finally had to tell the truth or some version of the truth. Those first pieces of taillight were not found until after 5:45 p.m. That is the very fact that Michael Proctor was trying to hide by those falsified affidavits, saying he didn't seize the car until 5:30. But that wasn't Michael Proctor's only manipulation of the investigation. What about Brian Loughran? You met him. Michael Proctor did his level best to not just hide evidence, but to hide human beings from you and from us. Michael Proctor was informed that the plow drivers were out that night. There would be a witness, potentially along 34 Fairview, at the exact times in question. Even Michael Trotta expressly told Michael Proctor that 34 Fairview had in fact been plowed that morning, and by whom. Proctor not only did not interview Brian Loughran, He never disclosed his name in a single report. He hid him. This is a witness who was literally on 34 Fairview at the time in question where a body was found on the lawn. Wouldn't you want to get the truth from an eyewitness? Wouldn't you want to seek that out? Not if you're Michael Proctor, a close friend of the Alberts. If it were up to Proctor, you literally never would have heard of or from Brian Loughran. That's a scary prospect. I want to touch briefly on the additional physical evidence, or some additional physical evidence presented by the Commonwealth in this case. You'll recall Christina Hanley. She established to a scientific certainty that the glass on the bumper, which was told to you in opening statement, was going to have something to do with this case. The glass on the bumper was going to match that cocktail glass. She told you unequivocally the glass on the bumper did not match the cocktail glass. They came from two different sources. The glass on the bumper has nothing to do with the cocktail glass. So that glass on the bumper had to get there somehow. It didn't get there by being broken from the cocktail glass. See the point? It had to get on the bumper somehow. It didn't jump up there by itself. And what's really interesting is that there was one piece on the bumper, only one, that matched something else in the case. It was a perfect match to a piece of glass that was supposedly found at the scene. Who do you think had possession of that matching glass? Michael Proctor. So the glass on the bumper had to be placed there. And the only person who had anything close to matching the pieces that had to be placed there is Michael Proctor. You do the math. That leads us to the magic hair. The Commonwealth spent a lot of time bringing in experts about mitochondrial DNA and maternal DNA lines and comparative analyses, and all that sounds really great and really sciencey, except for the fact that it just doesn't matter. Why? Because you would have to believe that that little hair, tiny, tiny little hair, barely perched on the side of that SUV survived nearly 75 miles of a raging blizzard outside. That would be a magic hair indeed. That magic hair means nothing. The DNA means nothing, and that's because the hair was from somewhere else. It certainly was not from a motor vehicle incident at 34 Fairview on January 29th. That hair was placed there. The DNA on the outside of the taillight housing also merits very little discussion. John's DNA would be expected to be found all over that SUV, inside, outside, the exterior, the interior, everything he touched would have had his DNA on it. Here's what's actually important about that DNA. No DNA was found on the interior of that taillight. The taillight that they now claim crashed into his arm and shattered. No blood was found anywhere on that taillight or any taillight pieces. And no tissue was found anywhere on that taillight or any taillight pieces. But we're to believe that that taillight literally exploded on John's arm at 25 miles an hour with 1,000 pounds of pressure. We talked about the evidence doing very funny things when in Proctor's possession or the possession of somebody in his orbit. Now think about the videos that you saw. How many videos appear to be somehow manipulated or altered? Just about every single one of them. Look at the video of the Sally port. Let's take that one, for example, that grainy one. It's missing the exact time that would show the condition of the taillight when it was pulled in to the Sally port. Pretty important time, wouldn't you think? Did someone not want you to see what the condition of the taillight was at that exact time? But the good news is there's a second video. It's much clearer. And it's from the same time frame. We didn't get that one for about 2.5 years into the investigation. Literally, it was after the trial started that one was turned over. And this is important. The Commonwealth introduced you to a person by the name of Yuri Buchanan. They presented video showing what was clearly the right side of the car. They asked questions about the right side of the car. You'll recall, Mr. Lally asked Sergeant Buchanan, did you or Trooper Proctor ever go at, or near the right side of that taillight? And while he was asking the question, what appeared to be the right side of the car was looking at you. The video was still up. Buchanan paused, turned earnestly into the microphone, stared at you and said, never. We never went anywhere around that taillight. while he was showing you the right side of the car. And that trick might have worked until we got up to cross-examine him. And only then, on the second day of his testimony, did he have to admit that the video was actually inverted. It was backward. And it was cleverly inverted at that. The timestamp had the proper orientation, which means that timestamp had to be removed, the video inverted, and the timestamp placed back on it, which means that was done intentionally. That was not a mistake. And when caught in that obvious fabrication, Buchanan doubled down and said, it's exactly the same. You remember that back and forth. It's exactly the same, he said, as if we're stupid. Is it exactly the same, or is it exactly opposite? Ladies and gentlemen, you were lied to. There is no other way to say it. It's inexcusable. It's abhorrent. But it's also a paradigm of everything that the investigators have been willing to do in this case: lie, obfuscate, manipulate, alter. And when they're caught, they just excuse it away. Doesn't matter. It's the same thing. What's the big deal? Just look the other way. And don't forget, Buchanan is Proctor's supervisor, and he was in that little group chat where Karen Reed's naked photos were being searched for. You know the saying about the apple falling from the tree. Ladies and gentlemen, we haven't even started talking about the taillight yet. You'll recall that at the very beginning of this case, you were introduced to no fewer than 5 CPD officers very early on who searched the scene. None of them, not a single one, found any taillight material at the scene. 0. Stephen Seraph, Sean Good, Stephen Mullaney, Michael Lank, Paul Gallagher, they were all there. They were all walking right around there. They were all looking. They were searching with their eyes. They were searching with their hands. Some said they were searching with their feet. They even used tools, a leaf blower. Not one piece of bright red taillight material was at the scene, not a single piece, but incredibly, over the course of the next 3 weeks, according to Michael Proctor, 47 pieces of taillight material would end up being found, some of which were the size of a salad plate. The CERT team shows up later on January 29th, and according to O'Hara, the first few pieces of taillight were found about 5:45. And here's some interesting testimony that you heard. Who else was there? Who did O'Hara say was there? Well, he said his team was there. We certainly expected that, but then he said there were others. These other mysterious figures, some from Canton PD, some from the Massachusetts State Police, that he could not account for. Heavy coats, big masks, hats. Even Lieutenant O'Hara could not tell who was who, but he did note Canton police officers were there who were unaccounted for. Massachusetts state troopers were there unaccounted for. And during that search that was overseen by Trooper Tully, Proctor's supervisor, 3 pieces of taillight material were found. That's super important, and I want to concentrate on that for a second. O'Hara said all 3 pieces were in an area about 12 inches square. That's an area about as big as your dinner plate. Tully, however, claimed that 1 red piece was found. About 3 feet away from that was a shoe. About 1 to 2 feet from that was a clear piece of plastic, and a few feet away from that was a red piece of plastic. So we have red, clear, and red over the span of about, added up, probably 10 or 12 feet. Ladies and gentlemen, both of those things cannot be true. Somebody is taking liberties with the facts. Then Lieutenant Tully comes to court and makes this big grand gesture of opening all these evidence bags. These 2 evidence bags in particular represent exactly what we're talking about. Those 3 pieces, red, clear, red. They're marked, they're sealed, they look official. They're not stop and shop bags, thank God. At least they've moved up from that. They've even got evidence tape on them. Who knew? There's evidence tape around here. So this must be real evidence, right? It must be real evidence in this case. And after making that big theatrical display, he opens up the bag with the red pieces and he pulls 2 pieces out. That's okay. Put the 2 red pieces together. Good so far. Then he opens up the second bag under Mr. Lally's questioning. And you remember he hesitated just a second. Opened that bag and pulled out 1 piece of clear plastic. Then pulled out a second piece of clear plastic with no explanation as to how that could have possibly happened. And he quickly returned all 4 of those back into the bag, sealed them up, and we're done for the day. The next day I asked about that evidence again. I asked him to open up that bag with the red pieces, and he did the same thing. Pulled out 2 red pieces of plastic. And I said, you'll recall this, I said, look deeper, look closer, sir. Pull everything out of that bag. Would he have had I not suggested it? And then he pulled a 3rd piece of red plastic out of the bag. So miraculously, Trooper Tully's 3 pieces of plastic became 5 pieces of plastic right before your eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, the forces at play that multiplied those pieces of plastic inside those evidence bags are the same forces at play that multiplied the pieces of plastic at 34 Fairview. Think about that. Let that sink in for a second. How easy is it? That's not sloppiness. That's evidence manipulation. That's how over the course of 3 weeks, those pieces of plastic go from 0 to 3 to 5 to 47. Ever increasing in size with every single search. Now, knowing all that, ask yourself the looming question, who had access to that taillight, the cracked taillight? Who was it? Go back and watch the Sally Port video. I'll give you the timestamp, 5:37. And see it for yourself. We know that Trooper Proctor, with binder in hand, walked by himself. Once we corrected the video from being inverted, you can see that he walked back by himself to the right rear taillight where nobody could see what he was doing. Higgins' own key swipes put him in the Sally Port that same afternoon and evening. And then the Sally Port video magically skips and Chief Berkowitz appears right next to Proctor at the back of that vehicle in the same spot, and they walk out of the Sally Port together. Where were they going? Remember O'Hara? Unidentified troopers in Canton cops were at the search at 34 Fairview. How hard is it to drop a piece of plastic? We spent a long time talking about the compromised and altered and tampered and manipulated evidence. And now I want to switch and talk a little bit about the true facts in this case, because you did hear some true evidence and true facts. The Commonwealth presented about 67, maybe more, witnesses and expended 30 plus days of trial and 9 weeks of your life. Maybe we're in the 10th week. For what? It should be relatively simple, right? The Commonwealth claims that Karen Reed pulled up to 34 Fairview, John got out of the car, she reversed into him and hit him, and then she drove home. That's 4 facts. It's just 4 facts. That's all it is. What evidence do they actually have to prove that that SUV ever hit John? The answer is none. They don't have any. There's no evidence whatsoever that Karen Reed's vehicle ever struck John O'Keefe or that Karen Reed ever wanted to strike John O'Keefe. In fact, every single piece of material evidence in this case unequivocally proves the opposite. John went into that house. That SUV was not damaged by hitting John, and John's injuries did not come from being hit by a car. That's what the evidence actually shows. The Commonwealth knows that, and they've known it for a long time, and Proctor knows that. And because of that, the Commonwealth just resorts to character assassination and talking for weeks on end about the snow. Let's talk about what the real evidence actually shows, the unassailable science. Let's talk about the truth. Concerning John's injuries first, the Commonwealth's own medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, could not conclude that John was hit by a car. Think about that. And she would not even say that it was a homicide. She told you without any dispute in this case, quote, evidence pointing toward one manner of death is no more compelling than evidence of a competing manner of death, end quote. Her words, not mine. She went on to say it's just as likely that he was punched and fell backward. His injuries are consistent with that. In fact, in her expert opinion, his injuries are consistent with a physical altercation, as she testified, but they are not, in her words, not classical injuries from an auto pedestrian accident. That by itself is reasonable doubt. But the evidence and the truth goes far further. We introduced you to not one, but 2 thoroughly credentialed medical examiners or medical experts, Dr. Sheridan and Dr. Russell, both of whom said John's arm injury is consistent with an animal attack. Dr. Russell studied, diagnosed, and treated 1,000, up to 1,000 animal wounds. She's an expert in animal wounds, and she was unequivocal. Those wounds are from an animal, likely a large dog. which means that John was attacked inside the home where Chloe was. There is no other possibility. And Dr. Sheridan, for his part, with thousands of 13,000 autopsies under his belt, decades of experience as the chief medical examiner, who's triple credentialed in anatomical, forensic, and neuropathology, he told you that John's injuries are inconsistent with a motor vehicle accident or incident. They're consistent, however, with a physical altercation. In layman's terms, the science proves John was beaten. That also is reasonable doubt and should end this case. But the facts and evidence don't stop there. Two of the most highly educated and highly qualified engineers you'll ever meet, Dr. Dan Wolf and Dr. Andrew Rentschler, mechanical engineer and a biomechanist. They reviewed this case. They did testing, they did analysis, they evaluated the case scientifically. They were not hired by the defense, not by the Commonwealth. They're completely 100% independent of any party in this case. And they were equally available, by the way, to the Commonwealth. They could have called them. They explained that John's injuries were not caused by being hit by Miss Reed's SUV, and that the SUV was not damaged by coming in contact with John O'Keefe's body. That should end the inquiry right there. Both sides of the equation. From a physics, engineering, and biomechanical standpoint, they established that John O'Keefe was not struck by Karen Reed's vehicle, period. And that is yet another fact that establishes reasonable doubt and should put an end to this case. So instead of calling the ARCA experts, which they had available to them, the Commonwealth chose to introduce you to Trooper Joe Paul. You'll remember his testimony. I think I'm being kind when I say that Trooper Paul's analysis lacked credibility. Trooper Paul lacks the experience, the education, the training, the background, and the knowledge to not only render opinions on these issues, but to even understand the issues themselves. He makes the absurd claim that John was hit on the elbow area of his arm by a taillight. He was spun to the left in a pirouette. His arm stayed on the light long enough for the shards of plastic to explode around him, scratching his arm, even though he was wearing long sleeves, then projecting him 30 feet to the left, but not before making a stop to hit his head on either the curb or the pavement, before coming to his final resting place with his unbroken phone tucked neatly under his body. It's nonsensical. It borders on laughable. Compare that testimony to Dr. Dan Wolf and Dr. Andrew Rentschler. Both PhDs in engineering, both top of their field in accident reconstruction, both published peer-review articles on the issues. Both men are highly sought after by the likes of national sports leagues and the United States Department of Defense. And these men are unrivaled in accident reconstruction. What did Dr. Rentschler say before he left the stand? This was even under cross-examination. He said that the physics and the science don't lie. His words were, you can't deny the science and the physics. John wasn't hit by that car, period. The Commonwealth cannot explain John O'Keefe's injuries. They can't explain his head wound. How did he get the head wound if he landed on snow-covered grass and dirt? And by the way, before Mr. Lally gets up and says it, because I know he's going to, there is zero evidence before you, zero, that cold grass and dirt turns into ice or turns into concrete. Zero. They can't explain the injury above his right eye, that laceration. They can't explain his nose. They haven't even tried to. They can't explain the injury to his tongue, the laceration on his tongue. They cannot explain the injuries to his back, to the back of his hands, the bruises, and certainly they cannot explain the injuries to his right arm. But maybe most importantly, they cannot and haven't even tried to explain the lack of injuries on John's body from the neck down. Nothing. He was pristine. Not a bump, not a bruise, not a fracture, not a broken bone. Nothing to suggest that he was hit by a 7,000-pound SUV going 25 miles per hour. And what of that right arm? According to the Commonwealth's best and brightest, Trooper Paul, John absorbed the entirety of the collision, the whole collision, with that 3.5-ton SUV entirely with his right arm, launching him some 30 feet. But amazingly, the arm suffered no break, no fracture, and didn't even get a bruise. So how are those injuries properly explained? The evidence is simple. John got into an altercation. He was punched. He tried to defend himself by putting his hands up. He may have even scratched his own nose by putting his hands in front of his face to defend himself. His hands were bruised and covering up. But as he continued-
5 minutes, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. As he continued, he got hit, a punch went through, and he fell to the ground, fracturing his skull. At some point during that altercation, the dog got a hold of him, and the dog was pulled away. Every single injury is answered. Every single injury is explained by that. Ladies and gentlemen, given what we know about the facts and the physical evidence in this case, the actual truth in this case, how did this happen? How did we end up here? We ended up here because of relationships, insider trading, playing the who you know game, and building a tall blue wall, which takes decades and generations. But the real question is it going to continue? Will this festering malignancy that allows a lead detective and his supervisor to gloat and sneer while looking over naked pictures or looking for naked pictures of the woman that they've targeted, will that continue? And the answer should be, not if you have anything to say about it. Michael Proctor is the lead investigator in this case, and much as the Commonwealth might try, they cannot distance themselves from the stench of him on this case and this investigation. Those secret group chats illustrate the quality and character of his investigation. Remind yourself how an, quote, unbiased and an objective investigator, someone who's supposed to be looking for facts. Ask yourself, how did he approach his job? Late at night, sitting there in his office, deviously looking for naked pictures of Karen Reed and talking about her like she's a piece of meat. Talking about her bodily functions, her medical conditions, calling her vile names. I don't even have it in me to repeat what he said about her. He reduced her to an object, and he went further by insulting her. He went further than insulting her, and he dehumanized her. And when he was done betraying that very humanity, he wished for her to commit suicide. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you frame someone. That's how you dehumanize someone so viciously that you can just pin it on the girl and cover for the homeowner because he's a Boston cop. That's how you rip a person's life apart and sleep like a baby while doing it. And then further that by saying, I hope she kills herself. Ladies and gentlemen, I just began the discussion this afternoon or this morning with a quote about the truth, and I did that because that's what this case is about, top to bottom, tip to tail. It's about the truth, not hiding it or concealing it, but exposing the truth. The truth is immutable. It's not a feeling, it's not a whim. It's unflinching, it's unchanging, and it's everlasting. That's why the law is steady. That's why it's not captive to the whims of people drunk with power who think they're above the law, who think they're above scrutiny. That's why you stand as the guardian of justice and the protector of justice. The law demands the very integrity that Trooper Proctor and his investigation lacks, and it requires that you cannot convict Karen Reed unless the Commonwealth has met its incredibly high burden to prove every element beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And a moral certainty is defined as the highest degree of certainty possible in matters related to human affairs. It's the highest degree possible in your life. That's the level of certainty. And I'll leave you with this. You have the most powerful tool known to American jurisprudence because you have your vote. No one can take that away from you. Not me, not the Commonwealth, not the court. You may not have asked to be here, but each of you have given something very special of yourselves. You've agreed to do that which is the highest calling a citizen can answer in any way. You've agreed to give your community your best. And my question to you is, what will you do with this moment? Ignore the lies and the manipulations, the misogyny, the bias, the lack of evidence? Could you ever do that? Would you ever do that? Or will you say with your verdict, I see the truth and I will not ever look the other way. When you stare the truth down, you'll see that the Commonwealth has not proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt into a moral certainty, not even close. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reed is innocent. Do justice and find her not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson.
And that is how it's
Mr. Lally.
done, my friends. Karen Reed
Thank you,
is
Aaron.
innocent. Just take a moment before we have to suffer through an hour of droning. Alan Jackson just gave us a masterclass in closing arguments, my friend, and you have seen it live. He started out his whole argument by saying, look the other way. And he went on for the first portion of his closing argument about how the Commonwealth wanted you to look away, wanted the jury to look away, wanted everyone to look away. And he delineated all of that with surgical precision. Some people were saying, I wish he would slow down. He couldn't slow down. He only had an hour. He knew how much he had to get out. He had to get a lot in there in an hour. And when he was given that 5-minute warning, you could tell that he was like, oh, okay, well, now what do I focus on now? Because I'm sure he practiced it 100 times. I'm sure he had it down to the second. But he had to rush through parts of it because he only had 1 hour. And I disagree with the timing. And then he ended with a quote about the truth. Karen Reed is innocent. Moral certainty is the highest degree of certainty you will ever have to find. And he's asking the jury to find Karen Reed not guilty. And I thought it was done with surgical precision. He talked about festering malignancy and how Proctor dehumanized Karen Reed. And it was masterful. And I'm glad that I was here to share that with you. Now we must suffer through Lally for 1 hour. And here we go. Look at Brian Albert in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, probably regretting the decision that he made to come.
I hit him. I hit him. I hit him. Those are the words of the defendant. 4 times. You heard testimony from 4 different witnesses who overheard and observed those statements from the defendant on January 29th, 2022. You heard testimony from firefighter Timothy Nuttall. He was trying to bag valve mask Mr. O'Keefe. He was working on resuscitative efforts to try to save Mr. O'Keefe's life. He asked if anyone saw anything or knew what happened. And the defendant said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Firefighter Anthony Flamati was asking if anyone had information on why Mr. O'Keefe was there in the snow. The defendant repeatedly said, I hit him, I hit him, oh my God, I hit him. Firefighter Katie McLaughlin was tasked by firefighter Flamati with asking for biographical information and for what the cause was of the traumatic injuries that all the firefighters testified that they observed on Mr. O'Keefe. She asked the defendant, and the defendant said, I hit him repeatedly. Firefighter McLaughlin asked for clarification. You did what? And the defendant repeated, I hit him. Jennifer McCabe stated initially over the phone when speaking with the defendant that the defendant said, could I have hit him in the car while they're on the phone with Ms. Roberts going from Ms. McCabe's house to Mr. O'Keefe's house? Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Once on scene, once asked, as Ms. McCabe described by an EMT, for name, age, things like that related to Mr. O'Keefe, what caused the trauma? She indicated in her testimony that the defendant said repeatedly, I hit him. You heard testimony from Officer Saraf, statements that he attributed to the defendant as saying that morning, this is all my fault. This is all my fault. I did this.
It's not in the reports. You know it, and I know it.
Since then, stories changed a little bit. But those were the words that came from the defendant's mouth on January 29th, 2022, as John O'Keefe lay dying on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road. where the defendant had left him after striking him with her motor vehicle several hours before, and then left him freezing there in a blizzard. There's certain things that have come up over the course of this trial as far as evidence and testimony concerned, little things. And what I would suggest to you, it's those little things that are quite telling as it pertains to the defendant's statements and the defendant's actions over the course of January 28th and January 29th and beyond. And I'm going to bring some of those to your attention as I go through, but just ask you to keep that in mind as far as when you're deliberating, when you're reviewing this testimony and this evidence. The little things matter. The little things start piling up in this case.
To infinity and beyond.
Throughout the course of this trial, you've heard a lot of purported evidence or questions of witnesses in an attempt to distract you from the evidence in this case. It's essentially defense by obfuscation. It's a three-card money trick. The facts and the evidence in this case are your card. They're the Queen of Hearts. And so what I want you to, or what the defense wants you to do, is not look at that card. Look at anything else. Look at movement. Look at this person. Look at that person. Look at text messages. Look at this. Don't pay attention to the facts and the evidence, because if you do, what it will ineluctably lead you to is that the defendant is guilty of each of the three indictments before this court. The evidence and the facts of this case are for you, the jury, to decide, using your common sense, using your life experiences as your guide through that as you go. Before I turn to that evidence that I will submit to you ineluctably demonstrates the defendant's guilt, let me first just address Trooper Proctor. The text messages from Trooper Proctor are unprofessional, they're indefensible, they're inexcusable. However, as distasteful as those messages are, and their content is, I submit they had no bearing whatsoever or impact whatsoever on the integrity of the entirety of the investigation that Massachusetts State Police collectively conducted into John O'Keefe's death here.
Collectively, trying to distance Proctor from the investigation, trying to make excuses for Proctor. I don't think it's going to work.
As was asked of Trooper Proctor on cross-examination, these were texts from his personal phone that he never thought would see the light of day. He was asked whether or not he ever thought that he would be asked about these in a courtroom, put to him in sort of a safe space, a safe place for him to discuss, if you will. What do you not see in those text messages? You don't see any discussion or any illusion of any conspiracy, of any framing of the defendant, of any planting of any evidence, no evidence whatsoever.
Because maybe that was the stuff they were smart enough not to put on text message, Lally. I don't know. Is that a possibility? Just saying.
Why? Because it didn't happen. There
Okay.
is no conspiracy. There is no cover-up. There is no evidence of any of that beyond speculation, rampant speculation and conjecture on behalf of the defense.
Except for everything that Alan Jackson just said in his 1 hour closing argument. Except for all that.
Two things can be true at the same time. They're mutually exclusive. The texts from Trooper Proctor are distasteful, they're disrespectful, they're unprofessional. There's no defense to them.
You said that already.
And the defendant killed John O'Keefe.
No,
Turning to the evidence,
because the car didn't kill John O'Keefe. So if the car didn't kill John O'Keefe or even strike John O'Keefe, then neither did the defendant.
let me first talk a little bit about John O'Keefe. You heard a lot about him over the course of this trial, about his selfless story through his family and friends that loved him, including his adopted niece and nephew. You heard a lot about the lives he touched and the different people who he had friendships with. You heard a lot about from those particular friends and from his family. Turning to what I would submit to you as a timeline.
Thank you, Lisa Marie. Notice how they cut Brian Albert out of frame during Lally's closing, but left him in frame for Alan Jackson's closing. Notice that. Interesting. Karen's brother just got up and left the room. I hope everyone coughs during Lally's closing, just like he coughed during so many pertinent portions of the defense's case in chief. Watch the clock,
It'd be a
dude.
little hard to see up here. What I'm going to go is from left to right. January 28th, 2022, 9:49 in the morning, Karen and John begin fighting over text messages. 2:25 p.m. in the afternoon, the defendant texts Mr. O'Keefe, "Tell me if you are interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this." John texts back, "Nope." 2:25, Mr. O'Keefe texts the defendant, "Things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that?" This is also testimony that you heard through multiple sources, whether it be phones, whether it be from the children, whether it be from other friends or family members as to the relationship in the months and weeks leading up to John's murder. 2:32 p.m. John texts the defendant, "Sick of always arguing and fighting. It's been weekly for several months now." He then texts the defendant, "OMG, stop calling." This is during the time frame that Trooper Garino was talking about, with 18 phone calls, most of which were rejected, some of which were missed, and a couple of which were answered over the course of this afternoon, as she's continuing to needle and try to engage him in a fight that he doesn't want to have. 2:33 p.m. The defendant texts John, "So you're not into this anymore." 2:34 p.m. John texts the defendant, "I am not answering. Stop calling." The defendant then texts John, "Then stop starting with me." 2:38 p.m. The defendant texts John, "I'm going to grab a drink in a bit." 2:38 in the afternoon. Around 3 p.m. is the testimony you heard from Erin O'Keefe in regard to the defendant texting her, asking if.
Oh, that's interesting. Now he's shaming. Hold on a second. Now he's shaming her for wanting to have a drink at 2:28 in the afternoon. Okay. Mr. Lally, if this one day's worth of text messages from two people who didn't even curse at each other at all during the day is motive for murder, then we're all going to jail. This is a reach. Wow. There's not even one curse word in all of these messages between 9:45 a.m. and around 3 p.m. Stop calling me. You've got a man, Officer John O'Keefe, who may be an avoidant, which makes Karen anxious. And those two personalities or love languages or ways of dealing with emotions are two people who may have some difficulty getting along. I don't see it as a motive for murder, but what say you? And do you think the jury will?
If she can go out without her husband, Paul, asking to go out for a drink. This is while Erin O'Keefe testified she was waiting for one of her children at the bus stop, picking that child up around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This is also the point in which the defendant says to Ms. O'Keefe, "Wish I didn't speak to another O'Keefe after 2004. 7:30 p.m., you have Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano arriving at C.F. McCarthy's, with the defendant arriving at 8:51. 8:58 p.m. is when the defendant receives drink number 1 at C.F. McCarthy's. Vodka soda, tall cylinder glass, lime, and a straw. 9:13 p.m., drink number 2. 9:20 p.m., drink number 3. 9:33 p.m., drink number 4. 9:57 p.m., drink number 5. 10:22 p.m., drink number 6. 10:29 p.m., drink number 7. 7 drinks from 8:58 p.m. through 10:29 p.m. when she receives that last drink at C.F. McCarthy.
You've never proven what's in the glass, dude. You've proved it was a clear liquid. You've got one receipt with 2 Tito's and a beer on it. You've never proven what was in the glass. Am I in the Twilight Zone again?
Drink that she indicates to Sergeant Mechanic and several others on the next day that she did not take with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the waterfall, which several individuals at the waterfall testify that she produced from her coat when she walked in, and that you can clearly see on the C.F. McCarthy's video her walking out the door with the same tall cylinder glass in her right hand. Now, keeping understanding that some of these drinks are not the full tall cylinder drinks, what she's doing is she's getting shot glasses of vodka and then pouring them into the drink after she's consumed the drink. 10:54 p.m. The defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrive at the waterfall, during the course of which, about an hour that they're there, the defendant receives drinks number 8 and drinks number 9. 12:10 a.m. from the waterfall video, you have Ms. McCabe, Ms. Kolakithis, and the defendant departing the waterfall together. Interestingly, around the same time, you also have the text and screenshot communications between Colin Albert and Allison McCabe in reference to him getting picked up at that time. You also have testimony from Brian.
AJ couldn't hit all the points, so I'm going to hit some of the points for you. Yeah, you saw Jen McCabe walking out of the bar with Karen Reed because Jen McCabe said to her, "You're coming with me. I have a surprise for you. You're coming with me." And then Jen McCabe was shocked or horrored or something like that to see her actually going with John O'Keefe into the car because she thought she was going to take her somewhere for a surprise. And then you've got the testimony from Colin Albert and Allie McCabe with these screenshots that may or may not have been doctored of text messages that they may or may not have sent about what time Allie McCabe was going to pick Colin Albert up at allegedly 34 Fairview, but maybe she was picking him up somewhere else because the Life 360 data doesn't really jive. So we're going to talk about Lally's closing. I did not want to interrupt Alan Jackson, but there are some things that need to be pointed out in case you're new and just have started tuning into this trial for closing arguments because he's misstating a lot of the facts and evidence, in my opinion.
Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert Jr. in reference to them sort of walking in from the waterfall as Colin Albert is walking out of 34 Fairview Road, gets picked up by Miss McCabe, and then is driven home.
Yeah, there's
1
no
minute
evidence
later,
of that, really.
12:11, Mr. O'Keefe is then on the waterfall video walking out with cocktail glass in his right hand. At 12:14 a.m., Mr. O'Keefe texts Ms. McCabe, "Where to?" 12:14 a.m., based on the fact that she's driving, and Mme. McCabe indicated in his testimony that she should call him instead of texting while driving, Ms. McCabe calls John O'Keefe. Speaks with him regarding directions.
Wait, so now you're even gonna defend Jen McCabe about texting and driving? That's why she called him because she didn't want to text and drive. Wow. Wow. Okay. All right. Yeah. Keep defending her because she's in the courtroom watching you.
Sort of going over which way to come in Chapman Street, over Cedar Crest, as far as coming into Fairview Road.
Because he doesn't know how to use
12:15:38
Waze.
a.m., the defendant's vehicle drives by the Canton Library. You can see that on the video. 12:17:56, the defendant drives by the Temple Beth Abraham video. Again, you can see that on the video. Remember also the testimony from Lieutenant Tully in regard to the CSLI data and the ranging data in reference to it coinciding with what you observed, the black SUV from each of those respective videos. 12:19:32, Mr. O'Keefe enters 34 Fairview Road into his Waze app on his phone. 12:23 a.m. is when the defendant conducts a three-point turn on Cedar Crest and travels back toward Fairview. That's from Mr. O'Keefe's GPS native location data from his phone.
Which was wrong.
Around the same time at 12:23 and 12:24 is when you have that testimony from Ryan Nagel, Heather Maxson, and Ricky D'Antono pulling into Fairview Road around the same time and pulling in behind the dark SUV.
Where was the Jeep?
5 a.m. is the last native location GPS data of John O'Keefe's phone. It's in that area between 32, 34 Fairview Road, where his body is discovered the next morning, in which there is no movement of that phone from that 12:25 a.m. period until Miss Roberts then picks up the phone on the grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe's body sometime after 6 a.m.
We heard that for the first time during this trial,
Have up on
too,
the screen
was that Carrie Roberts was the one who found John O'Keefe's phone underneath his body.
right now is that data, those plotting points that Trooper Garino was testifying about as far as the movement of the vehicle. Movement of the vehicle as it comes down Cedar Crest, passes by Fairview, reverses direction, and then comes down Fairview, moving up, moving up, moving up as the witnesses described, eventually stopping in that area of the property line between 32 and 34 Fairview Road, which happens to coincide with the vehicle control history database information from the Toyota text stream, which you now have up on the screen before you here, indicating that following that three-point turn, approximately 8 minutes after that, from Trooper Paul's testimony, as far as the mileage, 36 to 38 miles, matching.
Yeah, here's the thing, dude. All of this alleged evidence from the Lexus Does not have any date or time or GPS location on it. It just has the mileage of the car. So means really nothing to me.
Up with the time that the vehicle is in front of 34 Fairview Road, that the vehicle travels in reverse, in a straight line, for 24.2 miles per hour for 62.5 feet, with a minor steering angle change, which the trooper indicated was consistent with a pedestrian collision. At
No.
12:30 a.m., you have that second triggering event 8 minutes after the 3-point turn when the vehicle is in reverse at 24.2 miles an hour. 12:35 is when the defendant calls John, and that's unanswered. 12:36 is around the time that the defendant's phone connects to the Wi-Fi at 1 Meadows Ave, Mr. O'Keefe's home. 12:30.
Okay, so now he's changing the time of the accident to 12:30. In his opening, he said it was 12:45. He has now 3-card Monty'd the jury again. And now he's saying it's 12:30 because his own opening statement was not even accurate. My friends, they're trying to swindle the jury again. And now the accident's at 12:30 because his own data didn't line up with his own data. Because now he realizes that Karen's phone connects to the Wi-Fi at 1 Meadows at 12:36. She has to be home by 12:36. Therefore, he's got to switch his time to 12:30. And you may recall that after 12:30, Jen McCabe kept texting John, "You here? Pull up behind me. Where are you?" After 12:30. And Jen's looking out the window the whole time, and so is Matt. Why didn't they see this collision occurring? Why didn't they see Officer O'Keefe's dead body on the lawn? This is the kiss of death for the Commonwealth, in my opinion. They've just screwed everything up. Good luck.
7 is when the defendant leaves this voicemail.
Math ain't mathin'. Yeah, play the voicemail. Yeah, play the voicemail. Because that's all you have.
Within minutes of that vehicle's data,
Jury's going to remember.
24.2 miles an hour in reverse for 62.5 feet. The defendant leaves that voicemail, seething in rage as she's screaming, "John, I fucking hate you."
Mm-hmm.
12:40 to 12:42.
She
Ms. McCabe is
demonetized me.
texting Mr. O'Keefe. She tries calling Mr. O'Keefe, gets no answer. If you recall from her testimony around this time frame, about 12:40, she was unsure whether the vehicle was actually still out front or if it had gone at that point. But she was looking for John because she had seen the defendant's vehicle in front of the house and no one had come in. So she was wondering where her friend, Mr. O'Keefe, was. 12:55. The defendant texts John, "See you later." 12:59. The defendant calls, leaves another voicemail for Mr. O'Keefe. Exhibit 637. It sounded like this.
John, I'm here with your fucking kids. Nobody knows what the fuck you want, you fucking pervert.
But
She's trying to
somebody
get his
did know where
attention.
Mr. O'Keefe was. The defendant knew exactly where it was. She had driven him there.
Yeah, he was inside 34 Fairview. Look at Paul O'Keefe's face. Good freeze frame. She knew where he was. He was ignoring her phone calls. She got mad. She left some voicemails. We've all done it. If she killed him and left him outside 34 Fairview, why would she be calling him and screaming at him and using the F word repeatedly? If she was trying to cover her tracks for something that she did, like murder him, like you're trying to prove to the jury, why wouldn't she say, "Hey, babe, where are you? Just waiting, just watching TV. Hoping you're home soon. Love you. Bye." Make it make sense. Oh, that's right. You can't.
She had struck him there. She had left him to die. 1:02 a.m. The defendant leaves another voicemail with no content. And then she
Hang up.
texts
Ooh.
John, "Your kids are fucking alone."
Mm-hmm.
1:09 a.m. The defendant texts John, "I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone." She's not. GPS, as far as it never disconnects from the Wi-Fi until the following morning.
Trying to get his
No indication
attention.
that Ms. Reed left and went to her home in Mansfield at any point. 1:10 a.m. The defendant calls her parents. 1:11 a.m. She calls Mr. O'Keefe and leaves this voicemail.
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit Amy. I need to go home. You're fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. Kim's sleeping next to me. You're fucking loser.
Right. Proves nothing.
1:18 a.m., the defendant leaves another voicemail. Now, about 1:43 or 1:45 a.m. is when Julie Nagel testified that they were leaving the house. And she sees a large black object
She
on the
doesn't.
lawn near the flagpole while leaving.
She sees a blob. And the first time she ever said that was on the stand, that it was 5 to 6 feet in length. And she idolizes Jen McCabe. So go figure.
34 Fairview Road. Doesn't think much of it at the time, isn't expecting Mr. O'Keefe or any body to be out on the front lawn.
Right. She was just
4:42
distracting.
a.m.
She was distracting the two girls in the back seat with PBJ stories and bread.
The defendant calls and speaks. The calls to her parents are finally answered. 4:49 a.m. The defendant calls Miss Camerano, screaming, "Where's Mike?" 4:53 in the morning is when the defendant instructs Kaylee, Mr. O'Keefe's niece, to call Miss McCabe. Why? Because the defendant doesn't have Miss McCabe's phone number. Indicates that John didn't come home. We got in a fight and I left him at the waterfall. Those are the first statements or the first version of events that she's able to communicate out to the world as to what happened to Mr. O'Keefe, where he is. We got into a fight. I left him at the waterfall. 5 a.m., the defendant calls Kerry Roberts, saying, "John's dead, Kerry, hangs up the phone. 5:01, the defendant calls Kerry Roberts again. And it's at this point that she indicates that John's dead, he must have been hit by a plow.
By a plow, not a cloud.
5:07 a.m., the
cloud.
defendant leaves One Meadows Ave. You have the video of that. It's number 153 in Exhibit 6. We'll get to that a little more in a moment.
Oh, no.
5:10 a.m., the defendant calls Kerry Roberts. Ms. Roberts starts calling hospitals, calling KPD, calling 911, something that you would do if you didn't know where Mr. O'Keefe was for all of these hours, that all of these other phone calls are being made and these text messages are being sent and calling your parents and all of these other things. No calls to 911 from the defendant.
Oh, so you think that Karen Reed should have called 911 when John didn't come home instead of calling Kerry and Jen McCabe? Okay.
While John O'Keefe is laying, freezing, and dying from a brain injury and a skull fracture on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road.
She didn't
5:11
put
a.m.,
him there.
the defendant's vehicle is seen on the Canton Library camera heading towards the waterfront. Seems to be sort of retracing the steps. 5:18 a.m., the defendant's vehicle is seen at Washington Street and Chapman on the Temple Beth Abraham video, heading in the same direction that it was the night before when it was heading to 34 Fairview Road. 5:35 is when the defendant arrives at Miss McCabe's house. Ms. Roberts arrives shortly thereafter. Both of them see the broken taillight at that time in the driveway. Now that gap of 5:8.
Yeah, they said cracked, Lally. They didn't say broken. They said cracked. In fact, Kerry Roberts' exact testimony was it was cracked with a little tiny hole in it. Same as Officer Barrows from Dighton PD. And same as the photos that Alan Jackson just showed us in his closing. So, okay, what do you got? What else you got?
18 to 5:35 is way too much time to be driving from the area of the waterfall to Jennifer McCabe's house.
She doesn't know where she
As
lives.
I indicated a moment before, heading in the same direction, same directionality, retracing the steps from the night before, heading towards 34 Fairview Road. Why is it that the defendant can see Mr. O'Keefe when they eventually get to Fairview Road and no one else can?
Because she's
Because she
looking.
knew exactly where he was.
Because Kerry
Hit him
Roberts.
and left him there.
I'll tell you why.
Before.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because Kerry Roberts is driving. She's focused on the road in this whiteout conditions, like you like to tell us the whole time. Jen McCabe likes to distract people from seeing what's actually there from the front seat, and Karen's the only one actually looking for him. Okay, that's why.
She had gone back during that time frame between 5:18 a.m. when she's seen on the Temple video and 5:35 when she arrives at Ms. McCabe's house.
You haven't even shown that that's her car driving by that Temple video. It's like a car that looks like hers way far away. Oh, and then there's missing portions of that video as well from the library that just mysteriously disappeared, but I guess you're not going to address that either. Okay.
5:33 is when the defendant, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts, returned to One Meadows Ave searching for John. 6:03 is when the defendant, no one else,
She didn't take her shoes
spots
off.
Mr. O'Keefe's body buried in the snow.
Buried in the snow? Dude, buried in the
2:12.
snow? There's 2 inches of snow on the ground. Buried in the snow? Didn't you eventually, like, actually submit some actual weather records? His body wasn't buried in the snow, but hyperbolize all you like during your closing argument. They're not taking
Indicating,
notes.
This cruiser camera video, which I know you've seen a dozen times.
Yeah, don't show
Where
it
I'm
again.
starting it from this point in this card right here is the spotlight that Officer Saraf had to use in order to locate, even with a vehicle of Ms. Roberts parked right in the middle of the road.
He had to use a spotlight, and then they used solo cups and a leaf blower because they're a fine organization.
In the darkness, in the snow, in the blizzard, in those conditions, the defendant sitting in the back seat of the vehicle knows exactly where Mr. O'Keefe is, covered in snow, as you heard from all of the paramedics, from the civilian witnesses, from
No,
the first responders.
no.
Defendant
They-
knows exactly where he is. 6:07 a.m., Ms. McCabe calls 911. 6:08, the defendant leaves that 4 or 5 minute voicemail, leaving the phone in the car for some reason.
Oh, for some
Mr.
reason, like that was intentional? You think it was intentional that she dropped her phone in the car when she was leaving a message for John and it just happened to catch Jen McCabe? 911 call and then Jen McCabe's 2 calls to her sister? She did that on purpose?
6:23 and 6:24 in the morning is when Ms. McCabe conducts those Google searches. 7:50 in the morning is when Mr. O'Keefe is pronounced deceased at Good Samaritan Hospital. 4:13 to 4:20 p.m. is when the defendant's SUV is towed from her parents' house in Dighton. 5:20 p.m. is when the search team arrives in the area of 34 Fairview Road to conduct the search for evidence. 5:30 p.m. is when the defendant's vehicle arrives at the Canton Police Department south. We circle back for a moment to Mr. O'Keefe, to his families, to his friends, and to his relationship with the defendant. You heard testimony from Paul and Aaron O'Keefe that they liked the defendant, that they thought he was good for John, thought he was good for the kids. All outward appearances of the relationship were good. You heard testimony from the children that that was not true behind closed doors. But Paul O'Keefe testified that he told the defendant's parents this, that he liked Ms. Reed, that he thought that she was good for John, thought that she was good for the kids, weeks before John's murder. He even blew her a kiss in the emergency department at Good Samaritan as he was walking out and she was still being treated while they were there. Invited her over to John's house to grieve with him. Invited her to sit down with him while he explained to their nephew Patrick about John's
So Paul
past.
used to like her, now he hates her. So that's evidence that she did it?
Defendant shows up at the house. Abruptly goes upstairs with her father for a period of about 15 minutes, which is about half of the time that she spent there that morning grieving with the family. She left with a bag of her belongings, drove with her family there, and then took an extra vehicle in the height of the blizzard, around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, drives that vehicle all the way from Canton, where it was parked at her boyfriend's house, where she stayed over on many occasions, drove that vehicle or felt the need to drive that vehicle from Canton all the way down to her parents' house in Dighton.
She didn't drive it. She didn't drive it. And this is what they were arguing about for the jury instructions. He was trying, or Ms. McLaughlin was trying to argue that this shows consciousness of guilt. And the judge said she would decide today whether or not they were going to get the jury instruction on consciousness of guilt. And he's arguing this in his closing. So I don't know if she's going to give the jury instruction on consciousness of guilt, but do you think that her going upstairs to gather some belongings and then having her dad or her brother drive her car back to Dighton shows consciousness of guilt? because she left with the alleged murder weapon. Let's see how far he goes with this, because that's outrageous.
You heard testimony from Aaron O'Keefe of the text messages and the phone call on January 28th. You've heard that Aaron O'Keefe called the defendant on the morning of the 29th because she was concerned for her. She wanted to know what was going on with someone she considered her friend. The defendant yells, "John is dead." Ms. Robertson grabs the phone and then updates Aaron O'Keefe as to what's going on with John. Aaron O'Keefe again calls back later because she's concerned for someone that she considered her friend. How does the defendant respond? These are some of the little things. Defendant indicates to Ms. O'Keefe that she just has to remember the bad times and indicates to her, "I don't think I'll ever see you guys." This is after she's done her quick in and out at One Meadows Ave and is now with her parents or with her father, driving that car, essentially taking the murder weapon from Canton,
Murder weapon.
it down to her parents' house in Dayton. She's indicating over the phone to Aaron O'Keefe, "I don't think I'll ever see you guys."
He thinks that shows consciousness of guilt as well. That she told Aaron, "I don't think I'll ever see you guys again." Okay.
If she didn't kill John, why would she say that?
Because
Heard a
she
lot of
knew
testimony about
that the family would hate her, or his mother would hate her for just dropping him off there, because that's exactly what happened.
on New Year's Eve in Aruba. You heard the testimony from Ms. O'Keefe in regard to them exchanging, her and the defendant exchanging text messages on the flight down, arranging times to meet up. And then the defendant telling Aaron via text message that she caught Johnny kissing Laura's sister in the hotel lobby. She got into an argument about it, and then they never met up. Meaning the defendant, Mr. O'Keefe, got into an argument about it, and she and Aaron O'Keefe never ended up meeting up in Aruba. You heard testimony consistent from Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan, as well as the children. The kiss never happened. It never would happen based on the relationship, the godfather relationship that John O'Keefe had with Laura Sullivan, her family, and particularly Laura Sullivan's child.
How about Marietta Sullivan? Because Marietta Sullivan is the one who said that, "Oh, he's like family to me. I never would have made out with him." And meanwhile, she's the one who went out to the bar and said, "Karen sucks. I hate her." And who knows if she was playing grab ass with John in the bar when he was hammered and could even walk straight and was stumbling into the lobby. And who knows what Karen walked in on. So yeah, not so fast, Lally. I think that the jury could see right through Marietta Sullivan's testimony that she never would have made out with John, because we all did. But go on with your bad self.
The defendant persists with this unfounded suspicion and accusations of infidelity in her text messages with Mr. O'Keefe, in her text messages with Mr. Higgins, where she's accusing Mr. O'Keefe of making out in the lobby with Marietta Sullivan.
Maybe he
Both the
did.
Sullivans and the children have the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe following this incident with Marietta Sullivan going into a room. Both of the children testified that they're in that room for about 20 to 25 minutes, and they're arguing about the defendant indicating that Mr. O'Keefe kissed someone in the lobby.
Wouldn't you be?
You have Laura Sullivan's testimony about 20 to 25 minutes after her sister comes out,
So
states her displeasure about the defendant. It's about 20 to 25 minutes before Mr. O'Keefe comes out, and then he and Ms. Sullivan have a conversation. Ms. Sullivan indicates that Mr. O'Keefe's phone is essentially blowing up, lighting up with calls and texts from the defendant. I would submit similar to the afternoon of January 28th. Mr. O'Keefe says she's crazy and he needs to take this and goes off from her. Ms. Sullivan has later conversations with Mr. O'Keefe on this Aruba trip, asks him if he's okay, asks him if he's happy. She indicated in her testimony that Mr. O'Keefe shrugs it off and says it is what it is.
I would have been on the
testimony from the children about the.
I would have been on the first flight out of there too, Jen Shaw hater. This is so insane. Like, this is a motive for murder. Well, then, I mean, everybody, based on our text messages and voicemails, could be accused of and on trial for the same when somebody else did it. Really scary what's going on there in Norfolk County, my friends. Motive. This is motive.
Arguments in the weeks and the months. And I know this is a displeasure to the defense counsel that the children came in and actually testified as to what happened behind closed doors in the house.
It's a displeasure to the world, Lally, because the only thing you got out of those children is that Karen did not have access to the ring footage and that Karen spoiled them and was very nice to them. So whatever you think was worth it to bring those children in to testify, to cause them trauma for the rest of their lives was not worth it. You call it a displeasure to defense counsel? The entire world felt displeasure for those children.
They both recall frequent fights. They both recall Mr. O'Keefe trying multiple times to break up with the defendant, asking her to leave the house, the defendant refusing to leave the house. His niece Kaylee, John tried to diffuse, he tried to walk away, and the defendant would follow.
He's an
Each
avoidant.
time, during each argument. They both indicated that Mr. O'Keefe had told the defendant that the relationship had run its course, similar to language within the text messages you have between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe. That Mr. O'Keefe was sick of arguing, again, mirroring those text messages from January 28th, leading up into going out to CF McCarthy's, eventually the waterfall, and the defendant killing Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th.
It's up for debate.
We have testimony in regard to the ring camera. Kaylee indicated in her testimony that John had had that for about a year. So during the course of 2 years or so of the relationship with the defendant, he got it while he was dating the defendant. The defendant had the security code for the garage. Neither of the kids had access to the camera. Trooper Garino checked the laptop and the desktop that were left after the defendant did the quick cleanup upstairs with the father, upstairs in the home. Neither of those devices had access to the ring cameras. John had access on his phone. The defendant indicates, if you recall, in some of those text messages in regard to the romantic kiss that she placed on Mr. Higgins.
Romantic.
Earlier on January, whatever it was during the Patriots, Mr. Higgins and Mr. Jackson was indicating weren't very good friends with Mr. O'Keefe, but had been invited over to his home for a Patriots game, in which time the defendant escorted Mr. Higgins out of the garage and placed a romantic kiss on him. But during those text messages, when they're talking about that, if you recall, the defendant is saying something or joking about something that Mr. O'Keefe had been looking at the videos and had been asking her if there was something going on with her and Mr. Higgins. And what was her response to that? I know where the cameras are. There are only 2 videos missing from that ring system. One being the defendant getting to Mr. O'Keefe's house after murdering him, and the other when the defendant is showing Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts the broken taillight, both of which, both Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts testified as having occurred. No video.
Yeah, because it happened in Jen McCabe's driveway, dude. Go back and read the transcript. That's what Carrie Roberts said.
The variety of stories that the defendant tells on the morning of January 29th. There were text messages and voicemails from the defendant to Mr. O'Keefe, 53 phone calls from 12:33 a.m. to 6:03 a.m. 0 phone calls to 911. The defendant calls Katie Camerano. The defendant calls her parents at 1:18 in the morning, 4:38 in the morning, 4:42 in the morning. The call then from Kaylee's phone to Miss McCabe, because the defendant didn't have Miss McCabe's phone number. Both Kaylee and Miss McCabe indicate that the defendant initially indicates or says that she got into a fight with Mr. O'Keefe and left him at the waterfall. From this information, Miss McCabe then testifies she starts to call her Julie Albert, because Chris Albert, Julie Albert, they live close by the waterfall. Maybe that's where he went. As the phone is ringing, this is a phone call that both Miss Albert and Miss McCabe testify was never answered. As the phone is ringing, her husband Matthew McCabe reminds her that they saw the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe and the car outside of 34 Fairview. So she hangs up. During this call, or during these subsequent calls, the defendant indicates to Miss McCabe, maybe I hit him, did I hit him? She then calls Miss Roberts at 5 a.m. on the dot, indicates John's dead, hangs up the phone, calls back a minute later, indicates that Mr. O'Keefe was now hit by a plow and that he's dead. And then indicates further that she's drunk and doesn't remember. She tells Miss McCabe about the cracked tail light before they even get in the vehicle and go anywhere, as you recall the testimony of Matthew McCabe, indicating that he had some concerns about them driving around in a vehicle with a damaged tail light.
But not enough concerns to actually drive them around himself. Let them all go. Not, not that there was a nor'easter coming, but there was a cracked tail light. Okay, Matt McCabe. Somebody called him Timu John Travolta, and I thought that was fantastic.
in the middle of a blizzard. Ms. Roberts' testimony that she saw the broken tail light in the driveway at Ms. McCabe's house, and that it was consistent with what she observed in the photographs that were shown to her of it later in the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department garage when the search warrant is executed on February 1st.
What about all the lies
The
of the
text
time from when
messages
they towed the
between-
car? And I don't care if anybody doesn't like me stopping this to dissect it and make comedy, because this whole thing is comedic. We're going to be here all day, and we'll catch up to real time. Don't worry. If you want to watch Lally uninterrupted, plenty of places you can go do that. But I'm here for it, and I'm going to point out every single lie that he tells this jury during the course of this closing. So I'm here for it.
The defendant and Laura Sullivan from January 29th, in which the defendant indicates to Laura Sullivan that John is dead, indicates that we found him in the snow at 5 a.m.
Typo?
And every indication is that he was found in the snow by the defendant, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts around 6 a.m. 5 a.m. would be about an hour before. 5 a.m. would be between that time of where the defendant is unaccounted for, heading in the direction of
Unaccounted
34
for.
Beverly Road, 518 and 535.
You know what'd be great, Lals, is if you ever canvass the area to get some ring footage of her driving by the house at 5 a.m. Because, that would have maybe proven this ridiculous all of a sudden theory that you're coming up with, that she drove by there at 5 a.m. and that's why she saw his body at 6:04 when they pulled up. But guess what? Your investigators didn't do that. They didn't do that. So go ahead. Would you like another plate of spaghetti? Nothing's sticking yet.
Little things.
Little things.
The defendant asked Ms. McCabe to Google how long to die in the cold. She did so at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning. You have the testimony of Ms. Hyde and Mr. Whitford
Mhm.
as to SQLite databases, P-list databases, Knowledge C databases, state DB tabs, as far as all of that. Also from Trooper Garino as well. These searches were unequivocally done at 6:23,
No.
6:24 in the morning, and not at 2:27 and 40 seconds in the morning.
Not
Those were
unequivocal,
not
but
deleted
that's
by
for
a
the jury
user.
to
That is
decide
not
based
what
on all of the experts. Not unequivocal. Unequivocal.
deleted means. Frankly, Mr. Green, the last question that I asked Mr. Green is, was he aware that Cellbrite, and by Cellbrite, the person who designed that being Mr. Whiffen,
He didn't
had
design
to
it.
alter exactly
Okay, that's
how their-
another lie. Ian Whiffen did not design Celebrite. Ian Whiffen designed his own app called Artec that he used in his analyzation of these searches, that he did a whole infomercial for during his testimony. He did not design Celebrite. Am I in the Twilight Zone again?
software worked because of people like Mr. Green misinterpreting the data as he did in this.
He was at the help desk.
What did
He
Mr.
was the
Green
dude that
say?
you would call when
Yes.
you needed help with your Celebrite. He answered the phone. He was like the geek squad of Celebrite. Right?
But those questions, as far as how long to die in the cold, I would submit mirror the questions that the defendant asked firefighter Whitley in the back of the ambulance, if you recall those. She asked firefighter Whitley how long to die in the cold without a jacket. She knew how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed. She knew when she left him to die in the cold how he was dressed. The defendant made statements to firefighter Becker that the last time that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they were in an argument. Again, the back of the same ambulance as firefighter Whitley. You have testimony from firefighter Woodbury. Same kind of questions. If Mr. O'Keefe could be alive without a jacket. You have the testimony from each of these firefighters as to sort of the vacillating emotional state of the defendant that morning. What you have in the testimony from firefighter Woodbury is that despite all that, there were no tears that he observed from the defendant at that time. What each of those first responders indicate is that the defendant repeatedly stated, is he dead? Is he dead? Not, is he okay? Is he going to be okay? How is he? Any sort of questions about the medical condition.
no tears makes her guilty. No tears makes her guilty. What is Jen McCabe, who is a dear friend of Officer John O'Keefe for over 10 years, saying, there's the man passed out in the snow. Get here quick. What does that indicate to you, Lally Flop?
Is he dead? That phraseology
Okay.
repeated over and over again. And when you take into juxtaposition that phraseology, text to Laura Sullivan, found him in the snow at 5 a.m. The unaccounted for time heading in the direction of 34 Fairview Road, 5:18 to 5:35. The repeated questioning, firefighter Whitney, firefighter Woodbury, asking Miss McCabe to look up those things in her phone. She's looking for confirmation, is what she's looking for when she asks over and over again, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? You have the testimony that you heard from Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts. I say them together because as far as these two women were concerned, they did not know each other really at all. The only time as they both
Now they're like
testified
this.
to that they ever spent appreciably together prior to January 29, 2022.
Buying sneakers.
Mr. O'Keefe nicely took them out for sneakers
Nicely.
because he had some sort of deal at a Reeboks outlet or something like
Mhm.
that to sort of try to pay them back for the help that they provided him and the children. Jennifer with respect to the niece, and Kerry with respect to the nephew. But they're both contacted by the defendant in the early morning of January 29th. As Ms. McCabe testified, John was my friend. I love John. He was an amazing guy.
He was an amazing guy. He was
At
a
the
man
waterfall,
passed out in the snow.
Mr. Albert said going home to have a drink with his son, Brian Jr., if anyone wants to come. Open invitation to the table.
Yeah.
She said to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, you guys should come. Both the defendant and the victim indicated that they wanted to come and that they were coming. She describes the phone calls and the text messages that she receives from Mr. O'Keefe, that she's providing directions. She indicates she's providing them directions to go down Chapman. She describes how that is. And you've heard this testimony from a couple of different witnesses as far as the steepness as you're going down Chapman, going down Fairview of coming off of Chapman, that you first go down a big steep hill. It flattens out for a little bit, and then you go down a second, 2 hills going down on Chapman, matching the GPS native location and the health data as far as where Mr. O'Keefe's phone is, a half mile away from 34 Fairview Road at the time that his health data is reporting that he's ascending or descending 3 flights of stairs. You hear the testimony from Ms. McCabe as far as the last time that she spoke to Mr. O'Keefe. And she's still trying to provide directions to Fairview because Mr. O'Keefe has never been there before, and neither has the defendant.
Right.
Which is further corroborated.
And that's after the time that you say that Karen Reed now struck John O'Keefe at 12:30 because you changed your whole entire timeline. And she was looking out the window the whole time, her and Maddie both. Matt and Jen were looking out the window. Nobody saw it happen. Nobody saw a body on the lawn.
In Trooper Garino's testimony as far as the vehicle passing by Fairview and then coming back in on the other side, having to reverse direction. But she's giving directions, and she indicates that she uses a house that Mr. O'Keefe will be familiar with, that belonging to Bella or Bella's mom. Bella's mom is an ex-girlfriend for a short period of time, a long time ago.
Poor Ashley
However, in the defendant's mind,
being dragged into this. Bella's mom.
it's so prescient on her mind that she's still talking about it the next morning or later on that morning when
This
she's
who?
riding, going towards Fairview Road with Miss Roberts and Miss McCabe in Miss Roberts' car. She's still talking about it at that time. It's
According
that much
to
on her mind.
them. Or Jen McCabe.
Ms. McCabe indicated that she looked out and she saw the vehicle initially in front of the front door, as did Mr. McCabe, as did Brian Albert Jr., as did Julie Nagel, as did Brian Nagel, and the vehicle moved up several times or several spots to where it was then positioned. Initially at some point in front of the door, then it moves up further so that it's in the area of the fire hydrant and the flagpole.
What
and
time
that's
is
where
that?
His body was discovered later on that morning, at least by Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts, and then moves up further beyond that. And I say that in the sense of it moves up further beyond that with sufficient distance for it to then go in reverse for 62.5 feet at 24.2 miles per hour, striking Mr. O'Keefe and leaving him where he was found later on the 29th. Again, the testimony from Ms. McCabe that about 12:40 when she's texting him, she indicated in her testimony she couldn't be certain if Mr. O'Keefe was still out front.
Right.
She left at that point. She wakes
Right.
up to a phone call.
But she looked out the window at 12:40 because she still saw the car there. Remember, Lals? Or she didn't still see the car there, but she claimed she did, but she couldn't have because Karen was home at 12:36. So now you've changed your timeline to 12:30. Make it make sense.
From John's niece Kaylee at 4:53 in the morning. This is from an 8th grader, 14-year-old girl. That's why she answers the phone at 4:53 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
She then hears the defendant screaming loudly over and over again, Jen. John didn't come home, got in a fight, left him at the waterfall. The variations, the different iterations of that story as it evolves and changes over the course of that morning.
Just like your timeline. Imagine that.
Ms. McCabe then indicates that the
Evolving
defendant
and
saw
changing.
you outside of my sister's house. Then she starts yelling, Jen, did I hit him? Could I hit him? Then they start discussing, or the defendant brings up her cracked tail. Then both Ms. McCabe and Mr. McCabe hear the defendant screaming outside of their home at about 5 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, but Brian Albert didn't. Oh boy.
They go to Mr. O'Keefe's.
Just a big bang outside my window.
And both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts indicates, and you heard this testimony from a number of different witnesses, friends and family of Mr. O'Keefe, that he had a rule, pretty strict rule in his house as far as you take your shoes off when you come in the house. And so what did Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts both do when they're entering in that house on January 20th?
Karen didn't take her shoes off. She's guilty. The end.
They out in the snow, they take off their boots in the mudroom, and then they walk in. What did they both indicate that the defendant did that morning when she came back to the house? Walked right in with the shoes. You hear that second voicemail.
The shock and
After the
horror.
defendants arrived back at One Meadows Ave, after her phone is reconnected
She
with
took off her
Mr.
shoes.
O'Keefe's Wi-Fi.
She's
And you can
guilty.
hear the footsteps. Part of that may be in the garage, part of that might be in the house. Why is it that the defendant has no issue with wearing shoes in the house when Mr. O'Keefe has that strict rule? Because she knows where he is.
This is your closing argument. She knows where he is. She killed him. And we know that she killed him because she didn't take her shoes off in the house twice when she got home that night after she killed him. And then the next morning when her friends forced her to go back there to look around for him again. That's it. She didn't take her shoes off. It's murder. She's guilty. And that's proof. According to this, there's not even a word to describe him right now in my mind. Are you kidding? Are you really? You guys, are you hearing this?
Initially, was not coming home because she hit him with her SUV and she left him in the snow.
Well, there it is. Oop, there it is. Proof. The shoes.
Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe are frantically sort of running around the house looking for Mr. O'Keefe.
I'm embarrassed for
And he's
him.
not. They then get in the vehicle. They drive back towards Fairview Road. And again,
Because they needed more
defendant in
time.
the backseat of the vehicle immediately sees the defendant, starts pulling and kicking on the door, and runs in sort of a beeline straight over to where Mr. O'Keefe is laying on the front lawn.
Yeah, she made a beeline. This,
You have the testimony from
That's
Ms.
it.
Roberts
it was the shoes for me.
as far as John's phone. John's phone, when the firefighters pick him up, and you recall several witnesses testifying about that, pick him up on scoop stretcher and then bring him over to the ambulance while they're conducting resuscitative efforts. trying to
Nobody
save
saw the
Mr.
phone.
O'Keefe's life. But Ms. Roberts indicated that she observed underneath it, only the phone,
She just
phone on the grass.
She
On the
just took it.
grass in the area that is completely covered in snow in every other area except under Mr. O'Keefe, which I would submit indicates how long Mr. O'Keefe has been there. Now, recall,
Hoss long?
around 12 o'clock or so is when it starts to snow and it starts to stick a little bit. And you heard all that testimony. And I know it was a lot of testimony about snow, a lot of testimony about weather, but there's a purpose to that. There's a point to that, okay? As far as the grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe's body, where his cell phone was, Ms. Roberts.
There's a point to that because all the photos of the scene don't show any grass. So there's that. And didn't all the first responders say that there was snow underneath him? So there's that. So you can argue, but the jurors took tons of notes.
Observed some 6 hours later after it starts snowing. is still visible only under Mr. O'Keefe where his body is, which I would submit as evidence to you as to how long he's been there.
Haas long. Just say Haas once for
Now,
us,
on
please.
top of that, you also have hours of ring videos of the driveway as far as shoveling and Paul O'Keefe and other people snow blowing and shoveling and all those kinds of things.
Snow blowing, leaf
The
blowing,
purpose of that as well. If you look at those, if you look at the video
leaf blowing, sir. It was leaf blowing. They got a leaf blower to look for the evidence, and the Canton PD was so incompetent they didn't find the red pieces.
of the defendant crashing into Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle at a speed of anywhere from 0 to 5, which
Crashing.
would indicate
Crashing into Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in the driveway, really? She crashed into it.
would not cause the damage to the taillight that was observed in this case. You know what you don't see? You don't see snow move off Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle.
It was
at any point of
wet.
Contact. You don't see any red or clear plastic pieces in the snow.
It would have been
And if you
pushed
look
into
at
the
those
car.
stills, not the ones that counsel put up there during his closing, but if you look at each of the video and the stills, you can see the damage consistent
No, you can't.
with the taillight.
You
at
didn't
each and
enlarge
every
them.
point. You see the
You
damage
can't.
consistent with the taillight from the 507 video. You see the damage consistent from the 822 video from Lieutenant Ray from the cruiser camera video when he's pulling into the driveway.
No, you
You
can't.
see the damage consistent from the Dighton video at the defendant's home. You see the damage consistent from the right here, February 1st, 2022, when the search warrant is conducted and Ms. Hartnett removes all those pieces from the vehicle. The weather is also important when it comes to the hair.
Oh, the weather.
The magic hair, as Mr. Jackson likes to call it.
Mm.
The magic hair was actually frozen to the vehicle, as was the glass to the bumper, because the vehicle
Said nobody
looked like
in
that
any
on the
testimony at
left
all.
when it was caked in snow, when Officer Barrow saw it in the driveway in Dighton as they were wading through 1.5 feet of snow,
Mhm.
walking up, because remember, they didn't even pull into the driveway because they had to have someone come down and plow it before they could get into it. That's what the vehicle looked like. What you can see, however, is the damage to the taillight, to the side.
Where
of
is
that
it snow?
taillight, consistent with it. So that hair, that 7/8 of an inch hair, was frozen to the side. And as you remember, the testimony from Sergeant Buchanan about the heated condition of the Canton Police Department garage, and that's one of the reasons that they took it there, because the other barracks that they could have taken it to didn't have that heated condition. So yes, after it's been in there from January 29th, about 5:30 p.m. until February 1st, when they conduct the search warrant, the hair isn't still frozen as it's contained within a heated garage, and the pieces of glass on the rear bumper have melted. The snow has melted, as you can see from left to right. The weather, also important, I would submit, weather was a weapon. Remember, the cause of death here is not just blunt impact injuries, it's blunt impact injuries and hypothermia. You heard all that medical testimony in relation to it, and you heard all that testimony in relation to the snow and the weather and the wind. Wind gusts up to 37 miles per hour while he's out, Mr. O'Keefe is out there in just a shirt and jeans. Now, you heard also testimony from Ms. Roberts in relation to the injuries she observed to Mr. O'Keefe, that initially on scene, there was one eye that was swollen, not the other. That's indication of the swelling that Dr. Scorti-Bella was testifying to, and no indication of physical altercation. And then both eyes being swollen when Ms. Roberts viewed Mr. O'Keefe's body after his passing at the Good Samaritan. Submit that all the testimony tells you the same consistent account, internally, externally, from civilian testimony to investigator testimony to medical testimony to forensic testimony to the reconstruction testimony. You have the testimony from Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts that they couldn't see Mr. O'Keefe at Fairview when they initially pulled up. You can see that from Officer Sarif's cruiser. You have Mr. O'Keefe being covered in snow from the storm. You know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. It's clearly visible on the cruiser camera from Officer Sarif. You have the testimony from each of the responding officers, anywhere from 5 to 12 feet off the roadway, and from the civilians as well. Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, Officer Mullaney has 6 inches of snow on Mr. O'Keefe when he first sees him.
He's wrong.
Firefighter Kelly says that he couldn't even see Mr. O'Keefe until he was 5 feet away in the darkness, in the snow, in the blizzard conditions. There's no footprints around the body. There's no drag marks around the body. There's
No drag
evidence of
marks.
anything in relation to Brian Albert and Brian Higgins. Brian Albert and Brian Higgins spent January 28, 2022, traveling to New York City to go to a funeral for another police officer, for another department, who they didn't even know. Traveled all the way down to New York and then came back before the blizzard, only to come back from that to go out drinking, to come back to Mr. Albert's house, to then murder another police officer who they did know, who worked for the same department as them. And then criminal mastermind genius that Brian Albert is, 28 years on the Boston
He's sitting
Police
right
Department,
there.
he's then going to just leave Mr. O'Keefe's body on his front lawn. Really?
After a drunken fight, after they were drinking all day in New York, going to the funeral for a fallen fellow police officer, and then they don't go to John O'Keefe's funeral. Oh, be careful with your arguments, Lally, because you're looking like a fool now.
That's the conspiracy?
No, it's a
evidence
drunken
do you have of
argument,
that?
maybe.
You have statements
That got out of
defendant
hand.
made to
I
Sergeant
don't know.
Mechanic on January 29th. She was willing to speak, but didn't want to give too much detail.
We're speeding this up.
Conversational tone throughout. She indicated that the night before, they had gotten into an argument, something about what was fed to the children, nothing about the detailed
Dunkin'
arguments,
Donuts.
incessant phone calls, and everything else that you saw from the
Incessant.
defendant and Mr. O'Keefe's phone. on the
Incessant.
28th. She indicated that she got CF McCarthy's around 9 p.m., started drinking vodka sodas. The men were drinking beers. When asked where she parked her vehicle, she said she parked on Washington Street across from CF McCarthy's, facing northbound on the side, same side as Waterfall. Same testimony that you heard from Ms. O'Keefe, observing the defendant going over to her vehicle, getting in the driver's seat, and the victim, Mr. O'Keefe, getting into the passenger seat. She said they were left the Waterfall, were invited to her residence. She drove her and John to the location in Canton. She dropped Mr. O'Keefe off, did not see him walk into the home. She, being the defendant, stated she made a 3-point turn and then left. When asked about the damage to her vehicle, she indicated to the troopers, "I don't know, it happened last night."
Okay.
June 2022, you have that other recording of that other version that she now has evolved into, as far as stating to Sergeant Mechanic, "Are you aware that John was beaten up by Brian and Colin Albert? We're all in on the same joke, right?
Yeah.
I was pulverized and my taillight was cracked." What evidence do you have of that? Mr. O'Keefe never went in the house. You have testimony from Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert Jr., Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel.
All related.
indicating Never went in the house.
Everyone's
John O'Keefe's
related.
phone never went in the house, from the testimony and the data points that you have from Trooper Green.
Untrue.
You know how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed, and you know the defendant knew that. You have the testimony from Kurt Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Karina Kolakithis, Nicholas Kolakithis, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Brian Higgins, all indicated in their testimony, and the defendant knew, based on our questions to the firefighters the next morning, that Mr. O'Keefe was not dressed for the weather when he left the Waterfall. The weather was a weapon.
The weather was a weapon?
You have the testimony about the car, the defendant's car being there in front of the house, moving multiple times. You have that from multiple sources. You have that from Matthew McCabe. You have that from Jennifer McCabe. You have that from Brian Albert Jr. You have that from Julie Nagel. You have that from Ryan Nagel. You have the testimony of Ryan Nagel, Ricky D'Antonio, and Heather Maxon. Ms. Maxon indicated she saw a male passenger, female operator as the vehicle was turned. Remember, they're coming towards Fairview at the same time. The defendant, after conducting that reverse, a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest, is then taking a right on Fairview, while Mr. Nagel, Mr. D'Antonio, and Ms. Maxon are taking a left on Fairview. Mr. Nagel indicates that Mr. D'Antonio then flashes lights. During that time, Ms. Maxon can see inside the vehicle. She sees a male passenger. She sees a female operator. They follow the vehicle as they're turning onto the street. Lo and behold, they're going to the same residence. They park. There's nothing in between them and the defendant's vehicle. They indicate that at no time do they see anybody get out of the vehicle. At no time do they see any damage to the vehicle, or it hasn't happened yet. At no time do they see anyone leave the vehicle and go into the house. The vehicle moves up on different successive occasions, as testified to by Mr. Nagel and several others. And then as they're passing that vehicle, Mr. Nagel indicates that he sees a female operator in the vehicle with the dome light on. Interesting, when I asked Mr. Nagel, as far as when Julie Nagel came out to the vehicle, did he roll down the window or did he open the door? He indicated he opened the door. And I asked him, what happened when you open the door? What happens when you open the door to a vehicle? The dome light comes on. So there's a reason I would submit, or the inference that you can make, is that no one sees Mr. O'Keefe in the vehicle because that's the moment he steps out of the vehicle. And then they're gone. The Nagels, Ryan Nagel, Ricky D'Antonio, and Heather Maxon drive away from that. We have the testimony from Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, the peanut butter and jelly sandwich conversation they have with Ms. McCabe, which while they're pulling away from the house where everybody's attention is drawn, Ms. McCabe is turned around facing both of them in the backseat. Ms. Nagel is facing Ms. Levinson on the passenger side, looking out the window towards 34 Fairview Road.
The
Ms.
distraction
Levinson's looking back at Ms.
technique.
Nagel, away from that area, in which Ms. Nagel indicates that she sees a 5 to 6 foot dark blob on the lawn near the pole in the hydrant, which is just where Mr. O'Keefe is.
The blob. Yeah, the blob. Great.
You have testimony recalled, and you have text messages in regard to Colin Albert when he gets picked up. From Colin.
Mr. Lally, 5 minutes.
Oh, man.
Colin Albert,
We're behind.
Allison McKay, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Brian Jr., all indicating that he was picked up around that time at 12:10 a.m. You have the testimony from Chris and Julie Albert, his parents, as far as when he comes home, kisses them goodnight before he goes to bed. You have that testimony in regard to Chris Albert, as far as how John O'Keefe and the defendant come to be at the waterfall in the first place, as far as John O'Keefe and his nephew coming in early in the day, getting a couple slices of pizza. What are you doing later on? Contained within those text messages. You have the testimony from Lieutenant O'Hara, Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Mechanic about those items being recovered. And in particular, the items being recovered on January 29th by that search. What did Lieutenant O'Hara say? The items were found close to the curb. The items were at ground level, 3 feet of snow that they had to sift through in order to find those particular things. The detail or the delay in the recovery of evidence. The photos in the video, most of which you have in evidence, is earlier in the storm. This is before the 18 inches of snow falls down, before there's drifts and 3 feet of snow in places. They found the evidence where it had been at that same ground level, in the grass, under the snow, at 34 Fairview Road. We heard all of the medical testimony, which I would submit is consistent, from firefighter Fomati to Dr. Rice. We heard testimony regarding the defendant's blood alcohol concentration with Dr. Fowler and Nick Roberts, 93 milligrams per deciliter, 0.07 to 0.08% at 9:08 in the morning. We heard Mr. Roberts' testimony in regard to the retrograde extrapolation, 0.13 to 0.29, extrapolating back to the time of the operation. The defendant admits to drinking vodka. It's on the receipts from C.F. McCarthy's and from the waterfall. And you have the witness testimony in the surveillance video in regard to
Garbage in, garbage out.
the forensic testimony that you have. In regard to the medical testimony, you have the sort of pattern abrasions, clear plastic that's recovered by Lieutenant O'Hara and Lieutenant Tully on January 29th. The clear plastic that has the dimples on it. No one, not Trooper Paul, not anyone, at any point in time, ever said Mr. O'Keefe's arm was out like this at the time that he struck him, and he did a pirouette and then flew 30 feet in the air.
No, that's
12
exactly
inches.
what Trooper
Abrasions.
Paul's theory was, sir. Were you not listening to your own witness?
The doctors were, the biomechanical people were talking about yesterday. 12 inches and then 6 inches to the tail end. It's easily solved by this. And the dimples on his arm are, that I would submit are consistent with the dimples on the tail light cover piece, are right around this area of the elbow.
Oh,
You have
now you're going to change that theory too?
testimony in regard to forensics, as far as Mr. Porto, Mr. Bradford. John O'Keefe's DNA is on that tail light house.
Good one, Dewey.
His DNA is there to the exclusion as well of Sergeant Mechanic and Trooper Proctor. Mr. O'Keefe's DNA is on the exterior of the broken drinking glass. Mr. O'Keefe's DNA, and only Mr. O'Keefe's DNA, is on his clothing and his fingernails, consistent with Dr. Sporty Bello's testimony that there is no evidence of a fight or an altercation. There's no one else's DNA under his fingernails. There's no one else's DNA on his clothing.
Yes, there was. There was two sources
Now,
of DNA.
testimony from Ms. Hardman, Trooper Paul, as
Or
regards to
3
what
in some
examined,
stains.
They observed the dents, scratches, 7/8 of an inch hair. You have the testimony from Ms. Chart in regard to the mitochondrial DNA profile from that hair being consistent with the DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe. You have the testimony from Ms. Valier and Ms. Hanley in regard to the microscopic pieces, 1/16 of an inch by 1/16.
You have 1 minute, Mr. Lally. Wrap it up.
Yes, sir.
Wrap it up.
All consistent with pieces of taillight that are
Wrap it
found.
up.
His clothing.
I'll take it. Wrap it up. Whose song is that? Wrap it up.
Ms. Gilman, if I could.
No, you don't have any time left.
6:05. This
No.
is what this vehicle looks like backing up at that speed.
You're done.
For approximately that distance.
Where's the hook? Get the hook.
There's another years and years ago. started
Years
practicing
and
law
years
at the time.
ago?
Braintree was now Quincy. And eventually became a far smarter man than myself. Eventually became president of the United States. His name was John Adams. And whatever may be our wishes, our inclinations,
John Adams.
dictates of our passions, they cannot alter the state of the facts and the evidence. What the constellation of the facts and the evidence ineluctably demonstrate here is that the defendant drove her vehicle in reverse for 24.2 miles per hour for 62.5 feet, struck Mr. O'Keefe, causing those catastrophic head injuries, leaving him incapacitated, increasing his death.
Mr. Lally, I have to stop you.
Goodbye.
You've gone over.
You couldn't finish your John Adams quote.
One
No.
sentence I'll give you.
From that facts and that evidence, I would submit ineluctably demonstrates her guilt on each of the indictments before you, and I would ask that you find this.
That's funny because remember the judge
Right.
quoted John Adams a couple times?
Jurors, I have my instructions on the law I'm going to give you. My guess is it's probably about an hour. I'd like to start it now, but does anybody need a short break? You can take a short break. Okay, we'll come back in 5 minutes.
All right. We're a little bit behind, so here's the fan. Let's try and catch up. Auntie Deb, I see that you connected back there, but we're gonna do it. We're gonna have you come back. I'm gonna have you come back after jury instructions, or during the lunch break. How about?
All right, jurors. Thank you for serving on this jury and for being so attentive. You'll soon deliberate for the purposes of reaching a verdict in this case. But before you do that, it's my responsibility to give you instructions concerning the law. The instructions are divided into 3 parts. The first is general instructions that are provided in every criminal case. The second, specific instructions concerning the crimes alleged in this case. And third, guidelines for your deliberations. Please listen carefully to all of the instructions. Do not ignore any instruction or give special attention to any other instruction. To make sure that I give you the instructions accurately, I will read them to you. You will also get a written copy. I'll probably send in 3 or 4 to the jury so that you can refer to it in the jury room during your deliberations. I will try to make sure that my oral instructions match the written instructions. If there is any difference between what I say aloud and what the written instructions say, please follow what I say aloud. You must take the law as I give it to you. You may not quarrel with it. You can't do that regardless of any opinion you may have as to what you think the law ought to be. What the lawyers or witnesses may say or suggest about the law is not necessarily the law. That's because it's my responsibility as the judge and mine alone to instruct you on what the law is. So I now will turn to part 1 of the instructions, the general instructions that apply to all criminal cases. As I explained to you at the beginning of the trial, there is a fundamental rule that applies in all criminal cases, including this case. Every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of that crime. Ms. Reed is presumed innocent of the charges in this case. That means you must consider Ms. Reed to be innocent unless the prosecution is proved beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence presented during the trial that Ms. Reed committed the crimes charged. I will explain reasonable doubt in just a moment. Ms. Reed does not have to do anything to convince you that she is innocent. She does not have to explain anything. Ms. Reed does not have to testify, call, or question witnesses, or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume she is innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charges against Ms. Reed beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof never shifts to the defendant. After you have considered all the evidence carefully and fairly, if you have a reasonable doubt about Ms. Reed's guilt in a particular charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on that charge. You may find Ms. Reed guilty of a charge only if all 12 deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent unless and until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. This is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, how do you decide whether the Commonwealth has proven each element of an indictment is true beyond a reasonable doubt? Let's talk first about the roles we all have. You folks are the most important people in the courtroom. It all begins and ends with your function. You will determine the facts in this case, and that is your job and your job alone. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. If there are any conflicts in the testimony, it is your job to resolve those conflicts if you can do so.
Brian
Once
Albert,
you
Jen
determine the
McCabe,
facts,
Colin
it is your
Albert.
duty to apply those facts to the law as I explain it to you, and to determine whether the Commonwealth has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You must determine the facts solely and entirely on the evidence as you have heard it and seen it in this courtroom and on nothing else. No prejudice, no bias, no fear, no favor. You must not be swayed by personal likes or dislikes. Your deliberations are no place for emotion or sympathy, passion or prejudice. The Commonwealth and Karen Reed have a right to have the case judged by fair and impartial jurors. All parties who come before the court stand as equals before you. Therefore, your verdicts must be based on the law as I've given it to you, and on the evidence and the facts that you find, and nothing else. You cannot allow yourselves to be influenced by any personal feelings you may have about the nature of the crimes with which Ms. Reed has been charged or the consequences of your verdict. Just the cool, reflective, and impartial sifting of the evidence so that here in this courtroom, justice may be done. Now, your focus is on the evidence. I am the judge of the law. My job is to teach you the law that you must follow in this case. However, I have no opinion about how you decide this case. You should not consider anything I have said or done during the trial as reflecting any opinion by me about how you should decide this case. If you believe that I have an opinion about the facts of this case, you must disregard it. You must decide this case based solely on the evaluation of the evidence. Now, the arguments of the lawyers are not evidence. They are not witnesses. If a lawyer during argument made a mistake in summarizing the evidence or argued something not supported by the evidence, you must disregard it. It is the jury's collective memory of the evidence that controls the matter. Lawyers' objections are a proper part of the court's procedure and are not part of the evidence. So don't hold it against the lawyers or their client if they made objections, motions, or other requests. They're simply doing their job during a trial. There was testimony at trial that the lawyers interviewed witnesses when preparing for and during the course of the trial. You may not draw any unfavorable inferences solely from that fact. There is nothing improper about conducting such interviews. On the contrary, the lawyers are obliged to prepare their case as thoroughly as possible and may interview witnesses. Now, the verdict must be based only on the evidence and the jury's collective reasoning applied to the evidence in a fair and impartial manner. The extent to which you believe or disbelieve a witness or what an exhibit purports to show, the importance to give any testimony or other evidence is entirely up to your own good judgment. The evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits in the case. There are some things you have heard about that have not been introduced into evidence, such as written statements by witnesses, police reports, autopsy, and accident reconstruction reports. Occasionally during the trial, you have heard references to such documents, and you may naturally wonder why neither side introduced any of them into evidence. The answer is that under our rules of evidence, such reports usually may not be admitted, although the parties may refer to them for certain limited purposes while questioning witnesses. So you should not hold it against any party that you do not have them, and neither should you speculate on what they may or may not contain. Similarly, as you view exhibits, you may find that some information has been removed because it is not relevant. Please ignore that and don't try to guess what may have been removed or why. Any information that you may have read, heard, or seen about this case outside of the courtroom is not evidence. My instructions to you and any other comments I made, the lawyer's opening and closing statements, and any comments they may have made are not evidence. Answers that I struck from the record and told you to disregard are not evidence. Only the testimony of the witnesses, that is, their answers to questions, and the exhibits are evidence. It is important to remind you folks that the verdict cannot be based on emotional reaction or sympathy for any person or side of this case. Certain of the testimony and exhibits may have provoked an emotional reaction in all of us. You may feel sympathy for the family of Mr. O'Keefe, and you may feel sympathy for the defendant as she sits here in this courtroom. But your job is to decide the case without bias, fear, sympathy, or favor, to view the evidence with a certain clinical detachment, and to decide the case based solely on the evidence and the application of the law to that evidence. I have allowed you to take notes during the trial, and you may refer to those notes during your deliberations. But remember, they are not evidence or a substitute for the evidence and your recollection. They are for your personal use. Please do not share them with other jurors. Consider the evidence as a whole. Do not make up your mind about what the verdict should be until after you've gone to the jury room to decide the case and you and your fellow jurors have discussed the evidence. Please keep an open mind until then. You'll remember that we took a view in this case. The purpose of the view was to help you better understand the evidence that you heard during the trial and to help you appreciate the locations and their surroundings. Your responsibility in the view was to see the places, observe them carefully, and remember what you saw. The view is part of this case. You may use and consider the observations that you made while on the view in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. The same is true about the demonstration we saw from the witness stand. The demonstration was done simply to help you understand the evidence, and you may consider it in your deliberations. It is the jury's job to earnestly seek the truth of the matter. In doing that, the jury must decide questions of credibility and reliability. The jury must decide how truthful or reliable or convincing any part of the evidence is. In deciding questions of credibility and reliability, you may rely on your common sense and reasoning powers and your life experiences. Consider a witness's testimony in the context of all the other evidence, not in isolation. You may consider the demeanor, candor, and appearance of the witness in testifying. Who was the witness? What relationship do they have to the case or to the other witnesses or the parties? Did the witness have any bias, reason, or motive to give false or shaded testimony? If so, you may consider that bias or motive in your deliberations and ultimately as to whether or not it impacts the credibility of the witness and the assessment of the evidence presented. Is the witness someone likely to give an honest and impartial account? Consider not just whether the witness was honest, but also whether the witness's testimony was accurate and reliable or honestly mistaken. A prior statement by a witness, if inconsistent with his or her trial testimony in any way, may be considered on the witness's credibility and reliability, and only for that purpose. Now, you've heard some evidence suggesting that the Commonwealth did not conduct certain scientific tests or otherwise follow standard procedure during the police investigation. This is a factor you may consider in evaluating the evidence presented in this case. With respect to this factor, you should consider 3 questions. First, whether the omitted tests or other actions were standard procedure or steps that would otherwise normally be taken under the circumstances. Second, whether the omitted test or actions could reasonably have been expected to lead to significant evidence of the defendant's guilt or innocence. And third, whether the evidence provides a reasonable and adequate explanation for the omission of the test or other actions. If you find that any omissions in the investigation were significant and not adequately explained, you may consider whether the omissions tend to affect the quality, reliability, or credibility of the evidence presented by the Commonwealth. All of these considerations involve factual determinations that are entirely up to you. And you are free to give this matter whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate based on all the circumstances. Now, during the trial, I gave you some limiting instructions on how you were to consider some of the evidence you heard, and importantly, how you are not to consider the evidence. I am going to summarize those limiting instructions here. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crime other than the charges contained in the indictments. You have heard evidence about interactions that Ms. Reed had with Mr. O'Keefe and other witnesses in Aruba. The evidence was admitted solely for your consideration as evidence of the nature of the defendant's relationship with Mr. O'Keefe and whether it goes to her knowledge or intent or motive on January 29th, 2022. You may not consider that evidence as proof that she has a criminal personality or bad character. You may not take the defendant's prior acts as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here, or to conclude that if she committed the acts in Aruba, she must also have committed the offenses with which she is charged here.
How do you separate
You can
that out?
only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the persons who authored them were in fact John O'Keefe, the defendant, or the witnesses who testified about their communication with John O'Keefe and or the defendant. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, or the witnesses who testified here before you were the persons who authored or transmitted the electronic communications, then you may not consider the electronic communications in deciding the case. Now, the Commonwealth has introduced photographs into evidence. The photographs may be graphic and unpleasant. As I told you when you first saw them, your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be graphic or unpleasant. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy. Consider a photograph only as it may show a medical condition, the nature of the injuries, or the details of the incident itself. You've heard evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. These statements were admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind. You are not to consider this testimony as proof that the defendant has bad character or propensity to commit crimes. The testimony of witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe or messages the defendant's cell phone received from him can only be used as they go to the defendant's motive or intent on January 29th, and only if you find that the defendant was aware of John O'Keefe's state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you reasonably can infer from the evidence that she did learn of it. You've also heard testimony about statements allegedly made by Ms. Reed. Before you may consider any such statement, you are going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence or not, and for what purpose it may be used. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she is alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether or not any statement made by the defendant was voluntary, you may consider all of the surrounding circumstances. You may consider any evidence that you have heard about the defendant's physical and mental condition, her intelligence, age, education, and experience. Your decision does not turn on any one factor. You must consider the totality of the circumstances. Some testimony came from witnesses who saw or heard something. Some witnesses also told you about opinions or conclusions they reached based on some special training or experience. But special training or experience does not necessarily make the witness's testimony any more
Brian Albert.
believable or important than any other evidence. So you should consider the same questions about witness testimony that I mentioned earlier, including any bias or motive these opinion witnesses may have had to testify in a certain way. You
Like
may
that
also
one?
consider the witness's level of experience and training, and whether they base their opinions on the facts that you find to be true. There were hypothetical questions asked of some of these witnesses. You may give whatever weight you deem appropriate to the opinion based on the hypothetical, but only if, after careful consideration, you find that all the assumed facts are true. Remember that witnesses,
Jen and
even
Colin.
those with special training or experience, do not decide cases. Juries do. It is up to you whether to accept or reject, in whole or in part, any opinion or conclusion that a witness offered during the trial. Now, you have the same powers with respect to the exhibits that you have and the testimony of the witnesses. Look them over and decide the weight, that is the value they deserve to receive in helping you resolve the case as you make your ultimate judgment about whether the Commonwealth has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You do not have to believe something simply because it is written on a piece of paper or appears in a photograph. You are not, of course, required to disbelieve it because it appears there. You decide whether to believe what the exhibit purports to show and how much weight, if any, you give each exhibit. Now, you've heard me talk about the sources of evidence in this case. Those are the tools that we have to decide the case. Now, with the evidence in mind, what can you do with it? As jurors, you may bring to bear all your knowledge and experience. You don't check your common sense at the door to the jury room. Just the reverse. I instruct you to use your common sense. Give the evidence a reasonable and fair construction in the light of your common knowledge and experience. In determining the facts in this case, you may draw reasonable inferences from the evidence that you believe because you are entitled to rely upon both direct and indirect or circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is evidence of what a witness claims to have seen or heard or touched or somehow perceived with their own senses. Circumstantial evidence exists where a witness does not testify directly to the fact that is sought to be proven, but you are provided with evidence of other facts and then asked to draw reasonable inferences from them about the fact that is sought to be proved. Such inferences may be considered with all of the other evidence in reaching your verdict. Circumstantial evidence is competent to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what do I mean by an inference? An inference is a logical deduction or conclusion that you may, but are not required to draw from evidence that you have accepted as believable. Inferences are little steps in reasoning, steps in which you take some known information, apply your experience in life to it, and then draw a conclusion. Sometimes you can draw more than one inference. You have to decide which inferences are reasonable and decide which seems more reasonable to you. Remember, when you are dealing with inferences, you never have to infer anything. You may, but do not have to draw any inferences whatsoever. An inference drawn from circumstantial evidence need not be necessary or inescapable, but any inference which you do draw must be reasonable and possible. It must be logical. It must be a natural one, which is not too remote in the ordinary course of events. You may not guess. You may not speculate. You may not engage in surmise. You should not pile inference upon inference until the pile gets so high that it tips over logically, or the chain gets so weak that it doesn't hold together anymore. When you run through your inferences, check the starting point and the ending point to make sure that they're still reasonable. Further, when the evidence tends equally to give rise to either of two inconsistent propositions, the Commonwealth has established neither proposition. In order to convict the defendant, you must find that all the evidence and the reasonable inferences that you have drawn, taken together, prove that she is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me give you an example of an inference. Suppose that the issue you must decide is whether the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail today. If you go home and someone in your household, a child, roommate, or spouse, hands you the mail and states that he or she observed the letter carrier deliver the mail and retrieved it from the mailbox, this would be direct evidence that the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail. The witness perceived the event with his or her own senses and told you what he or she observed. The issue you would have to decide is whether the witness is credible. On the other hand, if you go home from court and find mail in the mailbox, you may infer that it was delivered by the U.S. Postal Service today. You draw this reasonable inference based on the following known facts. The mailbox was emptied yesterday. You know that the mail is delivered by the U.S. Postal Service Monday through Saturday. The letters in the box are postmarked. You have exactly the same power in this case, not the power to speculate or to guess, but the power to draw reasonable inferences warranted by the evidence in the fashion I have just described. You may have noticed that the defendant did not testify at this trial. The defendant has an absolute right not to testify, since the entire burden of proof in this case is on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. It is not up to the defendant to prove that she is innocent. The fact that the defendant did not testify has nothing to do with the question of whether she is guilty or not guilty. You are not to draw any adverse inference against the defendant because she did not testify. You are not to consider it in any way or even discuss it in your deliberations. You must determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant based solely on the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits. All right, that completes my first part of the instructions.
First part.
Now I'm going to turn to the elements of the charges against Ms. Reed. The Commonwealth has alleged that on January 29, 2022, Ms. Reed did assault and beat John O'Keefe with the intent to murder him, and by such assault and battery did kill and murder John O'Keefe. Ms. Reed is charged with second-degree murder. In order to prove murder in the second degree, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements. First, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. 2, the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. I will now discuss each of these requirements in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act is a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. As you can see, the second element has 3 subparts, which I will call prongs, and the Commonwealth satisfies its burden of proof if it proves any one of the 3 prongs beyond a reasonable doubt. The first prong is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. This means that the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause John O'Keefe's death. The second prong is that the defendant intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe. Grievous bodily harm means severe injury to the body. The third prong is that the defendant intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. Let me help you understand how to analyze this third prong. You must first determine whether the defendant intended to perform the act that caused the victim's death. If you find that she intended to perform the act, you must then determine what the defendant herself actually knew about the relevant circumstances at the time she acted. Then you must determine whether, under the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known that the act intended by the defendant created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether Mr. O'Keefe's death was accidental because the death was caused by a negligent, careless, or mistaken act of the defendant or resulted from a cause separate from the defendant's conduct, you may not find that the Commonwealth has proved that the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. In deciding whether the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. If the Commonwealth has proven both elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. The next is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. In order to prove manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place in which the public has a right of access. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was a 0.08 or greater. You'll have both these choices on the verdict slip. Fourth, that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly so as to create a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. And fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. So to prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was operating a motor vehicle. A person operates a motor vehicle while doing all of the well-known things that drivers do as they travel on a street or highway, and also when doing any act which directly tends to set the vehicle in motion. A person is operating a motor vehicle whenever they are in the vehicle and intentionally manipulate some mechanical or electrical part of the vehicle, like the gear shift or the ignition, which alone or in sequence will set the vehicle in motion. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant operated a motor vehicle in a public way. Any street or highway that is open to the public and is controlled and maintained by some level of government is a public way. This would include, for example, interstate and state highways, as well as municipal streets and roads. In determining whether any particular street or road is a public way, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether it has some of the usual indications of a public way. For example, whether it is paved, whether it has street lights, street signs, curbing, and fire hydrants, whether there are buildings along the street, whether it has any crossroads intersecting it, and whether it is publicly maintained. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant was under the influence of intoxicating liquor, that is alcohol, and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was a 0.08 or greater. I will now instruct you on both theories. What does it mean to be under the influence of alcohol? It is not illegal to drive after consuming alcohol as long as the operator is not under the influence of alcohol. However, neither does someone have to be drunk to be under the influence of alcohol. A person is under the influence of alcohol if they've consumed enough alcohol to reduce their ability to operate a motor vehicle safely by decreasing their judgment, alertness, and ability to respond promptly and effectively to unexpected emergencies. The amount of alcohol necessary to do this may vary from person to person. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant actually drove in an unsafe or erratic manner, but it is required to prove that their ability to drive safely was diminished by alcohol. You may rely on your experience and common sense about the effects of alcohol. You should consider any believable evidence about the defendant's alleged consumption of alcohol, as well as the defendant's appearance, condition, and behavior. In deciding this first theory of whether the defendant operated a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol, you may also consider whether a blood test showed that the defendant had consumed any alcohol. However, no matter what the reading is, the blood test is not sufficient itself to prove that the defendant was under the influence of alcohol. Now, under the second theory, and again, both will be on the verdict slip and you should decide each one. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that at the time of operation, the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was a 0.08 or greater. The Commonwealth may prove a person's blood alcohol level by a chemical test or analysis of their breath or blood. In deciding whether the Commonwealth has proved the defendant's blood alcohol level beyond a reasonable doubt, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether the test was administered within a reasonable time of operation of the motor vehicle, whether the person who administered the test was properly certified, whether and how the pre-test procedures were followed and employed, whether the testing device was working properly at the time the test was administered, and whether the test was administered properly. You may also consider any other evidence pertaining to the test. Mr. Court Officer, I know it's traditional to not allow anybody in and out of the courtroom while I'm charging, so I'm going to ask you to follow that at this point.
Oh, he's letting
Thank
people
you.
in and out.
It's distracting, and I don't want it to be distracting for you folks, okay? The fourth element that the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly. A person drives recklessly when they ignore the fact that their manner of driving is very likely to result in death or serious injury to someone, or they are indifferent to whether someone is killed or seriously injured. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant acted negligently. That is, acted in a way that a reasonably careful person would not. It must be shown that the defendant's actions went beyond mere negligence and amounted to recklessness. The defendant was reckless if she knew or should have known that such actions would pose a grave danger or death or serious injury to others, but chose, nevertheless, to run the risk and go ahead. Whenever I refer to the defendant's state of mind or her intent, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite state of mind or intent even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved the element. Here, the defendant must have intended her acts in the sense that they were not accidental, but it is not necessary that the defendant intended or foresaw the consequences of those acts, as long as a reasonable person would know that they were so dangerous that death or serious injury would probably result. As such, the Commonwealth does not need to prove that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. Rather, this is in the category of cases where public safety requires each driver, once they know what the situation is, to determine and to adhere to an objective standard of behavior. In determining whether the defendant drove recklessly, you should take into account all the facts of the situation: the defendant's rate of speed and manner of operation, the defendant's physical condition and how well the defendant could see and could control the vehicle, the condition of the defendant's vehicle, what kind of road it was and who else was on the road, what was the time of day, the weather and the condition on the road were, and what any other vehicles or pedestrians were doing, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, that you think are relevant. The fifth element that the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant, by her actions, caused the death of John O'Keefe. The defendant caused the death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act, in a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. If the Commonwealth has proven all five elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. Now, the lesser offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor includes the lesser offense of involuntary manslaughter. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, also charges her with the lesser included offense. The Commonwealth may prove the lesser included charge of involuntary manslaughter, even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So I will define involuntary manslaughter. To prove that the defendant is guilty of involuntary manslaughter because of wanton or reckless conduct, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused John O'Keefe's death. Second, that the defendant intended the conduct that caused John O'Keefe's death. Third, that the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. I will now discuss each element in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Remember, Ms. Reed caused John O'Keefe's death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act, in a natural and continuous sequence, results in death and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended the conduct that caused the death. The Commonwealth is not required to prove the defendant intended to cause the death. You may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. The third element is that the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless.
Wanton or reckless conduct is conduct that creates a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. It is conduct involving a grave risk of harm to another person that a person undertakes with indifference or with disregard of the consequences of such conduct. Whether conduct is wanton or reckless depends either on what the defendant knew or how a reasonable person would have acted knowing what the defendant knew. If the defendant realized the grave risk created by her conduct, her subsequent act amounts to wanton or reckless conduct, whether or not a reasonable person would have realized the risk of grave danger. Even if the defendant herself did not realize the grave risk of harm to another, the act would constitute wanton or reckless conduct if a reasonable person, knowing what the defendant knew, would have realized the act posed a risk of grave danger to another. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove the defendant acted negligently, that is, in a manner that a reasonably careful person would not have acted. The Commonwealth must prove that the defendant's actions went beyond negligence and amounted to wanton or reckless conduct, as I have defined them. In deciding whether the defendant knew or should have known her conduct created a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm would result to another, you may consider credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite knowledge even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved this element. Now, the offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor also includes the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, also charges her with the lesser included offense. The Commonwealth may prove the lesser included charge of motor vehicle homicide, even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. You may find the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide only if you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, and you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of motor vehicle homicide. So I will define that for you now. In order to prove the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place in which the public has a right of access. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. Fourth, that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant did so in a negligent manner so that the lives or safety of the public might be endangered. Fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Elements 1, 2, 3, and 5 are the same as manslaughter while under the influence of alcohol, as I've previously instructed you just moments ago. The difference between manslaughter while operating under the influence and motor vehicle homicide is the 4th element. To prove the 4th element of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people. A person acts negligently when she fails to use due care. That is, when they act in a way that a reasonable person would not act. This can happen either by doing something that a reasonable person would not do under the circumstances, or by failing to do something that a reasonable person would do. The defendant acted negligently if she drove in a way that a reasonable person would not have, and by doing so created an unnecessary danger to other people, a danger that could have avoided, that she could have avoided by driving more carefully. The defendant's intent does not matter, so do not consider it in determining whether or not the defendant was negligent. There is no requirement that the Commonwealth show that the defendant intended to act negligently or unlawfully. Under our laws, public safety requires each driver to determine and to adhere to an objective standard of reasonable behavior. Therefore, what the defendant may or may not have intended to result from her actions is irrelevant. The issue is whether or not she drove as a reasonable person would have under the circumstances. In determining whether the defendant drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people, you should take into account evidence, if any, about the defendant's rate of speed and manner of operation, the defendant's physical condition, and how well she could see and control her vehicle, the condition of the defendant's vehicle, the kind of road it was, and who else was on the road, the time of day, the weather, and the road conditions, what any other vehicles or pedestrians were doing, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, that you think are relevant. The next indictment is leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. In order to prove the defendant guilty of leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death, the Commonwealth must prove 6 things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated on a public way or in a place in which the public has a right of access. Third, that the defendant knowingly collided with John O'Keefe. Fourth, that the collision caused injury to John O'Keefe, resulting in his death. And fifth, that after causing such injury, the defendant failed to stop and provide name, home address, and registration number of the motor vehicle. And sixth, that the defendant failed to do so for the purpose of avoiding prosecution or apprehension. Jurors, I've already instructed you on the first and second elements. The other 4 elements should be given their plain meaning, and the parties agree that I do not need to define them any further. Save a little time for you. Right? As a general rule, you are permitted but not required to infer that a person who intentionally uses a dangerous weapon on another person intends to kill that person or cause him grievous bodily harm, or intends to do an act which, in the circumstances known to him, a reasonable person would know creates a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. An item that is normally used for innocent purposes can become a dangerous weapon if it is used in a dangerous or potentially dangerous fashion. The law considers an item, in this case a motor vehicle, to be used in a dangerous fashion if it is used in a way that it reasonably appears to be capable of causing serious injury or death to another person. In deciding whether an item was used as a dangerous weapon, you may consider the circumstances surrounding the alleged crime, the nature, size, and shape of the item, and the manner in which it was handled or controlled. Now that completes the second part of my instructions. I will now turn to the final instructions. In order for a jury to return a verdict, that is to reach a decision in a criminal case, the law provides that there may only be 12 persons on the deliberating jury, and you will note that there are still 14 of you. To avoid the need for a new trial, if one or more jurors becomes ill or has to be excused for some good reason, we customarily impanel extra jurors at the beginning of a trial, as we did in this case. However, when you begin your deliberations, the law of Massachusetts is that there can only be 12 jurors. Therefore, at the conclusions of my instruction, the clerk will reduce your number to 12 on a random basis. The jurors not selected to serve in the jury will become the alternate jurors. If you are selected as an alternate juror, please do not feel that your efforts in this case have been wasted because, as I've indicated, it is important that we have extra jurors in the case of emergency. If we did not impanel extra jurors and a juror became ill or for some other reason had to be excused, we would have to try the case all over again with the new jury. In the event that a juror has to be excused once the jury starts deliberating, then an alternate juror will be chosen to take that juror's position, and the jury will be required to start their deliberations all over again from the very beginning. Therefore, it is important that the alternates not discuss the case with anyone, including each other, for if an alternate becomes a member of the jury for deliberations, the alternate's views should be his or her own and not influenced by anyone else. Now, different states and jurisdictions use different means to select a foreperson of the jury. In some jurisdictions, the jurors select their own foreperson. In Massachusetts, the judge is responsible for selecting a foreperson. A foreperson of a jury has been described as the first among equals. He or she is responsible for organizing the deliberations, communicating with the court if necessary during deliberations, and presenting the verdict following your deliberations. The foreperson has no greater say or vote in the jury's deliberations, however. in that sense, is exactly equal with all the jurors. I am going to ask juror in seat number 1, juror number 400. Would you be our foreperson, please, sir? Thank you. When you return to the jury room to deliberate, the court officers will deliver to you all of the exhibits in this case, as well as the verdict slips that you will use in returning your verdict. Your foreperson will be given verdict slips setting forth the charges against the defendant. 12 jurors must agree before you have a decision as to any charge. That means that to find the defendant guilty, all 12 must agree. To find the defendant not guilty, all 12 must agree. You should continue deliberating until you have reached a final verdict on each charge. You should not begin deliberating until all 12 jurors are together in the jury room, and should cease deliberating if any one juror is not present in the jury room. It is important that you not communicate with anyone outside the jury room about the deliberations or about anything concerning this case. Further, I instruct you that no juror is better qualified to determine the truth of the facts in dispute or to deliberate on a verdict solely because of education, background, or experience. The parties and I have chosen each of you as fair and impartial jurors, and your voices have equal weight. To reach a unanimous verdict, each juror must agree. Jurors have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement if it can be done without violence to individual judgment. At the same time, each juror must decide the case for himself or herself, but only after impartially considering the evidence with his or her fellow jurors. Don't hesitate to re-examine your views and change your opinion if convinced it is wrong, but no juror should surrender an honest conviction to the opinion of fellow jurors simply for the purpose of returning a verdict. Although how you conduct your deliberations is up to you, I urge you not to begin conducting an immediate straw vote. Rather, I encourage you not to take any votes until you have completed a careful and thorough collective view of all the evidence. At this point, I want to remind you of an important issue that I raised with you at the beginning of this trial. I told you that our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. I also pointed out that we all have our own built-in expectations and assumptions, even if we are not consciously aware of them. And I talked about some of the ways we can try to deal with them. First, slow down. Do not rush to a decision. Hasty decisions are the most likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Take time to consider all the evidence. Second, as you start to draw conclusions, consider what evidence, if any, supports the conclusions you are drawing and whether any evidence casts doubt on those conclusions. Double check whether you are actually using unsupported assumptions instead of the evidence. Third, as you think about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as a member of a particular group. Fourth, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? Fifth, listen to your fellow jurors. They may have different points of view. If so, they may help you determine whether you are focusing on the facts or making assumptions, perhaps based on stereotypes. Of course, your fellow jurors could be influenced by their own unstated assumptions. So don't be shy or hesitate to speak up. You should participate actively, particularly if you think the other jurors are overlooking or undervaluing evidence you find important. In fact, when you explain your thoughts out loud to other jurors, you are also helping yourself to focus on the evidence instead of assumptions. If you use these strategies, then you will do your part to reach a decision that is as fair as humanly possible. That is your responsibility as jurors. Now, during the course of your deliberations, you might have a question concerning the law in this case. I'm not suggesting that you will, but you might. Perhaps I said something you did not understand. If you have any questions, please feel free to bring them to my attention by writing a note dated and signed by the foreperson and sending it to me by way of the court officer. Because your role as the jury is to determine the facts of the case, I cannot answer any questions you have concerning the facts of the case. I have no role in this case when it comes to deciding what the facts are. Neither is it possible to provide you with a transcript of the testimony, even though we've had a phenomenal court reporter throughout this whole trial. If you send a question to me, I will respond after consulting with the lawyers. Please do not ask a court officer or anyone else to answer any questions concerning anything material to the case. We will not answer a question or take a verdict between 1 and 2. You'll have lunch brought into you and decide whether you want to stop your deliberations during lunch or deliberate. At the end of the day, if you're still deliberating, I'll send in a note asking if you want to continue deliberating or break for the day and return tomorrow morning. Don't tell anyone, including me, how the jury stands numerically or otherwise on the questions before such time as you have reached a unanimous verdict. You are going to notice shortly that the court officers are going to take an oath, and you will hear from that they too, as well as all other persons, are forbidden to communicate in any way or manner with any member of this jury on any subject touching on the merits of this case. Remember that the decision of the jury must be unanimous, and the foreperson should be certain that each member of the jury is in complete agreement with the verdict. After the final vote of the jury, the foreperson should check the appropriate boxes as to each charge, then sign and date the verdict slips and notify the court officer that you have reached a unanimous verdict. You will then be brought back into the courtroom where the foreperson will deliver the verdicts to the court. I'm going to seek counsel before we reduce your number to 12.
Okay, let's see. They do a blind draw. I think they put all the names in a hat or something to pick who the alternates are going to be. And they're down to 14 jurors because a juror did get dismissed this morning, a female juror. The judge has chosen the foreperson because that's the way it works in Massachusetts, apparently. So she has chosen who she calls juror number 1, which is a male, to be the foreman. It is an actual foreman of the jury. They are allowed to bring the jury instructions back with them into the jury room. She's urging them to not take a straw man poll, which is where they sort of all just write guilty or not guilty. And they fold it up and they put it in something, maybe a solo cup they have in the jury room, and just pull them out one by one. And if everyone says not guilty, they all go home. She's urging them not to do that, but she cannot instruct them on the method by which they must deliberate. So there's that. Take some of these super chats while we're waiting to see what else the judge has to say. Sandy Ree Ross, thank you so much for the 10. I Fought the Law by Green Day on the Spotify. Recommended for Officer O'Keefe finding the truth based on truth and evidence like a good cop, despite whoever and whatever others would assert and chose to believe. Thank you, Sandy. I Fought the Law. Christine, thank you so much for the 10. Thank you so much for your amazing coverage of the case, Melanie. Free Karen Reed. Thanks, Christine. I think we're all going to be here together for most of the day because we're on verdict watch after this. Wish list or wish 31. Thanks for the 10. Melanie, thank you so much for sharing your true emotions with us. You made this trial come to life. Karen was lucky to have you on her side. I'm on the side of justice. I don't know Karen.
You are unmuted.
All right,
thank you.
So, Mr. Clerk, will you choose the alternates, please?
Karen gifted 10 memberships. Karen Connolly, thank you so much. And Sarah B gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. And to those of you who received them, congrats and welcome. Yeah, it's
The
like
juror sitting in seat number 3, who is juror 79, step down and take your place as an alternate.
ooh, like bingo.
Juror sitting in seat number 2, juror 14.
All right. So, ladies and
I-
gentlemen, we need to swear in the court officers. They're going to be in charge of you during your deliberations. I
Said the court
suggest that you listen to the oath that they are taking so that you can be aware of their responsibilities. Now you can swear them, Mr. Clerk.
It's interesting.
You swear that you will keep this jury and alternates in some separate but convenient place until they agree, that you not suffer any person to speak to them, nor speak to them yourselves, nor ask them if they are agreed, nor suffer them to disperse until they're discharged of their verdict, except by further order of the court, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, so jurors, I need not remind you that you have an important responsibility, but I believe that you will bring to bear all the wisdom and the judgment and conscience that you possess in reaching your verdict in this case. All that we can expect from you is that you decide the case with integrity and with principle. We all expect you to reach an impartial verdict dictated by your logic, without bias, without prejudice or sympathy, and not prompted by any facts except those that you have heard here in the court during trial. We are looking for impartial judgment dictated by your reasoning and the fullest discharge of your oaths as jurors. You may now retire and deliberate your verdict.
Jurors, this time taking your notebooks. All rise. Follow me.
Okay, they're going to deliberate and have lunch and take their notebooks with them. Robin says there's 6 men and 6 women left. So there was a woman dismissed this morning. We don't know why. That left us with 14 jurors, 8 women and 6 men. So we can assume now, if Robin is correct, that there's 6 men and 6 women left. The 2 alternates that were chosen were both women, and they were in seats number 2 and 3. And they were spun around in like a bingo thing and pulled out. That's how this jurisdiction does it, apparently.
So, counsel, I'll give you a few minutes to work with Mr. McDermott on the verdict slip, and then I'll come back out.
Oh, they're not even giving him the verdict slip yet? All right, yeah. I would like to see the verdict sheet. I don't know
All rise for the court, please.
if we're going to be able to see that or not, but that's pretty important. That would give us a peek into what the jury actually looks at
No, involuntary.
and what they bring into the room with them to decide. It's like a checklist of all the things that they need to check off on the verdict sheet. Here we go. The jury is out. 1:28 p.m. East Coast time. Were we behind at all? No, we were on real time. We caught up. See, all of me stopping during Lally's opening did not throw us behind whatsoever. So the jury went out at 1:28 p.m. Mark it down. I've got it. Auntie Deb was backstage before, and now he's not. So I don't know, Auntie Deb, if you're still out there, if you want to come on, if you want to wait a little while until after lunch, totally up to you. Nancy Rock, thank you for your 10. Says, it's my birthday, and my best gift would be not guilty for Karen Reed. Happy birthday, Nancy. Everybody say happy birthday to Nancy. I've tried to be impartial throughout this trial, but now I believe Karen Reed is and has been proven innocent. Thank you, Nancy. I think you have a lot of like-minded folks here. Richard, thank you so much for the 10. Says, thanks for the coverage, Melanie. Please ask everyone for 30 seconds of silence to say a prayer for Karen Reed. Let's do that right now. I'm going to set a timer. Everyone say a prayer for Karen Reed. And we have Auntie Deb waiting backstage. So everyone, 30 seconds of silence, justice for John O'Keefe, and a prayer for Karen Reed. And I'm on minutes, not seconds. So ready, set, go. Thank you so much for doing that, everyone. Without further ado, I just got to make a ticker for you, Auntie Deb. Are you ready? Give me a thumbs up whenever you're ready. Hello, everyone. Look who's here.
Hi, Attorney Melanie Little.
Hello, Auntie Deb.
How are you?
How are you?
This is wild. You're so cool.
You're so cool.
No,
Are you kidding?
no, you are cool. You
Oh my
are
gosh.
cool.
May the mutual the meeting of the Mutual Admiration Society
Sure,
come to
I'm
order.
so excited. I'm like, dude, Melanie Little. Yeah, dude, you're the best. You are the best. You are the friggin' best.
Thank you. Just don't mock me on your channel. Just don't Mock me. There's
Never.
enough people out there doing that. They're like
Who's
making
mocking you?
channels of me. You're not. I mean, don't make me a character in your
No,
sketches.
who is mocking you?
Oh, I'll get into with you that with you off air. But there's a lot of trolls out there on Twitter and such.
Don't even listen. Don't give them the time of day. Don't respond. Don't listen. Bye. See ya.
Yeah.
Bye.
Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Tell us about you.
What do you want to know? What do you want to know?
Well, I mean, what are you, a stand-up comedian? Are you in comedy? Do you write for Saturday Night Live? What's your backstory? You're so funny. I mean, if you sat here and you said to me, yeah, I work the help desk at Celebrate, I'd be like, no way. Your talents are not being properly utilized with whatever day job it is that you may or may not have.
Oh, dude, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I mean, I've taken improv classes before, and like I've done like a few plays here and there, and I love comedians. I love comedy, and I like. Actually, it's funny. Like I was thinking about it. Like since I was a little kid, my favorite movie has always been My Cousin Vinny, and
so
I've
funny.
always been obsessed with like playing pretend and like different characters, and like I also love like human behavior. So I love like observing how people are in like little tiny small little moments that like to me I connect dots, and it's like, oh, that means something else. I think I've always loved doing that. So it's kind of funny, like when I just made the first video literally out of nowhere, it was kind of like everything that I like to do, like all put in one. Like a trial. People from Massachusetts, like making fun of them, not really making fun of them, but like imitating them, creating new characters, like dressing up, playing pretend. Like that's the best. It's the funnest time ever.
So is this the first? Did you start on TikTok first before you brought it to YouTube?
Dude, like I made a TikTok, Auntie Deb, for my cat.
For your cat?
Yeah, for my cat, like months ago. I'm like, let me get a name that like no one's gonna know. I don't want to put my real name. I'm like, all right, Auntie Deb. Who am I gonna throw up there? Oh, Marissa Tomei. She's the best. And then I made like 4 videos of my cats, and that was it, just like for me. And then my sister like introduced me to this trial, and she was like, she knows I get like very obsessive over things. She was like, no, you need to watch this. And I was like, okay. And she's like, no, I'm gonna make you. She forced me to watch like I think it was like day 6 or day 7, and after 5 minutes, I was like.
Where's the pad? Right.
I was sucked in. I was hooked.
It is like must-see TV, right? Do you have any ties to Massachusetts at all? Are you from there?
Yeah, my family's from here. I'm from here. Yeah.
So you live there now?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So, oh, wow. So the first time that you heard about this was when your sister brought it to your attention after the trial had already started?
I've known about it. Like I remember the Turtle Boy article a few years ago. I remember he was like, something's not right here. But like that's pretty much it. I didn't like really give it any like attention after that, because I'm like, oh, like I hope it works out, like kind of thing. But the minute I like sat down and kind of like read about it and looked at it, I was like, oh, there's a reason that he's stuck with this. There is a reason that this like all kind of came together. And I was just so like literally, so I'm a teacher.
Oh, you're a teacher?
Yeah. Well, I got there was budget cuts, and I was like a newer teacher, so I got the axe.
That's
wrong.
I
mean, no, it's fine. It's fine. Honestly, it's not a big deal.
You might have a career in comedy.
I feel like kind of maybe, right? Like, I don't know. I loved it. Like I loved like the kids, and I loved like they were funny, and they feel like they like kept me like up to date with like new lingo. Because I don't want to be like out of touch. I'd be like, you gotta tell me like what are the cool words? Like, do I sound old when I say those? Dude, one time they actually went through. they were like, Mister, do you use emojis? And I was like, yeah. And they're like, oh, that's so millennial of you. And I was like, what do you mean? And they're like, you can't use emojis. And I was like, what do you mean I can't use emojis? And they're like, you use them? And I was like, yeah, I opened my phone. I'm like, here am I recently used. They went through each one and told me why I shouldn't use it.
Yeah, I know. Kids are like that. What grade did you teach? How
7th.
old were the kids?
7th.
7th grade. Oh, so
Yeah.
that's like middle school.
Yeah.
Oh
But
man, you're
a lot
like
of, like crap that goes along with like being a teacher. It's a lot more than just the kids. You got to deal with the school system, the parents, the administrator, the other teachers. Like it's wild.
the parents. Yeah, do Jen McCabe for us. You're so fun. I'm gonna full screen you, and I'm just gonna let you go. Just riff. You want to just riff? Yeah. I mean, are you?
All right.
You got any stuff? Like, I mean, we're here for you. I mean, listen. People are like, you're such a great teacher. We love you. You're so funny. I mean, all right. You don't have. I don't want to put you on the spot or anything.
I just feel like.
Is it time for Jen McCabe to turn into Jen McCabe?
I don't know. Hold on. Do you think I should answer it?
I think you should answer it.
Hello?
Deb, you busy? No? Good. Oh my goodness, can you believe? Can you even believe?
Hi,
First of
Beth.
all, Lally? Oh my god, get it together. Get it together. You should have went into air traffic control like you've always wanted to,
Yeah,
okay?
I know.
Oh my goodness, and can you believe Cruella DeVille and the two robbers came in today? Oh, sitting right there like they don't care. Oh, I can't. I'm so glad this is over. It's like no one else cares about going down to the Cape.
Right.
It's like no one else cares that the 4th is almost here. I'm just dying to go over that Sagamore Bridge, stuff my mouth full of scones, and go crab walk right into the sunrise.
Yeah, go
and
do that.
sunset
Yeah.
every day. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you go do that. I gotta go, hon. Okay, I have to leave. I'm on Melanie. Yeah.
Okay, too cool for me
I am.
now, huh?
Yeah.
All right. I'll see you later.
All right.
All right, bye.
All right, bye. Melanie, can you believe that?
Oh my God.
Attorney Melanie-
Cruella DeVille.
Dude, she's awful to call them that. She's supposed to be impartial, right?
What? I mean, she's supposed to be impartial. What
She's
is-
not. She doesn't care.
She needs to be able
shocker
to.
that she chose a man. Shocker. Big surprise there. Everyone gasped when she chose a man. And dude, what was up with, hold on. What was up with, like conveniently being like, oh, well, like it's okay if they don't have training or experience. Don't consider that.
Right.
What do you mean don't consider the experience of people?
Did she say
She's
don't?
lost it, dude. She's just dying to get to the Cape, I feel like.
What didn't you say? She just needs, shouldn't she just tell you that she needs to get over that? What are they called? The Sagamore Bridge?
You've never been over the Sagamore?
No, listen, I'm from Long Island. I go up there, I take a ferry. I don't even know from the Sagamore Bridge. I go to the beach, I go to the Hamptons, dude. Or I just go straight due to Robert Moses or Gilgo where they have the bodies. Cause you can find bodies if you go walking along Gilgo.
Well, all
We
you
got
gotta
that.
do is just like stick around here too. I'm sure you can find them here.
Yeah, true. There's probably some bodies up there. Yeah.
Oh,
New
I
Bedford.
think
Isn't that up to New Bedford highway killings? Is that Massachusetts? I forget. Oh, she's calling again?
I don't even know how this phone got here. I don't even know.
You better get this.
Who has this kind of phone? Do you think? All right. I'm just gonna get it. Okay. Hello? It's Jill Daniels. I know. Yeah, you're mad about the other day. I know. We saw. Yeah. All right. I gotta go, Jill. Okay. All right. Bye. I thought it was Jen, but you know what? I could tell by the inflection on the demon voice that that's Jill. Yeah, that's Jill. 100%.
Did you see that that altercation, alleged altercation outside of such the D&E Pizza?
Yeah, did you hear her? Did you hear her? She's wild. You can't stop these. Like what? What? Like what are you doing? What are you doing?
Uncontrollable?
Are you a grown woman? Are you an adult? Like, dude, it's like, dude, where do people act this way? Like, I know I can understand how this happens, but it's like, where in the?
Oh, you better get it. I'll go.
No, you stay. No, you're gonna go. You're gonna go.
I'll
All right,
stay. All right, no, I'll stay. All right.
I don't want to see you. Sure?
Yeah.
All right.
You go.
Okay. All right. Hello? Hi, Trooper Paul. Hi. Yeah, can you guys stop I can't Trooper, I don't know what you're... Okay. Trooper, I gotta go. All right, bye. I swear that's the last one. Okay, I'm not taking any more
Jill
calls.
Daniels grabbed your phone. They want to know if Jill Daniels grabbed your phone.
Mine?
Yeah, that just like yeah. She apparently she
grabbed Turtle Boy's phone, right?
I know, but did she grab your?
She'll probably show up at my house, dude. Yeah, she's like Tasmanian deviling her way like around the state, like going to anyone who's like saying anything bad about her.
Really?
Well, I feel like
you keep doing it. I'm not saying anything.
Head up like a psycho and just and then like came out and just went full beast. Like,
Stop it. Oh, do you think she needs an exorcism? Someone says
I think you want to know what I think?
Comedy's not always pretty, right? Auntie Deb, comedy's not always pretty,
it
folks.
Does not come from a place of happiness. I'll tell you that much right now.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what I am thinking. Okay. Now, from what I can tell, from what I've been watching, is that they're all hanging out at Gay Jeff's. in Gay Jeff's basement. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know what they're doing, but I think she got a hold of some bad product, and I think it made her act crazy.
Oh.
You don't know who Gay Jeff is?
No.
Dude, attorney Melanie Little. You gotta get on and you gotta watch the episodes in order. There is a reason things happen like
I've been busy.
Oh,
I've been
dude, I know
busy.
you're busy, but when
But
you get
don't say any like slurs or things like that because we could get in trouble by YouTube.
Did I say one?
Well, I don't know if I don't know if they like the G word. I don't know.
Well, why can't you say the word gay? It's what people are. I mean, I'm gay. Why can't you say the word gay?
I don't know. YouTube has like weird words, but okay. Anyway, so is he?
Well,
Does
no,
he
but
have an account?
that was what he was referred to as in a text message thread between Karen and Higgins. When Higgins was on the stand, they were worried about the kiss. Remember, there was a kiss when the cameras were in her house, and she goes, "I know where all the cameras are." And he's like, "You can see." And she goes, "No, I kiss everyone that way. I even kiss Gay Jeff." It was a quick moment.
Oh, it was a quick moment. I guess I never even.
And it was on the screen, but in my mind, when I saw that, I was like, Gay Jeff. The fact that she referred to him as Gay Jeff to me was hilarious because it's just funny. It's for like, I feel like if anyone is anything other than like white and straight, you are referred to in that way. Sometimes
not a slur. It's not a slur at all. I'm
Not
just
a slur,
saying
no.
YouTube is so freaking weird. Like I say the word murder and it's like, I'm
Really?
like stricken. Yeah.
Oh, I like
unalive. I mean, it's like insanity.
Because I don't like censorship. I don't like go off crazy, but I'm not a fan of like telling someone what they can and can't say.
No, I dig. YouTube's like the police.
Which like I understand it's their platform; they can kind of do what they want. But like I like that people can just come on here and speak their truth. I think that's really important. I think it's really, really cool. Like it's not like it's being controlled by like 3 different people like CBS, NBC, all like the same thing.
Yes, but speaking of NBC, do you write as well? You must write because you do your
That's
bits.
really more what I do instead of like I like to be funny. Like I love to make my friends laugh. I love to make people laugh. Like I love if for a quick moment I can do something that causes someone to like not be able to control their body and giggle. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I like that I have that ability and that's amazing. But I mean, dude, yeah, like it's all I like write all of it, and I like make sure that it's like correct. Yeah.
Sweet Caroline, thanks for the 5. Says we need new merch from this. Love you and thank you so much. I mean, making people laugh is such a gift. It really is. And maybe everything happens for a reason. They say, right? So
I believe that.
Maybe getting cut from the budget or getting laid off or whatever is the greatest thing that could have ever happened to you because it's going to pivot you in a whole new direction that could be your new passion.
It's really weird. Like a lot of the things that lined up to lead me to like this moment right now, it's like, I can go back like 3 years and think about like, sir, if this never happened and this never happened, it's very, very weird. I'm not going to bore you with it, but it's extremely strange. I'll tell you that right now.
I believe that though. I believe everything happens for a reason. Oh,
Absolutely.
people are calling for Jen. People are calling. Is Jen going to call you? Or Jen's going to call you. What do you make of them in the courtroom today? I mean, that today's material kind of wrote itself for you, don't you think?
Like, who is their PR person?
Somebody really bad.
Paul? Because like, who are they listening to?
Yeah.
Who told them to go do this, guys? No, not a good look. Are you aware there are cameras? Regardless of what happened, honestly, because no one knows. I'm gonna just be honest. Nobody knows what happened. I don't think even they know. No one really knows, and I don't know if we'll ever know. But guys, you need to fire whoever's telling you to do this stuff, or hire someone that knows how to make you look a little better, because it's bad. It's really bad. But wait, can I put a screen up?
Yeah, sure. You just have to
virtual back. I'm so new to this, and I'm
you like you mean we need a green screen?
Yeah, I got it. All right. But if the people want Jen, I think I can maybe call her if you want me to.
I mean, they're rooting for you out here. Yeah, I think they do. You guys want Jen staring at the jury, no self-awareness. Yes, they're coming in with there's a little bit of delay on YouTube. So like if you have your YouTube up, don't pay attention to that. Just pay attention to StreamYard because delay and all.
Oh, me?
No, YouTube. Like if you have YouTube open in a different tab while you're on StreamYard, there's a latency issue. So there's a delay between what you and I are doing and we see ourselves live as to what comes up on the YouTube.
Oh, good to know. I don't know.
There's a little bit of a latency. Yeah.
I know nothing about this stuff.
I'm here for you. I will guide you. I will guide you. I will be your Mr. Miyagi.
You are like,
I'll be Miss Miyagi. How's that? Or whatever. Whoever like was the mentor for the Karate Kid. Wasn't it Mr. Miyagi?
Mr. Miyagi, of course.
Yeah.
Grasshopper. I'll be Grasshopper.
I'll be your YouTube Jedi,
You
Grasshopper.
are, like, no, honestly, and I don't want to gush again. And I don't want to like whatever, but you are just like, like you're it. You're it. But yeah, let me go see. All right, let me go check the local swamps and see if I can dig a witch out of there. Okay, give me 1 second.
You guys, we are blessed to have Auntie. I'll leave as soon as Auntie Deb comes back. Wax on, wax off. Wax on, wax off. Auntie Deb has a YouTube channel. Auntie Deb has done sketches of this trial, and he plays every character in the trial, and he's hilarious, as you can see. So follow him on YouTube, TikTok, all the things.
Oh, what? Oh, they want me to go out there? Oh, of course they do. Of course they want to see the Queen of Canton. All right, hold on. Let me just let me smudge out my pentagram and let me say thank you to the Dark Lord, and I'll be right there. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay, and be careful. Be careful. There's a missing step right there. It's not cracked. It's just missing. Okay, so be very careful. All right, hon. Okay, thank you, Auntie Deb. You know, even though you make fun of me, you know we still love you. We love you. All right. Okay, hon. Okay. I heard my presence was requested. Per usual, it is about time the star of the show got her proper recognition, okay? Because you know what? I had every right to be in that courtroom. This is my trial. You guys don't understand. You thought this was in the state of Massachusetts, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. No, my friends. No. This is Jen McCabe takes on the world. Okay, this is my first step in world domination. Didn't you see how no one else is talking about the death of John O'Keefe? It's about me being innocent, and that's all it's about, and that's all it's ever going to be about. Okay, y'all can't lie to me. I can sniff out a lie. Just ask Matt. Okay, I know when he's been sneaking around with Julie Nagel. I can tell because he comes back smelling like peanut butter. Okay.
Are you frozen or is it just me? Is he frozen for you? Wait, hold on.
Attorney Melanie Little.
Yeah, are you frozen or am I frozen?
Did they freeze me?
No, it's frozen. Yeah, you're frozen. I don't know. Wait, hold on. Do you have Ethernet by chance, Jen?
Do I have Ethernet?
Jen. What's the matter? Maddie won't pay for the big signal. Won't pay for the 5G, whatever, super speed internet. I thought he's like a IT guy. Why are you freezing on me, Jen?
Is this better?
Yeah, you're gonna have to start. You're gonna have to go back to 1 and start over because you were a little frozen. But that's better. That's better.
Is this
All right.
better?
Yeah, back to 1. Go.
This is better. No one heard me talk about how I'm the queen. Hello. I am the Queen of Canton, okay? And like I said earlier, I don't know why they're freezing on me, but I know everyone's been trying to manipulate me and everyone's been trying to say that I can't speak my truth, okay? That's probably why it froze. I don't trust anyone or anything that has to do with anything trying to mess with me, okay? Never. Just like I don't trust Matt, just like I don't trust Julie Nagel, because they always come back smelling like peanut butter. Okay? You think I don't know? This case is about me. This is about yours truly. I am the star. It's not about Karen. It's about Jen McCabe. Because what Jen McCabe wants, Jen McCabe gets. Did you hear that?
Preach, sis, preach. Now, do you think, showing up at court today was really the best move?
It was the perfect move. It was my perfect last little checkmate right into the courtroom. I was done slaughtering 101 Dalmatians, and I showed up there, okay?
I mean,
I gave all the kids outside a poisoned apple.
Cruella.
Okay.
Who's your PR team, Jen? Because A lot of people were thinking that maybe you looking at the jury today might have just reminded them of all the things that you may have, sort of misstated on the stand, like, the 227 thirds, the Haas long to die and cold, yada, yada, yada.
I misstated nothing. They come to me and they say, please, all I want is a pair of legs. And I say, okay, but give me a voice. And then I do it. And then they get mad, okay? Yes, it happens once or twice. Someone couldn't pay the price, but I had to rake them across the coals.
I mean, you kind of have been the star of the trial. I mean, I want to say that maybe they've mentioned you more than they've actually mentioned Karen Reed during the course of this trial.
Do you think that was on accident? Really? It's always been about me.
You tell you, Lally.
I was little, they've always been jealous. They've always wanted everything I had because I was beautiful and smart and well-spoken and soft-spoken. I do not overtalk. I do not interrupt people. That's Carrie. Carrie does that.
She does.
She is the loudmouth. I am quiet, soft, nice.
She told them everything.
She tells them everything. And I said that to them. I go, listen, you can't listen to Carrie. Listen to me, the quiet one. Okay? Carrie's going to lie to you. Carrie's always lying. She's always lying on my name ever since we were little. Okay? And I got the Bobby and she didn't get the Bobby. She got the off-brand one. Okay? And she's been jealous. She's been jealous of me because I'm beautiful and I'm smart and men like me. Everyone wants me.
Well,
can you blame them?
No, no, but everyone kind of wanted to know whether you had a thing for John O'Keefe. Rumor, speculation, any truth to that? You froze up on me again, Jen.
Am I back?
You're back.
Okay.
With a vengeance.
He might have had a thing for me. Did I have a thing for him? A thing? Listen, I can't help the throes of passion. I can't help if someone instantly meets me and says, oh my God, what a graceful gazelle, and falls in love with me because I'm just a demure, little, petite woman. Okay. They don't expect anything bad ever to come at me just because that's just the way I am. That's how I come across. Okay. So if he might have fell in love with me, sure. Of course he did. But he was a great man and every woman in Canton loved him. But guess who he loved? Okay. That's because I am the queen.
But are you an honest and truthful person?
I don't know what those words mean.
But like, those are your words. You said that on the stand.
I don't know where you're getting this information. I never said it. Carrie must have told you something wrong. I have to go sacrifice every cat in the neighborhood. And I need to drink a blood of the innocent.
Are you off the White Claw?
The White Claw. What do you think is in the White Claw? Let me grab my claw. Let me grab my claw. This is what keeps me alive. That's what keeps everyone alive in Canton. We just have a claw. We come around and we talk and we drink it. It's like a little bit of a ritual. If you think I opened up a portal to another realm, you might be right. That's why everything's been going, crazy over there. Listen, it makes sense. Okay, listen, I'll tell you, I'll explain everything to you. Yeah, I'll give you the exclusive, Melanie, okay? I will give you the exclusive.
Thank you.
I don't usually do this. I don't usually do this for just anybody, but one queen to the next, I'll give you the exclusive. Remember the Sally Port? Remember the Sally Port?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Remember how it was flipped around, right? That operates as almost like a black mirror, like a portal to another realm where demons entered. That's why there's butt dials. That's why there's talking crime scenes. How do you think Trooper talked to the crime scene? Okay. That's why no one remembers anything. Because when you go through that portal, it's like a whole other upside down world in Canton. Okay. And they've been calling me the Demigorgon.
The Demigorgon.
Okay.
I don't know if that's a compliment.
Well, the most powerful one of the upside down. So I don't know. I wouldn't take it as an insult.
Upside down. I was thinking more like Lion Witch and the wardrobe. Remember they went into that wardrobe and then they went into like a different.
That's
if you remember. You might be a little young for that.
That's a wonderful point, but you're wrong and I'm right. But I may be like Chronicles of Narnia, the Chronicles of Canton.
That's it. Chronicles of Canton.
Go watch the Canterbury Tales. episode 1, episode 2, and the episode 3 is coming out soon, and you will find out everything.
Fire. Where should everybody subscribe to you on TikTok, YouTube, all the things? Which
Well, Auntie Deb usually keeps track of everything going on. So we all call her Auntie. We all say, Auntie, this is what's going on. Even though sometimes she does poke fun at us, okay? We love her. That's our aunt. Okay, that's our aunt. Your aunt will hit you and then rub your back and say, I had to because you acted up. You know, so I know when I'm not acting correct is when Auntie tells me. So, you know, growing up, we go over there every Sunday, we have coffee, but, you know, she doesn't come to Canton because, well, she'll be slaughtered upside down on a cross and burned. So we can't do that. You know, we got to protect our auntie. So we all call her, Matt calls her. We all like fight over who can talk to her the most. But yeah, she posts everything, the truth. That is the truth, my friend. What you watch on Court TV, no, that's manipulated. You got to go to Auntie Deb for the truth.
TikTok and YouTube, everyone. Auntie Deb. Nina wants to know, Jen, do you like Matt?
I'm not under oath, right?
No, you're not under oath. It's just like we're in the trust tree right now. We're in the circle.
Yeah,
of
it's
trust.
just between like me, you, and like what? Like two
It's just
other
our little circle. There's only 5,100.
No,
5,343.
This isn't.
It's our little circle, you know, our little circle.
Yeah, and listen, if they tell you anything, you could only keep a secret if it's between you and 5,033 people. Okay, Monty Deb has always told me that. Do I like Matt? Yeah, I did for like a second. He can do a lot for me. I can easily get him to like listen to me and like I tell him what to do, but he has his faults. Okay, he has his faults. He always is chasing after other women, which is fine because I don't want to sleep with them. So you girls go ahead. You guys do the things that I don't want to do. That's fine. But he does follow my lead. He's a nice little puppy, a nice little lap dog. So it's good. You know, it works for us. We have been trying to like work on each other and we have been seeing a therapist. When the therapist said that I was wrong, I did chop their head off. So we can't go to that person anymore. But, you know, I'm reasonable, so I'll listen to reason.
Well, you seem very reasonable. I mean, you know.
This is why I always liked you, okay? This
You know,
is why I always liked you. And I will say I would watch you secretly when no one was watching because I'm just a big fan. I'm a big fan.
As big as the fan in the courtroom.
Oh my God, that thing. I could watch the thing for hours. That's actually funny. You mentioned that fan in the courtroom is hypnotizing all the viewers.
I think
That's why you can't trust what's going on because you're watching just like you would watch a pendulum go like this. It's hypnotizing the viewers. And Lally is actually inducing you into a trance-like state with his boring, drab, dry voice.
Here's two things I'm curious about, you know, because apparently, I don't know if you prepped Matthew for his testimony, but there was one thing that he said about being at the waterfall or wherever you guys went that night. I think it was the waterfall. And he said he was really happy because he was in a bar and that's like the only time he's happy. That was like the first thing. I want to know if he got any, you know, SHIT from you when he got home that night. And also when he was on the stand and he was presented with those group text messages that apparently he did not know were coming. Tell them the guy never went in the house. What happened in your house after those as such things happened on the stand for Matt?
I mean, he's an idiot. I know he's an idiot. I told them, don't let him talk, okay? Look at him. He was nice to look at like 10 years ago. You look at him, that's about it. You don't listen to him when he opens his mouth.
Do you know my chat named him? Timu John Travolta. They named him Timu John Travolta.
Well, you know what? I heard that Timu's very popular, and John Travolta's a great dancer. So I do take that as a compliment.
I mean, I love John Travolta.
Oh, he's the best. He is
Saturday
the
Night
best.
Fever.
And like, you know, I could watch Pulp Fiction all day long.
Danny Zuko.
In Greece, Danny Zuko.
Zuko.
Oh my goodness. A hickey from Kanicki's like a Hallmark card. Rizzo's got a bun in the oven, pass it on. And if you can't be an athlete, be an athletic supporter. Welcome to Rydell High.
Well, talk about, I mean, it's funny that you bring up athletic supporters because it seems like the court reporter in this courtroom has been talking into one the entire trial.
Been talking into one on what?
Athletic supporter.
Oh, Madam Court Reporter. Yeah. She keeps to herself. She is a nice woman. She's nice. They overwork her, I think. I do think they overwork her, and I think she's underpaid. She's a good worker. She would be good working for me. Which she will not sign her name in blood on a stone, I asked. She wouldn't do it. She refused, which she has the right to. I get it. And I've been trying to convince her, and I've been, you know, trying to look into her eyes and do that thing where my eyes go like this and I just, you fall into it and you can't help but listen to me. But she won't do it. But I'm still trying. I got a team trying to get her on my side.
You are mesmerizing. I mean, really. I mean, the way that you spoke to the jury, and really sort of looked them in the eye without ever blinking. It was like toothpicks were holding your eyes open.
Never blinking. Ever. I don't need to. I'm Jen McCabe. But they do listen to me. They did. Did you notice that once I got up there, things were starting to look good for us? Things were starting to finally look good for us. Oh, but I told them from the beginning, get me on there, only me, and make it my show. I said to the producers, make it my show. The director came over. He said, Jen, we can't do that. We need more. We need other than that. I said, you'll never work in this town again. You'll never work in Canton again, ever. But like I said, thank you for pointing it out. Right after I was up there, now everything's looking good for us. I was doing great. I was killing it. They love me up there. Oh, they love me up there.
Fan favorite. For
Thank
sure.
you. I appreciate it.
You should have got, top billing for that episode. Absolutely.
Well,
top of show credit.
And an executive producer credit. Okay, but we're not going to get into that, but that was definitely owed to me and still is owed to me.
You definitely did organize and orchestrate this whole entire thing, didn't you?
You're finally seeing it. It's all coming together. Okay, this is the Jen McCabe show. Welcome to it. Okay, everyone else is just a guest appearance once a week. You're in, you're out. It's about me. Okay. Speaking of, I am late on my blood intake. I need to go drink the blood of several local cats in the neighborhood. I take their skins right off. It keeps me young and it keeps me healthy. And
Wow.
it helps the cat population in the neighborhood. So I got to run. But
Okay.
I'll get Auntie Deb. Maybe Auntie Bev's here too. I'm not sure who else is here, but I'll get Auntie Deb for you, okay?
Okay,
Thank you,
good.
Mom. But
Awesome.
I love you. Please send me an autograph and I'll send you one, okay?
Okay, awesome. Thanks, honey. Okay,
Thank
bye.
you.
Give me a thumbs up when you're ready to come back. Wow, Auntie Deb is here, you guys. That was Auntie Deb's version of Jen McCabe. And thank you so much. Nancy told us it was her birthday, so thank you. Rich said, thanks for the coverage, Melanie. Please ask everyone. We did the 30 seconds of silence. Thank you. Colleen, can the dismissed jurors speak to the media right before the verdict? I don't know. I don't know what the rules in Massachusetts are. It's kind of like the Wild West there, the Pilgrim times. Happy first anniversary. Thank you, Maisla. It's the first anniversary tomorrow of the first, I think, live stream I ever did on Kevin Costner. Jennifer, thanks for the 5. Could this all be on purpose, setting up for a mistrial so they can try her again? Also glad they can show up in court and not the funeral. Yeah, that's bizarre. That girl, RWB, thank you so much for the very, very generous $100 super chat. His name's Officer John O'Keefe. Thank you, AJ, for addressing him. He served and he deserves his title. Deb is back.
Listen, your viewers are crazy to ask for Jen. Jen's unhinged.
Well, that seems to be the T around Canton. How do you pronounce it?
Oh.
Canton?
I keep forgetting that you're not from Massachusetts.
No.
So
Across
it's
the sound.
Canton. Like
Canton.
can't, and then before you start the next part of your word, like before you even end can't, say in. So Canton.
Canton.
No.
No T. Canton.
You are adorable.
Canton.
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 Can't.
Can't.
Like
Canton.
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 Hanging out in Canton. Even though it's Canton.
Yeah.
It's not like the New York accent. It's like a lot. It's very like different. It's very different the way people talk up here. Like you should hear my mother talk. It's like I can't even understand what she says half the time.
What is a Fall River accent? Maybe you could enlighten us.
Fall
about
River
that.
accent is a little it's a little like mix of Philadelphia in it. It's like it's Boston, but it's like over drawn out Boston. It's like the water, the like it's like Boston mixed in with New York.
Is it a dig to say that someone has a Fall River accent?
Oh, like when he said that?
Derogatory, yeah.
It was weird that that's how he would classify someone with a Fall River accent. I mean, I don't think the accents are that different that you like would call someone out for having it. Like the number one thing is like a lot of people don't talk that way around here. I don't think I do. If you hear it, like let me know. I don't think I do. But like if you grew up here, maybe in like the 60s, 70s, 80s, you might have it a little bit like as you get older. Like my mother is, I can't even understand. Like one time I was going to Florida and she was like, "Oh, honey, make sure before you go, you get shots." And I'm like, I'm like, what? I'm like, what? I'm not going out of the country. I'm not like going to get malaria. Like, what are you talking about? She's like, "No, honey, shots. For your legs, shots, not pants." I'm like, "Oh, shorts. You mean shorts?" It's like it's really, really
Oh,
fun.
shots, right.
Yeah.
Tell
Bring
me
the shots.
this, because this is one thing I can't get over, and we've sort of made like a joke about it in my house, is the Brian Albert saying, yay, yes. Every time he goes,
yeah.
yay,
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
yay, yes. You're freezing up a little, so we're going to get you some better Wi-Fi, but yay, yes. Where does that come from?
Yayus. Yayus.
Yeah, what is that?
Yayus. And they'll say like Bach.
What region is that from? Is that a Canton answer?
No, that's
Every
Boston.
time I say Canton, I'm going to think of you, because I'm going to be like, wait, I'm not saying it right.
And it's like an old school Boston, like Yayus. My mom says it all the time. Me and my sister will be on the phone, and I'm like, all right, Yayus. And we just like say it back and forth to each other. It's funny. And Brian Albert was doing it hard. He was doing it
a lot.
He was doing a lot. I can't believe like those three came today.
Wicked hard. He was doing it wicked hard. And I can't believe it either. It was like the trifecta of horror. I was in shock and horror. And then next to them was Kerry Roberts too. So it was Jen, Brian, and Colin. And Colin wasn't even in the house. So why was he there? He's not on any police report because they didn't think it was important because he wasn't there at the beginning of the night, but he shows up in court for closing arguments. Make it make sense.
That's a really good point. I feel like there has to be like some reason, and I'm trying to like figure out like what it is that's there. So do you like comedians and like comedy and like improv? Do you know like okay. So do you notice like you ever notice how it'll be like, oh, Family Guy predicted this 10 years ago, The Simpsons predicted this. Okay. There's a really interesting theory that like the deeper you go into improving something, that it is tied into being able to predict what's going to happen. And the weird thing about me doing this is there's stuff that I've written and done and put it out there, and then the next day it happens. So like, I'll give you one example. I did a live show on YouTube for the first time on Sunday. I was so nervous, but I'm like, all right, I'll put on like a little performance in the beginning, and like I wrote it all out, and then like I'll just talk. In the performance that I wrote out, there was a storyline, like I went to one storyline that Bev got too drunk at CF McCarthy's and things got out of control. That night when Turtle Boy went to Canton at CF McCarthy's is when that stuff happened.
That happened on Sunday. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
You predicted that.
I don't think I predicted it. I think it's just how when you kind of like channel a situation, or like you think about it and like you put yourself in the situation, you're like, oh, this could happen.
You're manifesting.
I think it's like channeling.
Woo-woo.
I
Yeah,
don't
channeling.
know. There are other things too, like that I've said, and then like the next day, like it's just it's weird. It's really, 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 really weird because this is all I can think about.
You have powers. I think you have powers.
I think maybe Jen put a spell on me or something.
I think she put a spell on you.
Yeah, she definitely was like in my house chanting at one point.
She's got a voodoo doll of you,
dude.
And the pins been stuck into the voodoo. Do you have any pain right now? Do you have any pain like on your maybe your right forearm? Do you feel scratching on your right forearm right now, or bites?
I had to go see the doctor for gallbladder pain. And I'm not even kidding about that. That's like serious.
She was kicking you.
Dude, I'm not surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. I was surprised that like a lot of people like watched it, and someone was like the videos that I made, and someone was like, oh my God, when Jen sees this or when they see this. And I'm like, why would they see this? Like it wasn't like a big thing. And I don't know. I like keep thinking about like, do you think they're gonna watch it? Like, you think they've seen it?
Oh yeah.
No.
Oh yeah, because they troll everyone who even says one unkind word about them. Oh yes, and they each have about 20 or 30 sock puppet accounts. So if you're not on Twitter, just don't go on there.
I don't really read like, stuff. Just in general, for my own mental health, like I feel like it's gonna take away from like, the creative process, and I don't want to do that.
That's
like
good.
Nice things that I hear are nice, but I don't. Even if someone like makes a suggestion or something, even if it's nice, it's not for me to hear. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like I make something, I put it out there. It's no longer mine. Now it's for you guys, and whatever you say or think about it, that has nothing to do with me. I already did it. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but I don't know. I don't feel like I'm being mean, and I think you could be a lot meaner. I think I'm taking little nuances that I see and exaggerating them on a really big scale. And if people get entertainment from that, and if people see things, like if I see something, chances are someone else is going to see that too. And they're going to be like, oh, that reminded me of this. And I just want to entertain people because this is sad.
This is really sad and tragic.
Time, like even for it being like right in my backyard, like it's kind of like it sucks because like I know people. This could have happened to a lot of people. You know what I mean? This could happen. I know 100.
Karen Reed could be any one of us. That's why I became interested in this trial and the pretrial stuff.
Yes, it's like that could be anyone, and I'm glad that it's getting out there. It's also like I feel like it happened to the right person to do this because it's been happening to everyone for a long time.
Yes,
especially minorities and like in smaller groups of people that their voices aren't heard. It happens 100 times a day to them, and they don't have any kind of money to get a lawyer, and they can't fight it. And no one listens to them if they do try to fight it. And that's like the sad truth of what's actually going on. But it makes me very, very happy that finally that like corruption is being broken down at least a little bit. At least a little bit. It's the start of something, I hope.
Yeah, I hope so too. And thank you for entertaining us all through this train wreck dumpster fire of injustice, because it's helped. You've helped a lot more people than you know. You really have. I mean, people are talking about you all the time.
I can't handle that. I went yesterday to the courthouse to walk by because I was like, I want to see it. I'm like, I want to see it. Like I watched this all day. I'm obsessed with like, I just want to see what it's like. So I like parked a few streets down and I just started walking and I got mobbed, dude.
People recognized you, and it was like you didn't go with your big sunglasses on and your big hat and your wig.
Like wearing like because I don't think when I do a character, I kind of like make myself look either like a little rough or like a little like whatever. I kind of change it up a little bit, and I just for some reason didn't think that like no, it didn't like click. And I walk up and like people are like screaming and wanting to take a picture, and like I'm like why like. It really threw me off my game, to be honest. I was not expecting that. And I felt a little bit like, I'm glad I got to be there and see it, but I didn't want to stay too long. I didn't want like it to be about me. It's not about me. It's about them. It's about Karen and her family and everything she's been through and everything they've been through. And it's finally ending. And I'm really glad you did the 30 seconds of silence for them because I believe in that stuff.
Yeah.
So I think like there's just a lot of support behind what's going on, and like thank God.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I agree. And I think that's why I felt like so compelled to really like shine a light on this and talk about it, because I took a lot of heat, like a lot of attacks and harassment and doxing just for covering the story. And I've only been covering it since January, going into all the pretrial motions, all the police reports, all the witness statements, pointing out inconsistencies, just talking about what I saw to be a crippling injustice and frame job on an innocent woman. And I'm still taking the heat. Like, that's why I quit Twitter. I don't even look at it. And I just know that I feel that I've been on the right side of this from the beginning. And since I was a kid, I was never afraid to speak out about stuff that I found to be unjust. And during my entire legal career, I represented victims of all kinds, mostly clergy of victims of the Catholic Church who were abused by priests, and all kinds of victims of DV and CA and all the things that we can't say on YouTube. So I've always been a voice like for the voiceless. And when I saw this, I was like, my friends and family from Norfolk, Massachusetts. So right away it clicked. And my ex-husband is from Norfolk, and when I met him in college, was telling me like the police in my town are insane. They're so corrupt. So, and that was like, 30 years ago. And during this trial in February, we had been divorced for a long time. We have 2 kids together. He died in February. And that was the day that I came out and said, I'm being accused on Twitter of covering this trial for money, for clicks, for likes. And I'm way too old to care about that at all. And today, 2 of my children are at their dad's funeral, and he is from Norfolk. And he is the one who told me when we were in college in Boulder, because that's where we met, how corrupt the police in his town were and the surrounding towns, and how this has been going on for so many years. So that's what drew my interest to this case. So for people to go on there and start accusing me of doing this for money, it's like, no, I'm doing this because I believe that this woman is being railroaded by a bunch of corrupt people who thought they could get away with it. And finally, I think people are seeing the light, and I'm hoping this is going to be a quick verdict. But even then, all of these haters and detractors are just going to be like, oh, well, it's the system. It's Lally. He sucked. she's really guilty. Like they're just never going to believe it.
So I'm so sorry. He
yeah,
passed away.
I mean,
when did he pass away?
February. So it was in February. And that was the day I was like, here's why I'm covering this case. I didn't think it was anybody's business. But I was, in the throes of the crossfires of the arrows of slinging at me by this FBI woman who's on all these shows, thinking she's an expert, tried to make me look like an ass on court TV because I said, those are not injuries from a car. Been handling car accidents for 30 years and dog bite cases. That's an animal attack. And she tried to publicly humiliate me on court TV, but she didn't work. And then she's accused me on Twitter of doing it for money and clicks and like, I'm a grifter. Trying to destroy my credibility as an attorney. Like, really? You want to go there?
I have this theory that when someone does something like that, right, when you're doing what you want to do, right, and you're doing your thing and you're staying in your own lane, just giving your opinion based on what is basically in pop culture and public, in the public zeitgeist, right? And someone, for her or whoever, to act out that aggressively towards you, I feel the only time someone acts that way is when they see something in someone else that they don't like about themselves. It reminds them of themselves. So there's something about you telling the truth, something about you being genuine that they can't handle because they're not genuine. And that's the sad truth about it. If you ever notice, like, there's a reason, like, whenever someone makes you upset, or like anytime, like, you go through your day and your temperament is kind of like this, right? And then the minute it goes like this, the minute you're about to do this, take note of why you're doing that, because I guarantee you, if you really examine why that's making you upset, it's something that only has to do with you, because we can't take anything in this world personally, because no one is thinking about you. They're only thinking about themselves. So these people are in their head all day about themselves. No one thinks about you. But if you do something that affects what they think about themselves, that's when they act that way.
Thanks, Jen.
You're doing the right thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, look at you, have a ton of viewers. People love you. I adore you. Like, me and my sister would talk about you even before I did a video. We'd be like, oh yeah, watch an attorney Melanie. Like, yeah, oh yeah. Like, we love you, and everyone loves you, and that should let you know that, like, the 5,000, thousands and thousands of people that want to spend their time with you does not equate to one miserable human being.
I know, but isn't it so funny how you can, like, and on your YouTube, I'm sure you get it too. You get 500 amazing comments, and then you get that one nasty one, and like it erases the 500 good ones. It's just a weird thing about human nature, right? I mean, we're all, and I try and teach my kids that too. It's like, I have 5 kids, and like, listen, you can't control someone else's behavior or the way that they treat you. You can only control your reaction to their behavior. So if they get to you, that's what they're trying to do, and it's about them, not you.
If I see something negative, which honestly
you probably don't get anything.
I just haven't seen any because I don't want to look into it that much, because I don't. I'm glad people like it, but it's like, that's out of my control. So I can only, like you said, I can only control me. So I can't. What do you want me to do? Like, sit and write you a dissertation on why I think you should like the stupid video I made?
Right.
Right. Who cares? I don't care. I don't care. I don't even care if like 3 people watch it. I'm just glad that some people are getting laughter out of it.
And you're doing it for yourself, right? So
it's fun. It
is fun. You are so fun, and you're so. I didn't mean to like change our. Somebody said there was a big hot mic moment on NBC 10. I don't know what that's about.
Oh, I don't know. Wait,
I don't know, but we're in the middle of a deep conversation here.
Did some trooper say that he wanted to like do anything to get himself out of there? Is that what?
I don't know. But that juror getting dismissed this morning was kind of crazy.
That was intense. But no, don't worry about changing the topic of conversation. You didn't change it. I think it was a natural flow, and it comes with why we have to like laugh at things. And why we have to like sit back and be like, I don't know. I think life is serious, but I don't think you should take it that seriously. It's kind of like.
Yeah, but I think you also have to speak out when you see something that's going on that's wrong. And if you have a platform to talk about it.
Well, they say there's 2 kinds of evil: people that do evil, and then people that see it being done and don't say anything about it.
That's right.
Do you follow Shannon Sharp at all and Cat Williams?
No.
Okay, there was an interview in the beginning of the year. I said this I was on Mazza Media show, and I said the same thing, is that he said something in the. Can you like pull stuff up, or can I like play?
No, I can. Yeah.
Okay.
Or you can pull it up, and
I don't know how to do. You know how to share.
Oh, I can do it. Yeah. Is it on YouTube?
It is. Let me tell you exactly what it is. I just think it's like a 30-second clip, and it's become the most watched interview on YouTube.
Wow.
And
Shannon Sharp, Cat Williams.
Cat Williams, and then like God's Side. Put like
Okay.
GODSIDE. It's 50 seconds. It's the first one comes up. I think it's like Ghost Lithium is the creator.
Hold on.
Oh, let me make sure that it's like the right one too.
All end up
Yeah,
with
it
that.
is. And
Who's the creator?
It's Ghost Lithium. He like clipped it.
Is there foul language in it? Because I'll get in trouble.
Let me check really quick, okay?
Okay.
That's part of what you get. I came in this business saying I was going to expose. When I talked about Michael Jackson's side, 2020, and any.
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
All, okay. It's like 48. It's God's Side, it's called? Okay.
It's like 50 seconds.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
He's talking about like, well, if you're gonna play it, yeah, you'll see.
Yeah. All right, here we go. All right. Per request of Auntie Deb, we are playing Ghost Lithium's It's God's Side or the Other Side.
All end up with that. That's part of what you get. I came in this business saying I was going to expose. When I talked about Michael Jackson, when I talked about R. Kelly, they canceled me for these things because why would you talk about another black dude? Race is not where the line is drawn. It's God's side and the other side. And we don't care nothing about the other side. Period. All of these big dick deviants is all catching hell in 2024. It's up for all of them. It don't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is. TG Jakes, any of them. All lies will be exposed. That's all. And anyone who takes that the wrong way, know why they take it the wrong way.
That's great. Oh, look at my video came up right in the middle. That video suggested my own video to me.
Dude, that's great.
That's great, isn't it?
I just think
I
think it's cool. He said this before the whole Diddy thing kind of went down. He said like he just is. There's something about people who are like stand-up comedians that I think they know what's going on. Like they see through things. And he has said it like a bunch of times. 2024 is the year where if you're hiding something, it's gonna come out, and you're gonna be exposed. And if you don't like it, know why you don't like it. So I think you take comfort in knowing that like you're on the right side of things.
Hopefully after today, this will be over and we can.
No.
You're frozen in a great. It was a great expression too. Let's thank some people while we're here. We'll see if there's any questions. Warrior Biatch, thanks for the 5. These Nick Alberts are a bunch of bullies and they better protect Karen. They're unpredictable and I wouldn't put it past them to do something. Shaking my head. Free Karen Reed. Thank you, Warrior. Trisha Thibault, thank you for your super sticker. These are all from earlier today, so I hope you guys are still watching. Who's in the white sweater on the back row by Carrie Roberts? I had no idea. I put that up earlier, hoping someone could help you figure that out. Thanks, SC Shan, for your 5. Melissa Hendricks, thanks for your $20 super sticker. You're so generous. And Helene, thank you, Helene, for your 20. Thank you, Melanie, for feeling like I'm sitting in my living room with a friend going crazy too, watching this. Science doesn't lie. I hope the O'Keefe family can come to terms with that and understand something else happened. I hope so too. I mean, I've heard mixed reviews. I've heard Mr. O'Keefe loves Karen, went to church with her every Sunday, and he's heartbroken and he hasn't been there in a while. He wasn't looking well. I hope he's doing okay. Peggy, thanks for the 10. I want to thank you during the last few minutes. The most incredible closing argument I have ever heard. Great job. Melanie, I enjoyed every minute following this case with you. Thank you, Peggy. I think we're all going to have withdrawal when this is over. I was thinking it's like when you do a play, because I've done plays and you've done plays, it's like when the run is over, it's like a breakup, at the cast party. You're so sad that it's over, right?
Do you mind if I ask what plays you've done?
So I did 12 Angry Women recently, like off Broadway. That was the most recent thing I did. But the first play I ever did, I mean, growing up, I always wanted to be an actor. So I did I was in Fiddler on the Roof and all kinds of other shows in school growing up. And then when I decided to pivot from being a lawyer, because it sucked the soul out of me like 5 or 6 years ago or however long, I decided to go into acting and like took classes and got agents, and I still auditioned for stuff. And like the day the world shut down, I was auditioning to play a lawyer on Bull. But then the actors strike, the writers strike, and I'm like, I got to create my own content. I got to do something. And that's how I started this YouTube channel 1 year ago tomorrow.
You
So
remind me
there's
of Michelle Pfeiffer.
Oh, that is the nicest compliment. Thank you so
And
much.
I like from Grease too. And from
too.
from as Catwoman and Batman.
That is really a sweet compliment.
Like you look like her, and you have like you're like poised, and you're very like, yeah. I could see, and like you, I could see it, dude.
Love that for me. Thank you.
I'll write you something. I'll write something for you. I'll like literally make a script of like this.
Maybe we could do some comedy. Yeah, I'd love to. I mean, this like I perform. That's what I love doing too.
Well, I didn't. Now that I know that, it's like you're on the list now.
I have auditioned for all the Dick Wolf shows so many times. Like, when are you going to cast me on Law and Order? You guys, you just brought back my favorite Tony Goldwyn, who played the president on Scandal. He's the new DA on the original Law and Order reboot. Hello. I'm here.
All right,
I'm
let it be known today that
Find me. I'm manifesting.
Melanie Little, attorney Melanie Little, get her on Law and Order.
You can play a lawyer, right?
You can play anything you want. You can do anything you want. You can do it.
Here for it.
You're
Andrea, auntie, everything. Oh, look, I think someone's sort of like, that's a play on you, maybe.
Anti everything.
Oh, I'm like anti everything. Okay. I was arrested so I didn't do case was thrown out, but my 911 call thankfully proved my innocence just in case. I live here, especially scary in retrospect. Wow. Thank you, Andrea, for your 5. Keith says, to fill the void tomorrow, we must watch or rewatch Copland. Too similar. What now, Mel? Support Rita at Canton Town meeting. Yeah, you should also go support Rita. Thank you. Love you.
Yes, the Canton Town meetings are where it's at.
Liz, thanks for your 5. Blatant lies. How does that work? I don't understand the process. I don't know. Closing arguments are argument. She told the jury in her instructions that they could disregard whatever they didn't agree.
I know.
That was proved. Cake or death. Thanks for the 5. Jackson's clothing. Clothing. Brilliant. I'm thinking of his clothing because I apparently went to Mexico with him. That was a whole other rumor. People were like, Melanie Little was in Cancun with Alan Jackson at Dave Matthews, because I did go to Dave Matthews in Cancun, but not with Alan Jackson. And actually, a reporter asked him that twice.
Well,
did you have fun with Melanie Little in Cancun? He was like, oh.
You should lie. Be like, yeah, dude, we partied. Of course.
I know. My friend who's a stand-up comedian, she's like, girl, you should own that. You shouldn't be upset people are saying that about you. You should own it. That is like fire. I wish people were saying about me. She says, I wish people were saying that about me.
Just to be like, listen, guys, all the rumors you hear about me, they're all true. Everything. Every single thing you hear, true.
Own it.
Own it. Like, it's ridiculous. Just go along with the lie. Yeah, of course. Yes, it's true. Yes, that's true.
Yeah, it was great. We had a great time. Jackson's closing brilliantly left the jury with the theme of lies, and Lally obliges by lying in his closing. Yeah, dude, that's true. Thanks, D, for the 10. Besides the obvious railroading that these dirty cops have done to Karen that led us to this trial, I'm disgusted that the CW is not on the side of truth and justice. They're protecting dirty cops. Karma matters. Justice for Don O'Keefe. Thank you, from Canada. Karen is guilty of being in an argument with her boyfriend. 67 witnesses. Why are we not hearing actual evidence that points to a guilty verdict? That's a great, wonderful, fantastic.
No like that. Exactly. Yeah.
Question. They spend all their time defending the McAlberts. MD, thanks for the 5. The media was instructed not to report or say the name of John's children. Adam Lally not only said his niece's name, he wrote it on his timeline.
I like this one.
A Rare Zebra says, thanks for 10. Worried about the jury being intimidated. In the 80s, I was on a federal racketeering case. Family found our addresses and 4 of them showed up at my house after the verdict. Thankfully, I was an alternate. OMG.
Everyone knows everyone here. Everybody knows everybody here.
That's why people are afraid to speak up.
But it's like, how much can you take? Like you only take so much, and then it's like you have to. You have to.
You have to say something, right?
Brandy.
Thanks, Brandy, for tuning in. Says Lally has done an hour to present his best evidence and summary. And he says Karen Reed didn't take her shoes off. Done. Yeah. Could you believe that? That is material. You got to use that.
Like,
Critical Darling, thanks for the 5. Please tell me how it's legal to lie during closing arguments, lying about his own timeline and statements. They gave her an instruction on that. Jen Hoffa, thank you so much for the $50 generous super chat. Can Lally lie to mislead jurors? I checked the transcript of MP of Proctor's and Buchanan's chat with Lucky, and he never gave different times. I read it too. And Lally suggested, so wrong. The cover-up began with Jen's 911 call. Officer John O'Keefe deserves better. We are outraged. I agree, Jen. Hoffa, thank you so much. You're so very generous. I did go back too and read the transcript of Lucky's interview with Proctor and Buchanan, and most of it was about Turtle Boy, and he did not waver. You're absolutely correct. Stacy, thanks for the 10. The prosecution's case is literally a snow job. Yep. Kim, thank you. But her car was parked in the garage at John's house, right? They were talking about the frozen hair. You are right. And it was probably heated as well. Sidebar, Tenda. Love that. Love that name.
Me too.
Says, thanks for your fantastic coverage, Melanie. So appreciate you. I appreciate you. Just exactly right back. One step beyond you. Thanks for the 10. Lally has convinced me that the more you talk, the less you have to say. Kevin, thanks for the 5. Even Lally can't remember his own witnesses system. Troopa Wally nuts. Chloe Albert's revenge. Is this Lally's closing or Jen McCabe's? I've forgotten who's on trial again. He said Jen McCabe as much as what, if any, pathetic cereal box lawyer.
It's wild how and no wonder you got stressed out being a lawyer. It's too much.
Imagine doing this every day.
No, I can't.
Chloe Albert's revenge. Thank you. So wait, the snow is supposed to fall off a car, but hair freezes to it. Okay, sounds good. I think Lally took classes with Trooper Paul. Thank you, Mrs. Dr. Wolf. I love it. Mrs. Dr. Wolf, Crash Daddy's baby mama in the chat. Look the other way. That's the way Alan Jackson started his closing, and he carried the theme all the way through. Love it. Darcy, thanks for the 5. Do you think McAlbert's presence is per attorney Kevin Reddington or to further intimidate? I saw it as an intimidation tactic, but that's my personal opinion. Captain Bly, Melanie, please add Led Zeppelin When the Levee Breaks to the playlist. The McLiars will have no place to stay. Cue the sirens and FBI for Karen Reed. Thank you for your very generous 20, Captain Bly. And Melissa, thank you for your super sticker. And also a super chat. Haas Long, Bev get to completely confuse the law for the jury. She said she was going to teach them the law. That's what she said.
Melissa Hendricks, yes. That is exactly what happened. That was 100% like what was going on. And it was like, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Lori, Life 360 for the win. Thanks for the 20. My heartfelt gratitude to you, Melanie, for such awesome lightheartedness in such tragic cases. I may take the summer off, but we'll be back after the school starts, staying to finish this trial and at least a week after. That's amazing. I'm so glad. Thank you, Lori. You've been such a great supporter of the channel and so generous. Prayers, everyone. Prayers for Karen, says Colleen. 100%. Prayers up. 7080s Vintage. Thank you so much for the very, very generous 50. Thank you, Melanie, for everything you have provided steady and much needed coverage and commentary of this trial that should have never even happened. I agree. Justice for Karen Reed, John O'Keefe, and Chloe. Thank you, 70s, 80s Vintage, for your very, very generous
and Chloe.
Super chat. And Chloe. Dewey, thanks for becoming a member. Hulkman, thank you so much for the 5. Why does the judge pick the 4-person before alternates are picked? That gives the judge a great deal of extra control to save a juror she likes. That's a great question. That is a great question. I'd love to hear from some Massachusetts attorneys on that. Barry Raven tuning in from Ireland. Prayers up for Karen. Thanks, Barry. Oh, Linda forgot to give to 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Linda. You're so generous and always such a wonderful supporter. Who's juror number 1? John Cusack. Oh, first of all, I love John Cusack. Love all his movies. One of my childhood teenage crushes. And who is juror number 1? John Cusack. I don't know. There was a juror that somebody who was in the courtroom was calling like the Vineyard Vines guy. It was very preppy, and I don't know.
I don't think that was. I think that was.
You don't think that was number 1?
No, I thought that was number. I don't know. Can I say it? Am I like loud? Can I?
Yeah,
say
I mean, you could say it. I mean, they were sitting in certain numbers, and they had. I mean, certain reporters that were in there made up certain numbers for them. So I think so. No, so 3 and 4, the ones who were in seats 3 and 4 were. Oh wait, was it 4 that was excused? One juror was excused
3
this
was
morning. It
excused.
was a woman. Was she seat number 3?
That was 3, yeah.
I have notes somewhere. Look at you. You're keeping better notes than I am.
I just, like, I don't know, good memory.
Jane says, help me plan a Karen not guilty party. All the themed ideas, red Sola cups, leaf blow salad, glowy bites, appetizer, etc. Give me all your ideas. That's awesome. Everyone put some ideas for Jane in the chat. Linda, thank you for your super chat in honor of John and Karen. Justice and freedom always. Thanks, Linda. Mrs. Parks is in the house, says Cruella DeVille, and the 2 robbers were in the court too. Auntie Deb wins the internet today. You have 4,500 at least new fans. Everyone go sub up to Auntie Deb, who is gracing us.
That's cool. Thank you. That's cool.
His/her presence today.
It's not like for everyone. The humor is not like for everybody for sure. But yeah, if you like it, then.
I mean, I think Saturday Night Live is on hiatus right now, but like the fact that they were not in the writer's room, like making skits up about this trial is an opportunity missed.
If no one does it, I'm doing it. And I waited like 2 days and I was like, if I don't see anything, I'm going to do it.
Just do it. You don't even wait. Just do it.
You're right.
Don't ever wait for anybody. Don't ever let anybody dull your sparkle. You hear me?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, Attorney Melanie Little.
Claudia Lopez, sending you lots of love from Brooklyn. Thank you. Thank you to Brooklyn. Sweet Caroline, we need new merch for this. We handled that one before. This is Parks in the house. Thanks to 5. I'd love to see these characters continue to comment on future cases. Love Auntie Deb. There could be a full episode with the 3 of them from today. Yeah. And you could bring like your characters back in to comment on new trials. That's a great idea.
People have asked me that.
You could
I get obsessed with cases. I do. I get obsessed with them. I love courtroom. I love anything courtroom. I like the weird rules, the shade being back and forth between the 2 lawyers. Like it's all like legal shade, which it makes it even funnier. It's so funny. It's so funny.
It's its own
did you
kind of
watch the Johnny Depp trial?
Yes, parts of it. Not the whole thing. I couldn't commit.
Shannon Curry came in and cleaned house. I was watching that like screaming at my TV. Like I get very into it. I like that. I like it a lot. I do.
I had someone in the chat yesterday who said they live in California and she's like, and Shannon Curry is my neighbor. I was like, what? She's the one, right?
Muffins were served. I was there. Mr. Depp was there. I did not bring him muffins. Muffins were served.
You're going to have to cover every trial now. There's going to be an endless supply of material for you. Toby Keith, RIP. I want to talk about me. Thanks, Eclectic Mind, for the addition. I'm just a girl in the world. Thank you for your $50 super chat. You've come in a bunch of times today. Thank you so much. It says, thank you for the gavel to gavel coverage of this trial and for giving us all a safe and classy place to watch along with you. Look forward to a not guilty celebration. Free Karen Reed. Hopefully it's going to be today. I'm just a girl in the world. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Darcy, thanks for the 5. Karen wouldn't have driven under the influence. All the police present would have never let her drive. They were all sober.
Why is no one talking about how everyone else was wasted and driving?
Oh, they're talking about it in my chat.
People whose salaries are paid by taxes.
How about
Kevin
Albert?
About it.
Kevin Albert losing his gun and badge.
I don't even know where I was. I didn't know where I woke up. Oh my God. Guys, there are cameras in this courtroom.
Yeah. Gaelic Magic, thanks. 30 Days in the Hole. That's a song, I guess. Nina, thanks. Auntie Deb, do you think the McAlberts are watching your channel?
I don't know. I don't know. If they are, I'm sorry if you get offended by anything, but it's just, it's like in fun. But if they are whatever, but it's not for them. You guys shouldn't be focusing on my channel. You guys should be focusing on fixing up the mess that's going on, because there's a lot of people are watching you and a lot of people are worried about all these behaviors. So look at yourself a little bit. Okay. Get off the internet. Don't look at anyone else. That's not for you. Go fix your stuff. Please.
Yeah. Clean up your own house.
Yeah.
And comedy's not always pretty. Thanks, Charlie Lynn. Says that's why we love you for being a member for 2 months. Melanie put on NBC 10 closed captions. Huge hot mic going on with Bev and CW and defense. I don't know. I can't go to that right this second.
We got an computer right here. Should I Google?
You could try and see what's going on. This was a while ago. This was at 2:17. What time is it now? It's 2:41. About a half hour ago. Jem says, thanks, Melanie. We love you. I love you right back. V. Kaser, thanks to the 5. I'm so sorry for your loss, Melanie. I didn't realize it was so recent. You're doing him proud. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Yannetti Spaghetti became a new name of the day.
Well, I put that in one of my videos, and
Oh, you did?
I wonder if they had that before. That's cool, and we both just
No.
did mine. But
It's an homage to you. And
oh,
it could have
dude,
been
that's
done
so
while
cool.
could have
That's
been
so
done
cool.
while at 2:20. It was definitely it could have been changed while you were here.
It's a thing where I'm naming off like the friends of Trooper Proctor when he's like, "There's a group chat between me, this guy, and one of them I was like, Yannetti Spaghetti, no relation." And that's funny. That's funny. All right.
That is awesome. Kirsten, thank you for the Canadian super chat. Thanks, sending love and light to Mel, Mods, Aunt Deb, and Karen. Thank you, Aunt Deb, for the laughter. We all needed it. It's 2:27:40. Oh, that was the time that you exactly put that in there, Kirsten. 2:27:40. Aunt Deb, can you please impersonate Melanie? No. Dr. Edward Moskowitz, thanks for the 20. Congratulations on your first year. Thank you. You're awesome, caring, so intelligent. Free Karen, not guilty. Just Julie, widow since February 22nd, 2024. I know, I'm so sorry about your husband's passing. Dr. Edward Moskowitz. Dr. Ed was such a great participant in all the chats, and he was so supportive and so wonderful. And our heart goes out to you, Julie. Prayers up for Julie. Thanks. And you kept his name on your YouTube name. And thank you so much for the super chat. Kaza D, Sean on the Gulf just said tow truck driver never drove car into the Sally Port or took those photos. They told him it was evidence and took control of it. That's interesting. I heard some rumblings about that too. I don't know if it's true or not, but if that.
Can I ask you a side question? Like a sidebar, which is
Yeah,
funny. I've been
sidebar.
saying sidebar for years. I've been saying that for years. Like, guys, can we just like sidebar real quick? So you've been doing this for a year?
This YouTube channel, yeah.
I am so surprised. I've obviously I've used YouTube before, but like doing stuff never, ever, ever. I'm so surprised at like, it's just nice to see like the support and stuff, and like seeing all these comments come through for you. Like, I never imagined it would be that way for anybody, and like it's nice. And like it's like a good community of people.
I know.
And like you did that, and you did that,
and my moderators do that. You know, I have specific rules. Like nobody's allowed to trash people. They're not allowed to trash talk the witnesses, the way they look. They're not allowed to make fun of them. We can talk about their testimony or their demeanor, but I'm not going to allow the bullying and the drama on my channel. I'm going to run it that way. And that was my choice to do that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of places you can go for that other horrible vitriolic stuff, but not here.
There are other ways you can make fun of someone. Sometimes is it like the low-hanging fruit? Yes. Sometimes if someone makes me upset enough, will I go for that? Of course, because I'm a human. But I like that a lot. I try to be like smarter about how you like make fun of someone, because you can be.
Well, but you're doing comedy, so you know, I mean,
word.
And to run your channel the way you want to run your channel, in a nice, kind way, so that the people in the chat can't spew hatred at each other and you and other people, and you know what I mean? Thanks, Charlie Lynn, for gifting.
The chat room, the comments on my things, like the ones that I've seen, are out of pocket, but that's okay. I kind of think it's funny. I'm like, you can come here and be funny. You want to come here and be crazy? Come here and be crazy. Like, they've made me laugh. The ones that I've seen.
Thank you. So what? We have lots of time here. I was invited over to Sean's channel. He's doing like a little
go on, Sean. Yeah, get
verdict
on.
party or something. So Sean's gone on Howie Carr with news that the tow truck driver now claims he didn't even drive the tow truck, let alone take Karen's SUV. I don't know what that means. Thought he was having a verdict party. I don't really know. But thank you guys.
Thank you.
Let's do this. You're going to come back for sure, right? And listen, you need any YouTube mentorship, you call me. You got my digits now. I don't even know your real name, and I don't know if you want anybody to even know your real name. But
my name is Jimmy.
Jimmy.
Yeah, my name is Jimmy. I will send you my digits as well. I will ask you questions because I am like, 100%. I ask people, I'm just I don't know. I don't know things.
You don't know things?
I don't.
I'm here for you. I'm here.
If I don't know it, whatever. But like, it takes me 2 seconds to learn it. So why don't I just learn it? Like, why don't I just learn it?
I'm here for you. I'm here for you. The StreamYard, the YouTube, all those things.
Okay.
Stuff.
And you can get an Ethernet cord.
What? Oh yeah, get an Ethernet for sure, because streaming takes up so much bandwidth that it's so much better if you plug your internet right into the side of your computer. We'll get you set up with a ring light. You need a good external webcam. You need a second screen if you're going to pull up media. I got you.
Attorney
I
Melanie.
got all
I
the
don't even know-
Amazon links for all the travel kits, the lights, all the stuff.
I don't even know what bandwidth means. I've heard it. I don't know what it means.
Yeah, you need strong internet.
I pretend like I do. Like sometimes I'm like, oh, I don't have the bandwidth for that, but I don't know actually what it means. I say it, but in reality, no clue what it is.
It's like internet speed, I think.
Oh,
I'm an IT guy like Matt McCabe. We'll ask Matt McCabe next time. Say some final thoughts to the viewers before I let you go.
Oh, me? Oh, I got right on the spot. Final thoughts. Okay. All right, guys. Today, tough day. I know a lot of people who have been in this since the beginning. You've been in this for years, like 2 years, and like watching this and following this, and that is dedication and passion. I just started getting into this about a month ago, and I can see how it has affected everyone. People are glued. People are invested. Your emotions are getting invested. When your emotions get so invested in something, don't let that control you. Understand that everything is temporary. Don't take life too seriously. It's serious. Don't take it too seriously. Remember to take care of yourself, laugh, have a good time with people that you love. Give yourself good babysitters. Be around the right people, and continue to support Attorney Melanie Little, the angel on earth. Natalie Campbell, Jimmy, how can we send you some coins?
Yeah, how can they send you coins?
Good. All right. I felt
In your channel description, do you have like your Venmo or whatever?
I do, but I've always felt weird. Like people were like, "We get merch," and I'm like, I don't want to sell a T-shirt and capitalize on this because it's like, I don't. Maybe for me, like, but I don't want.
Oh, here's the thing about merch.
That's phenomenal. If you want to, you can. I would love it. It would be great. The Venmo and Cash App are Auntie Deb with 3 B's, and I think YouTube just made me like a thing where I can like earn money.
Okay.
I was like, I got like an email about that. I'm like,
I'll walk you through the hoops of that. Here's the thing about the merch. You make it on a shop, you can connect it to your YouTube. You really don't make any money on the merch. So it's like there's like the margin is slim. Somebody buys a t-shirt, you get $2. But people love to just buy the merch to support you and your channel. Yeah. And so it's a good thing for camaraderie and support. And there's not a lot of money to be made on the merch, but it's a fun thing that your viewers are gonna love to have. So Auntie Deb with 3 B's.
Do you know what I just did for someone, which was very cool? They asked me to go as Auntie Bev and make a birthday video message for their husband. And I was like, all right. So I was like, send me a description of his life, of what he did. And I created like a fake Auntie Deb video, and then in the middle of it, like I turned to like wish them a happy birthday and like made it all about him. And I was like, whatever happened to that guy from whatever? And like I just boom, it was cool. It was really cool. So
there's an app for that where you can go and hire a celebrity to do a little cameo. That's it.
These are cameos.
Run your own and just do it and be like,
if anyone would like anything like that, I would be more than happy. I'd be more than happy to do it.
I love that for you. Spicy Sour says, let people love you. Jimmy, please get on Cameo or just do it yourself. Do it as a side hustle. Forget Cameo. They probably look YouTube takes 30% of super chats. Okay.
Okay.
So it is better for people to send Venmo and I read their questions. And because you get the money right away, you don't wait 30 days. I will walk you through the whole entire thing.
All right. And you can shoot me an email. It's auntiedeb3bs@gmail.com. Just shoot me an email and say, can you do this? It's like, yeah, of course.
I love that. Look, people say it's rare to see someone who's genuinely humble. You two are both just that. Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you. It's the Mutual Admiration Society. You and me. Love you.
Dude, I'd like
love you. You're my new bestie. You're my new bestie.
I had to breathe before I came on here. I was like, all right, don't be nervous. Just be yourself. Just be yourself.
You're like my new adopted son.
Don't worry about it. It's okay.
Can I adopt you as my next son?
Yes, I can be your son aunt, if that makes sense.
Yes, my auntie's son. It's like very incestuous up there in Canton. Canton. We love you both. We love you both.
Oh, Jimmy H. I've seen you. I've seen that name before. Jimmy H.
Jimmy. I think you sent me some as such photos of you today, right? Outside the courthouse, Jimmy? Was that you did, right? Or
dude, I stopped by with my cousin. I'm like, yeah, let me go. Let's go for a half hour. I'm like, let's go. Let's show support. Like,
how far is it for you?
It's 40 minutes usually. About
dox yourself. You might want to get over. You might want to get in the car and go today because today's the day.
I went this morning.
Oh, it was this morning that you went. Oh,
yeah. When I emailed you and I was like, yeah, I'm in traffic.
I didn't realize you were coming from there.
It usually takes about 40 minutes and it took an hour and 30 today. There were helicopters.
helicopter. The day that I was there, I was like, and I had been invited for weeks, like for a long time ago. The invitation was extended, and like you, like I didn't want to go. I didn't want it to be about me. I didn't want any attention. I didn't want to pull focus from the trial. I didn't want to be harassed or assaulted or doxxed or. And so finally, I went the same day that Mark Betterow went, and same thing. People wanted pictures with me. I'm like, nobody's ever wanted a picture of me in my life. Like it was crazy. People were giving me gifts and cards and coming and telling me their personal stories and crying and about the injustices. And, you know, people drove so far. There were people from Europe. There were people who drove hours to be there.
Yeah.
To support someone they didn't even know, just in the name of justice. Like
they felt something. This case made a lot of people feel something.
Yeah, it really, really did.
Yeah, same. It made me feel a little icky, but at the same time, I was like, I need to get over that because I am doing this because I believe in this cause. So if people want to celebrate it and be happy about it, that's okay. That's not up to me to decide how they celebrate it again. So I need to like, all right, like, get over yourself. These people are happy. Let them be happy that you're there.
Exactly. Lisa, thanks for the 5 people need to be called out, be it through press, public treatment, or comedy. Auntie helps me strong and here, helps keep me strong and here. Officer John O'Keefe needs a memorial do-over. It's like you don't realize like how many people you're helping.
Dude,
it's your comedy, like you don't realize it.
It's nice. It's nice to hear. Oh, if people actually like the videos, if you like them, if you've been watching, like around episode 4, it gets very unhinged. The new one, the final installment, I'm obsessed with sitcoms and like genres, so I'm kind of like,
I love sitcoms too.
The one that's coming up, it connects everything together, and it's I watch it when I put it together, dude. I'll watch it before I post it, and I watch it and I'm like, what is wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Like to myself.
No.
But dude, it's fun and it's funny, and I hope everyone just enjoys it. I hope everyone enjoys it.
Well, here's Bino from Ireland. Says you're a legend. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Bino from Ireland.
You're a legend, worldwide.
That's awesome.
That's what's great about
Sarah.
YouTube.
Oh, dude, Sarah's the best.
She loves you.
Sarah's the best.
She loves you. All right. Thank you. Let's keep in touch. And you're gonna come back real soon, right?
Whenever you want me. Ain't Saint Melanie Little of Long Island, you can have me.
Thank you.
Okay.
It was so great to meet you, Jimmy. We love you. Everyone loves you. Thank you.
That's nice to hear. It's very nice to hear. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Have a good day. Justice is gonna happen today. So no worries. We'll be able to sleep well. I believe in it. I believe in it.
Thank you. Thanks, Jimmy. We love you.
All right. Love you too. I'll talk to you later.
Okay. Bye. All right. Wasn't that fun, you guys? Wasn't that so fun? So fun. No verdict yet. Wait, who says there's a verdict? Who says there's a verdict? Do you guys know more than I do? Is something happening? It says verdict watch. Who says there's a verdict? Do you guys have more info than me? It's crazy on Shaw's channel. Scott said, I was going to try and get over there, but is there? Yeah, I think we should stay here. He's missing. Oh, Ellie, you're missing Jimmy already. I know he needs to get the Ethernet. I'm going to help him. I'm going to help Jimmy. I'm going to pay it forward. You know why, you guys? Because Duty Ron was a mentor for me when I started my YouTube channel. And I will be a mentor for Jimmy. How's that? I love that for us. I love it for us. Is the verdict already in? That's what they're saying over there. No verdict yet. Came from my reaction. My reaction. Who says that there's a verdict? All right, well, let's look on. We're not going anywhere. We're here. You just searched Auntie Deb on YouTube and you couldn't find it? Auntie Deb, D-E-B-B. Auntie, A-U-N-T-I-E, D-E-B-B. If somebody could perhaps put Auntie Deb's in the chat. Auntie Deb's YouTube channel link. That'd be awesome. I am going to give my mods a 5-minute break and all of you a 5-minute break. Actually, let's take 10. I'm going to put up the break banner. You can keep chatting. Let's keep this stream open because I feel like it's already, what time? It's already 3 Eastern, almost 3, 2:56. I don't know how long she's going to let them go. So let's give ourselves a short break and let's give the mods a break. And everybody go grab a drink or some popcorn or whatever it is that you want. And we'll just go on hiatus for, let's say it's 3 o'clock now, 3:15, unless they come back with a verdict. They're going to need to give people time to get back to the courthouse. So let's do 3:15. Come on back. Take 5, everyone. We're back. So here's what we're going to do. I don't know if you went over to Sean McDonough going through the motions. Is live on Howie Carr right now, and he's doing it on his show. And there's a lot of cursey words over there, so I don't want to redirect everybody over there because some of you might not like the language, and I know that a lot of you appreciate the language that we do not use over here. He's got Dylan on from the alternate corner, Nurse Kim, and the Glarer. So he's talking to Howie Carr, and he's saying some stuff and things, and we could. Maybe I could pull up his stream if you want to watch it. Just listening through my headphones. There might be some language on there that you guys might not like, but a lot of people went over there to watch it. And what we're going to do is we're going to teleport over to another stream. We're going to start a new stream for the verdict watch at 3:45, but we can hang in here for a little while until that one starts. It's 3:18 right now. The jury went out at 1:48, right? We wrote the time down. And then that way the reaction video to the verdict will be a little bit shorter and we can all teleport over there for the 3:45 show. I think they went out at 1:48, right? It could, yeah, there's no time limit. It could take a couple hours to a couple of days, but my prediction, our over under yesterday was 2.5 hours. My prediction was under. So let's see, at 1:45, 2.5 hours would be 4:15. And I think she may keep them, I don't know, till 5 today, right? And I don't think they want to come back tomorrow either. Lilika Logushka, I don't think so. Unless they have to. Crossing fingers we get a verdict today. I think we will. I do think we will. Patty says that Howie Carr is great. Isn't that so fun having Auntie Deb over here? If you guys didn't see it, go back later and rewind it. He did some comedy for us, and he is a big fan of mine, and I'm a big fan of his. So it was like the Mutual Admiration Society. It was very, very, very super cool. Carol, thank you for your super sticker. So very much. If anybody has any breaking news with regard to a verdict only, please put it in the chat. But I don't think 128, did they go in? Kristen's still holding out for 10 a.m. tomorrow. I'd really like a verdict today. 1 hour, 50 minutes. 128 is when they went out. Okay, I thought they were 148. Yeah, Sean McDonough is on YouTube going through the motions. It's wild over there right now. It's a little crazy. I have some people to thank and some questions to take, so let's do that while we're waiting. Thank you to Courtney for the Venmo. Thank you so very much. It says Lally Lemon. Lemon ADA. Miss Peanut Butter. Jealousy for, okay, there's a whole bunch of song suggestions in there. Thank you, Courtney, for the song suggestions. Who says Anon, please? After the fact. So there's a Courtney out there. Maybe her name's Courtney. I doubt it. Claire, thank you for all that you do. She says, I'm not afraid to stand up for what's right either. It's in my blood, even if it's by myself. Thank you, Claire. Thank you very much. Somebody has to, right? Somebody has to. Tina, thank you so much for the Venmo. Just please know how much you're appreciated by your audience. I couldn't imagine watching this trial without your commentary. Common sense approach is like a breath of fresh air for Karen Reed. Thank you. Thank you, Tina. Kristen bought a matcha latte. Thank you, Kristen. I appreciate you so very much. And I need a lot of matcha latte. Says your voice added a lot to this experience. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all for watching. And Judy, thank you for the Venmo. Says thank you. And Bruce, thank you. Says thanks for your amazing YouTube coverage of Karen Reed, free Karen Reed. Monic, thank you. Says thank you for all the coverage. Thank you for the Venmo. Cheryl, wow, thank you for the very generous Venmo. Says, I've watched every Karen Reed hearing with you. Thank you for your coverage and commentary. Unfortunately, I live in Norfolk County, praying for a quick not guilty verdict. Aren't we all, Cheryl? Aren't we all? We are. Thank you, Cynthia, for buying me a matcha latte for my seller coverage. And the school wants me to return a Chromebook. Really? Can you see I'm in the middle of a verdict watch here? B, thank you so much for your Venmo. And Suzanne, what about the photo of the McAlberts all out at Faneuil Hall after Karen was indicted celebrating? That's creepy. Melissa, thank you. That was telling me early this morning that Turtle Boy was tweeting live from the courtroom. And Susan, thank you for thanking me for my in-depth coverage. You guys are really awesome. Chris, thank you. Says prayers to John and Free Karen Reed through Venmo. Thank you, Chris. You've been very complimentary through your Venmo. Oh, somebody sent me the Sandra Birchmore documents. That's awesome. Thank you, Amanda, for that. That will give us something to do after this trial is over and we finally get a verdict. Melissa, thank you so much. She said, I've been watching this with you like it's my job. Thank you. No, thank you. Great podcast, says Linda on Venmo. Thank you, Linda. And Elisa thanking me again on Venmo. You guys are awesome. Free Karen Reed. Katie said on Venmo, do you think this was the Commonwealth's idea? Have them there for closing to lend credibility to the Commonwealth's closing. Show like they own their words. This feels like a Lally strategic fail. What do you guys think about Brian Albert, Jen McCabe, and Colin Albert showing up for closings? What do you think? I think it's crazy that they would do that. Same. Little cupcake watching like it's my job. Yeah, aren't we all? I feel like we live here now. We live here now. We just live here. Carrie says Sean was great on Howie just now. Love when Sean is bouncy. Is he bouncy over there? And Peter says, if a not guilty comes back, I think Karen moves out of state to be away from this circus here. Scott, my moderator, is like, I thought we were going to do parking tickets after this. Like, we need a break. That we're going to take on parking tickets for the next 2 months. It's crazy. I mean, we could, if that's what you guys want to do. When Lally said she didn't take off her shoes when she went into the house, I had a belly laugh. That's his evidence. Yeah, that's his evidence, you guys. That's it. You can't make it up. You just can't make it up. It was disgusting that they're there. I agree. Why? What are they doing there? Intimidating and disgusting. Bully Clan, Cult of Canton. I think it's terrible that they showed up, says Mom of 4 Rose. People say big fail. Sage, this verdict is almost bigger than Karen Reed's freedom and justice for John. It's about systemic corruption in Canton. Or Canton. I'm never going to be able to say it right because Auntie Deb taught me how to say it. Canton. And I don't think I'm doing it right. And I'll always have that voice in my head. Canton. He's my new bestie. His name's Jimmy. Auntie Deb. He's my new bestie. You're right. It's about systemic corruption in Canton and MSP. And yeah, it is. It's about all of us. It's about everyone. Because Karen Reed is everyone for the love of the traveling Melanie. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. All right. Here's what I'm going to do. It was so petty. It was so petty. That was intimidation, them showing up, but it backfired. Yep. Aruba, blob on the lawn, not taking the shoes off, and pirouette or science. An expert says in Lucky We Trust. Yep. During Lally's closing, did you see the bailiff pass a note to one of the McAlberts? No. Did that happen, Michael? That happened? Tina Moose says no teas in Canton. Canton. Don K9 says the 3 heads of a satanic order. How he called Lally the human rain delay. That's funny. That is funny. Can a YouTube person explain what mods are? Is it an actual paid job or like a volunteer thing? Court wants to know. It's a volunteer thing. There are people out there who are my friends and who are people who love me and other creators who want to be a part of something and they are moderating, and it is an actual volunteer position. People who love to do it. And my moderators are tireless and they are fearless and they are here all the time. All the time. Yes, says Gadsden Free. Hey, Dennis, how are you? We help out channel volunteer. Yes, that's true. My email is fanbase@mlittlelaw.com. Sage says, amazing mods here. They absolutely are. BF says, thank you for your coverage on this case. I'm so glad I found your page and I will be a lifelong viewer. Thank you. We have so many more things to talk about, so many more things to cover. Scott cannot disclose how much he gets paid. He signed an NDA. We have very tight NDAs here. Real tight. Oh, little cupcake. I wasn't going to give away our secret. Little cupcake and I met many, many, many years ago when we were like 14 years old. Sleepaway camp. Little cupcake happens to be from Massachusetts. So there's that. But yeah, childhood friends. Best of friends. Never part. It's too late to turn back now. What song is that? Oh, wait, it's James Taylor, right? It don't matter anyhow. Wow. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna end this stream. It's gonna teleport you to the 3:45 stream where we're gonna continue the verdict watch. I will come on earlier than 3:45 if the verdict comes in earlier than that. I am going to go pop in on going through the motions to say hello to Sean, Dylan, the Glare, and Nurse Cam because they invited me to come and it would be rude for me to not accept that invitation. I'm not going to teleport you there in case you're offended by, as such, the language and other things they may be discussing because they really don't know what's going on over there. Could be like the Wild West. I don't really know. So I am going to, oh, you want to know my lipstick? It's Fenty. Fenty. This one here. All right. I'm going to end this. It's going to teleport you over to the 3:45. I'm going to go over to going through the motions and just say hello. I'm going to go on. If you want to come over, come on over. But this is going to teleport you to the 3:45. Safe travels, everyone. Thank you, mods. I love you. Be cool, be kind, be classy. It's not hard. It's really not hard. I'll see you at 3:45 unless you come over to going through the motions right now and then come back at 3:45. Okay? Okay. Safe travels, everyone. See you in a few.